The following audio presentation, The Art of Original Thinking, The Making of a Thought Leader, was written and read by author Jan Phillips.
Introduction. Calling this book The Art of Original Thinking, The Making of a Thought Leader, is a way of acknowledging that originality is a practice that can be learned, or rather rediscovered, reclaimed, with a certain amount of attention and surrender. As with any creative endeavor, originality in thinking, in being, requires a heightened state of alertness, a bridging of the poles, a show of fearlessness and willingness to forfeit the known for the unknown, the learned for the experienced. It requires a trust deeper than the sea, for what it asks for is a letting go, an unmooring from the safe harbor of certainty, for a journey into the mists of mystery and possibility. The compass is not the mind, but the heart, and the journey takes us away from what was and toward what can be. The old adage, leaders are born, not made, represents a style of thinking that's dualistic, argumentative. It's an either-or, right or wrong proposition. Someone decides it's one way or the other, and you have to choose. It's that kind of thinking we're leaving at the shore as we sail toward the possibility of unitive thinking, that leaders are born and made. The premise of this book is that we are here to advance the evolution of thought, of human sensibility, of our own personal potential to be more than anyone ever said we could be. Its intention is to inspire thought leaders who are willing to be visible, vocal agents of evolutionary thinking for global good. Its reach is both deep and wide. It will guide you on a journey into your own thought patterns and processes, helping you free yourself from obstacles to original thinking. And once you begin to think from your genuine center, once you begin to experience your own pure, uncontaminated thoughts, you will feel rising up from within you a calling, a challenge to be of use, an idea that needs you in order to become real in the world. And it is this idea, your own original thought, that will guide you, empower you, enable you to take your place as a thought leader and catalyst for creative action. Those who came before us did the best they could do, educating us to conform, to honor tradition, to study and sing and recite the appropriate creeds, anthems, and pledges. The instruction was never how to think, but what to think. Millions of us grew up believing everything we were told by people we trusted, abdicating our power to the proper authorities and allowing our own creative powers to atrophy. Only now it is becoming clear to us what happened and what a distance we must travel to rediscover and reawaken our own originality. This book is a roadmap for that journey. I am approaching it as an artist, hoping to create something that will envelop you in the experience of a new awakening, so that it is not just your mind that is fed, nourished, altered, but the entirety of you. I address you as an artist because I agree with Margaret Wheatley, who says, start with the assumption that people, like all life, are creative and good at change. You are an artist at life, and whatever you're making of it is the masterpiece you are working on. So I offer you the best of the poets and artists throughout history who have created words, images, stories to guide us, heal us, nudge us forward on this path of illuminating discovery, the discovery of our very own essence and the embodiment of our very own thoughts. And I confess to this one desire, that as we each take this journey, we allow ourselves to become synthesizers of each other's thoughts, and in that wild jumble of imaginations, in that glorious dance of unity and wholeness, we become the thought leaders for a new kind of planetary citizenship. That as we unwind and unfold our own creative DNA, as we unearth our own wisdom, that very act will awaken us to our commonness and common needs. And from that place, with that awareness, we will step into our power to create businesses, organizations, and institutions that thrive because they serve the common good. The solutions to the crises of our time do not lie dormant in one individual. They live like seeds in every one of us. And it is not a Savior who will rescue us from the plight and perils we face, but a communion of saints who go by our names. This book is an attempt to awaken in all of us the memory of our vocation, our purpose, that we are here to advance life, to transform every experience into an uttering that is unique, that has never been heard before, that is a clue to the others, a warning, a leading. To be an original thinker is to be a scout on new horizons, an adventurer into new domains, a perpetrator of inspiration, a leader of thought and heartfelt action. As the philosopher Beatrice Brutto once wrote, "We cannot wait for the world to turn, for times to change that we might change with them, for the revolution to come and carry us around in its new course. We are the future. We are the revolution. This is the time, and we are the ones. Godspeed to us all." Chapter 1. Freeing Ourselves from Illusion. Illusions are false beliefs. They are notions and ideas that we have inherited from our culture, our families, and almost every institution with which we've been associated. Illusions take up residence in our minds because we receive them for the most part when we are young, impressionable, trusting, and open to the ideas being handed down to us. They are part of our social conditioning, but they do not serve us. Illusions are, in fact, the only cause of our unhappiness. To be thought leaders in any arena, we need to be free and original thinkers, capable of focusing on how we are thinking as well as what we are thinking. The Indian philosopher Sri Aurobindo said, "In order to see, you have to stop being in the middle of the picture." This means we have to step outside of ourselves, put some distance between ourselves and our thoughts, so we can assess their heritage and test them for authenticity. Because the consciousness of a leader has a tremendous impact on the consciousness of the organization. Every leader must do the deep and personal work of clarifying his or her own thoughts, so that when we speak, every word has a ring of clarity, every statement has a purpose and air of authenticity. This requires a looking inward that both grounds and balances our outward actions. When we look within and mine our own experience for feelings that not only mesh with our message, but are actually the source of the message, then the delivery itself carries an integrity of authorship that is convincing, compassionate, and compelling. When we manage to rid ourselves of inherited voices and speak from the heart, our very speaking is a force that can change minds, lives, and the direction of any community to which we belong. Freeing ourselves from illusion may seem like an esoteric concept that has nothing to do with leadership, but that's because one of the biggest illusions we suffer from is the notion that what goes on inside us has little to do with who we are on the outside. We become so good at compartmentalizing our lives that we think our corporate selves are distinct from our private selves, that who we are on the golf course has nothing to do with who we are at home, or that the persona we project in the boardroom ought to be different from the persona we project in the family room. My best friend in high school became a chief executive for a multinational company in Australia. And when I went to visit her, she talked about how sad it was that she couldn't be friends with any of her employees. She felt so isolated. I'd started a few businesses in the States and said to her that they had been successful because I'd made friends with every employee. And her response was that in big business, you just couldn't do that. You can't be personal with people you supervise. That, to me, was an example of an illusion. An inherited notion, a handed-down tradition. She honored it like it was a holy corporate commandment, and perhaps it was, but organizations are living things, like evolving organisms. They only thrive when they adapt to their changing environments. Anthony de Mello, a Jesuit priest, psychotherapist, and retreat director, taught that all our negative emotions are caused by illusions that we allow to obstruct our thinking. If we're sad or angry, it's because there is some underlying illusion preempting our natural state of joy. He says, when the eye is unobstructed, the result is seeing. When the ear is unobstructed, the result is hearing. When the palate is unobstructed, the result is tasting. When the mind is unobstructed, the result is wisdom and happiness. Drop your attachments and you will be free. Understand your illusions and they will drop. It is awareness, not effort, that dissolves the illusions. When we experience an upset, if we look to see what underlying belief or attachment is behind it, we can begin to see what illusions have us in their grip. If I make the mistake of thinking someone else is responsible for my happiness, I'll discover this when I back up and begin to explore my negative feelings about their behavior. Why am I upset? Because he didn't do so-and-so? Why should he have done so-and-so? Because it would have made me happy, and he's responsible for my happiness. That is my illusion. I was in India during the monsoon season, living for a while in a community founded by a man who lived many years with Mahatma Gandhi. One morning I woke up to discover this was the day we were going to begin the construction of a barn. Women, men, and children were forming a line from the creek bed to the site of the building, about 1/4 mile away. Teenage girls were assembling at the site where there was a pile of huge rocks. As I took my place in the line, I asked Nyambala, the woman next to me, what in the world was going on. "We're transporting the mortar materials from the creek," she said, as the first tin bowl came my way. "Here, pass this on." The bowl contained a little water, some gravel, and small pebbles. I passed it to the woman next to me, and as soon as I turned around, there was another bowl coming at me. I handed that one over, and another one came, and another, and another. It was 98 degrees, and the humidity was hovering at about 90%. After passing bowls for an hour, I thought I might like to change places with the girls up at the site. "What are they doing with the rocks?" I asked. "They carry them on their head and deliver them to the men once the mortar is in place," said Nyambala, passing me another bowl. I decided to stay in line. But the heat was unbearable, and I was getting irritable. There has to be another way, I thought, as I scanned the horizon, looking for some way out of this predicament. I saw several oxen lazing around further down the creek, a tractor off in the distance, and a flatbed trailer up near the rock pile. "This is ridiculous," I said to Nyambala, whose face was as drenched with sweat as mine. "Why don't we hook up those oxen to some carts and get that tractor hitched to the flatbed? There's no reason why all these people have to be killing themselves passing these little bowls. Let's mechanize this process. Don't you know time is money?" As much as I prided myself on not being an ugly American, there it was, right out in the open. Even as those last few words tumbled out of my sorry mouth, I knew I had crossed some boundary, created some new cultural divide with the power of my own words. I wanted to shrink into non-existence, but Nyambala was a mountain of kindness. She put the bowl down that was coming my way, wiped her hands on her sari, and placed them on my shoulders. Maybe you haven't been in India long enough to understand something important about us. Every person is in this line here because they want to be. In 10 years or 20 years, when this barn is built, they will bring their children here, their grandchildren here, and they will tell them the story of how they helped build this barn. They are proud to be doing this, and they will be proud every time they tell the story. Do you think we should deny them this? That was the moment for me when, as Deepak, founder and CEO emeritus of Visa, says, I was forced to let go of my present belief. Time wasn't money for these people, nor for me, actually. That concept was an illusion I had carried with me like an extra bag on my journey. It was an illusion that led to stress and anger. It didn't serve me. It wasn't mine, really. It was an inherited thought, not an original one. I was simply thinking something I was taught to think. It was the American way, but not the right way, not for this time and place. Nyambala's graciousness allowed me to look at my thoughts and to see that they weren't mine at all. But it took an upset like that to set me apart from my own thinking. According to philosopher and integral theorist Ken Wilber, when we're looking at our thoughts, we're not using them to look at the world. So there's a moment of freedom there, a moment to be open to a new awareness. Is this thought really mine? Am I the author of it? Has it passed the test of my own experience? The poet Kabir writes, if you haven't experienced it, it's not true. We can only speak powerfully from our own experience. To be a thought leader, an original thinker, we have to move and think and speak from our own personal knowing. Our power comes from our ability to transform what we have felt into what we know. It's an alchemy of sorts, where we acquire the skill of transforming the lead of our experience into the gold of our wisdom. Each of us knows what no one else knows, because no one has lived our lives, seen what we've seen, felt what we've felt. The great Persian poet Rumi writes, the throbbing vein will take you further than any thinking. This is a great clue. Who are the speakers who have really inspired you? Who are the ones who have changed your thinking, altered the course of your own life? Are they not the ones who speak and write from the heart? Are they not the ones who stand before you, not with notes and memorized speeches, but with the courage to be simply who they are, to share their visions, their struggles, their fears. This is the stuff of leadership, this transparency, this risking, this willingness to say it's a new frontier here, and not one of us has a map, but with what we know together, we can surely make it. When Ray Anderson, founder and former CEO of Interface Incorporated, a carpeting manufacturing company, read Paul Hawken's book, The Ecology of Commerce, Anderson's deeply held ideas about business, profitability, and corporate responsibility were seriously challenged. When a group of designers asked what his company was doing to protect the environment, he was stymied, but he remained open. He did not dismiss them, put them in a box called tree huggers, and go on about his business. He inquired within. He allowed for an interplay of ideas. He synthesized what he knew from his personal experience with the new information presented to him and an old illusion that he had to choose between the environment and profits, dropped away. Because of his openness, his willingness to adapt and incorporate the new, he experienced an epiphany of consciousness, which he writes about in his book, Mid-Course Correction. Questioning himself and his values in a new light sparked an insight, the discovery that when you find two opposites, you don't try to choose between them, but to find a third place that reconciles them. In business, that third place is doing well by doing good. Believing that unless somebody leads, no one will, Anderson committed to his business being 100% sustainable, having zero environmental impact by the year 2020. With manufacturing locations on 4 continents and offices in more than 100 countries, this announcement caused quite a stir and met with a great deal of skepticism. But eventually everyone came on board, and the company has reduced total greenhouse gas emissions by 54% since 1994. Today, they dominate the carpeting industry worldwide, with 19% sales growth in 2004, including 29% in the non-corporate office segments. In Asia Pacific, profitability is growing at a record pace, with 2004 sales up about 50%, according to their 2004 annual report. To make Interface the leader in industrial ecology, Ray Anderson and his colleagues let go of old notions, dropped their illusions about profitability and sustainability being at odds with each other, and took brave steps into the unknown to finally discover that it is possible to do well by doing good. To do this, they had to engage in original thinking. There were no manuals to read on the subject. They had to turn inward to their own creative sources. They met in diverse teams, took field trips into the natural world in search of new solutions. They shared their insights and their feelings. They built global partnerships to create a shared understanding of sustainability. They engaged key players in the global environmental effort to help them prioritize challenges, and they created networks of connectivity to keep themselves informed and inspired. And all the while they're recording it, posting their milestones on their website, and encouraging other corporations to follow their lead. Many have, and many more will, because this is the nature of conscious evolution. Thought leaders inspire leadership. They ignite imaginations, explode old myths, and illumine paths to the future that others may follow. One of the oldest voices embedded in our own cultural consciousness is the voice that says, "If he can, I can. If she can, I can." Our confidence is buoyed by the fact that someone else did it before us. No matter how dangerous or outrageous or innovative, if someone did it, we know it's possible, and that endeavor becomes a challenge then for others to meet or surpass. By going first, thought leaders provide the basis for change. They abandon outmoded traditions with the same alacrity as one dispenses with a pair of old hiking boots or an outdated pair of spike heels. We let go of the old to discover the new, as we let go of illusions to discover the real. The way to awareness is the way of subtraction, of letting go, one by one, of our fears, our doubts, our prejudices, our judgments, our inherited notions of how it should be, who deserves what, who is to blame. What's happening in the world is the result of our collective input. The morning headlines are the news that we are making as a whole human family by what we do and what we fail to do. Each one of us is a co-creator of the very culture we are immersed in. And if we want to see change, we can make change by changing ourselves, our thinking, and our destructive habits. Blame is not useful. Polarization is not useful. Bitterness and negativity are not useful. What's useful in these perilous times is deep thought and dialogue. What's useful is a willingness to speak from our hearts, to say out loud what we hunger for, what we're willing to live for, and what it is we can no longer abide. We are attendants at the wake of the old way, and each of us, through our actions, our thoughts, our work and relationships, is midwifing a new world into existence. This is our destiny, our meaning, our purpose. And when we come to our days with this awareness, when we fully wake up to this tremendous privilege, when we sense the oak in the acorn of our beings, then we will have the energy to move mountains and shift the tides. It is an illusion that we are powerless. It is an illusion that someone else is responsible. It is an illusion that we cannot transcend these dualities and differences that are making a mockery of democracy. We are the people. This is our world, and every movement that ever led to any change in this ever-evolving civilization grew like a seed from one person's imagination. And what did that person have? A deeply rooted sense of what's right, a commitment to truth-telling, to heart-sharing, to bridge-building, an ability to inspire, to breathe life into the hearts and minds of others. No matter how brilliant our attempts to inform, it is our ability to inspire that will turn the tides. Every thinking person on this planet feels in their heart the toll of compassion and the weight of complicity. On some deep level, we are aware that our choices have an impact on others, that there is some ineffable connection between our lives and the lives of our sisters and brothers in Rwanda, Calcutta, Uzbekistan, Darfur. We sense the inequities, and a deep sorrow runs through our nervous system day and night. We are frozen in our silences, numbed by our distractions, waiting and yearning and praying for war to end, hunger to end, poverty to end. Many of us cry out silently in the night, but the time has come to be public with this pain, to speak of its relentlessness, its unbearableness, for it is only when we release it that we become free to address it, to embrace it, and ultimately to heal it. As individuals, the greatest courage that is called for is the courage to be real. When we are real, it melts the frozen places in ourselves and others. It opens the passageways between our hearts and our minds, thaws the blockages that constrain our imagination, and carries us down to our well springs of wisdom. The solutions to our crises are already here. They exist in our relationships, in our stories, in our unfolding forgiveness. And it is through the expression of these things that we will one day live into the answers we seek at this time. The leadership that is required at this moment in history is a leadership of generosity, of humility, of self-offering. To lead, we need not know the answers. We must only convene the circles, articulate the questions, frame the conversation, and direct attention to the issues that matter. It is the community that will rise up in response to our calling, joyful to be invited, heartened to be involved. And it is the community that will lead us past our illusions, beyond our fears, and into a reality brighter and bolder than all imaginings. To be free to offer the gifts of your heart, to be free of what others might think, to be a truth teller, a catalyst, a voice in the dark. These are the fruits of original thinking, and these are the signs of leaders of consequence. Chapter 2. Myths, Dispelling the Old, Defining the New. Some of the greatest thinkers today are in agreement about the power of our consciousness to alter our circumstances. From biologists to business leaders, mystics to medical professionals, philosophers to philanthropists, individuals are speaking out about the role of our thoughts in the unfolding of our realities. Simultaneously, the world of quantum physics is seeding our fertile mindscapes with findings that propel us beyond all known imaginings. Quantum non-locality, or non-separability, is asking us to completely alter our ideas about objects. We can no longer consider objects as independently existing entities. They are interconnected in ways not even conceivable in classical physics, writes theoretical astrophysicist Victor Mansfield in Synchronicity, Science, and Soul-Making. Quantum non-locality teaches us that particles that were once together in an interaction continue to respond to each other no matter how many miles apart, and at a rate faster than the speed of light. Physicist Minas Kafatos writes, "Nature has shown us that our concept of reality, consisting of units that can be considered as separate from each other, is fundamentally wrong. Since we are composed of cells, molecules, atoms, and subatomic particles, this makes each of us part of one indivisible whole, interconnected and interdependent. This is hard to put our minds around since we have constructed a society based on myths of duality and separation. Myths are the great, overarching stories that we are born into, stories that help us know our place, understand our nature. They are universal in scope, leading us to believe that this is how it is for humanity. According to the mythologist Joseph Campbell, myths are stories that bridge our local consciousness to mind at large. The images they give us reflect our relationship to the eternal, to the earth, and to each other. In the Neolithic era, people were guided by the creation myth of a great mother goddess who ruled over the natural world and presided over all their earthly activities. Men and women considered themselves children of the goddess, as they were children of the women who headed the families and clans. The myth of the great mother goddess connected them to the eternal and guided them in the creation of their culture, art, and social order. Archaeological excavations from these cultures have not unearthed weapons and instruments of war, but an abundance of art and artifacts indicating a pervasive reverence for the great goddess. The myths of the Garden of Eden and Cain and Abel reflect the cataclysmic cultural change that erupted when the Bronze Age warriors from the north invaded the peaceful, matristic societies of Mesopotamia, writes Rianne Eisler in The Chalice and the Blade. With the arrival of these soldiers came male dominance, weaponry, and a warlike mentality. As societies that conceptualized the goddess as the supreme power in the universe were conquered, the story of the Great Mother was rewritten, and the image of her replaced with one of a wrathful, bearded sky god. The myths of dismissal from the garden, separation from the divine, and murdering brothers have been the inheritance of Western civilization, and they have had an impact on the creation of our society, just as the goddess myth had an impact on our Neolithic ancestors and the creation of their society. But myths can and do change over time, and at this time in history we are undergoing an upheaval every bit as profound as the uprooting of the goddess and the seeding of patriarchy. Humanity is being taken to the place where it will have to choose between suicide and adoration, wrote the Jesuit priest Teilhard de Chardin. The matter of original thinking now is an urgent one, as it is time to think anew, to weave the findings of science, of our true interconnectedness, our profound and universal indivisibility, into new myths and stories that feed our souls and inspire acts of adoration. One of the most revered scientists of all time, Albert Einstein, believed likewise. He wrote, "A human being is part of the whole called by us universe, a part limited in time and space. We experience ourselves, our thoughts and feelings, as something separate from the rest, a kind of optical delusion of consciousness. This delusion is a kind of prison for us, restricting us to our personal desires and to affection for a few persons nearest to us. Our task must be to free ourselves from the prison by widening our circle of compassion to embrace all living creatures and the whole of nature in its beauty. The true value of a human being is determined by the measure and the sense in which they have obtained liberation from the self. We shall require a substantially new manner of thinking if humanity is to survive. And the thinking that is required is original thinking, conscious thinking, courageous thinking that inquires into the whole body for its insight, that engages the spirit in its process, and that considers the whole of humanity in its conclusions. The true leaders of this time are the ones who are not just imagining, not just hoping for and waiting for the new dispensation to arrive, but actively bringing it into existence. They are stepping out of the old roles, refusing to do business as usual, abandoning practices that do not serve the common good. The myth makers and change makers of this era embody peace, practice reconciliation, and are undaunted in their service to higher standards. They are the Mahatma Gandhis, the Nelson Mandelas, the Rosa Parks, and the Harriet Tubmans of our time, not looking to be heroes, but acting heroically in the face of massive opposition. Rising above popular opinion, social conditioning, conformist behavior, thought leaders of today are daring to speak the unspeakable, as Copernicus did, as Galileo did, as the mystics and poets and scientists throughout the ages did, guiding us into fuller awareness, deeper imagining. To bring anything into existence, to be a creator of circumstances, we have to imagine the new, then speak the new, then usher it into reality with the power of our intention, the passionate force of our belief in it. There are hundreds of books that have been written but not published because the writers imagined them well enough, wrote them well enough, but failed to believe in them enough to propel them into reality. If our founding fathers did not have faith in their words, if they were not fervent in their beliefs about a more perfect union, they could not have succeeded in shaping the initial contours of these United States. And so with us, to bring about a world of unity, a planetary community, we must begin to image it, speak it, and believe it into existence. To end war, we must begin to say war is obsolete, and it is time to ban it, just as we banned slavery, child labor, witch burning. To protect the planet or the poor, we must begin to say convincingly and collectively that corporations can profit as they wish, but not at the expense of the environment, of human rights, and of the communities in which they do business. This is not a revolution against corporate tyranny, as was the Boston Tea Party. This is an evolution for corporate consciousness, and it will lead to higher profitability and more goodwill because it is the right action for this time. And we, as a people, reward actions that hearten us. And we all want to engage in lives and work experiences that are heartening as well. We do damage to the entire human family when we make decisions that serve certain individuals, but not the whole. A worldwide anti-globalization movement emerged in the 1990s to call attention to the potential dangers of unchecked corporate expansion. Hundreds of social movements came into alignment to issue a warning about the impending negative consequences of global trade agreements on the poor, the environment, and world peace. Their response of massive protests and demonstrations was like the body's immune system, which produces antibodies to defend the body against substances identified as potentially harmful. Interaction between cells at this stage is critical in eliminating infection. But because of our dualistic patterns, our divide and conquer mentality, we tend not to interact, but to oppose. Being against globalization is like being against wind. It is a force that is upon us, and it is presenting us with the greatest challenge of our lives, to tame the beast, to catalyze ourselves into a force greater than the force of greed. to shape a social mandate so genuinely moral, so unequivocal, so vigilantly protective of the rights of the whole body politic that it will be indisputable. Like wind, globalization can be a source of great destruction, but if we harness it intelligently, it can provide the very power we need to reshape our many parts into a fully functioning whole. The art of original thinking is the art of thinking beyond dualities. It is the art of immersing ourselves so thoroughly in the idea of oneness that the creations, the visions, the solutions we offer the world are in the service of the whole human family. This itself is countercultural, given that we have all been born into a world where duality has reigned. But we know from science now, if not from our own faith and spiritual awareness, that the notion of separateness is fundamentally wrong, as was the notion of a flat earth, or of the earth being the center of the universe. These findings caused a great tumult in the society called upon to accommodate them, for it is never easy to realign a worldview. And our society now is undergoing a similar upheaval as we witness and bear the breakdown of nearly every system we have created. From healthcare to defense, education to entertainment, politics to religion. The old ways are disintegrating before our eyes, as well they might, rooted as they were in the soil of separateness. Profit before people is a concept that will soon be history, for it fails to stand up to the test of this day. Is it good for the whole? Does it harm the system? The thinking that is called for now is truly original, not revolutionary or reflexive, but evolutionary and reflective. And because we are dealing with an entirely new worldview, with the creation of a new myth based not on separation and a fall from grace, but on oneness and ascendancy into our true potential, the revelations of our collective wisdom will take some time to supersede the old myths and methods. They will meet with opposition, cynicism, and a wild clamoring against change. Since so many are profiting from things as they are, and since we collectively fear letting go of the known, the forerunners of change will be addressing minds that are closed and frightened. And this is the great challenge for any emergent thought leader, to know that one's ideas will be criticized and resisted, and yet to dare to speak, knowing that these thoughts are the only building blocks we have to a new and safer world. As the poet Audre Lorde reminds us, we have been socialized to respect fear more than our own needs for language and definition, and while we wait in silence for the final luxury of fearlessness, the weight of that silence will choke us. The transformation of silence into language and action is an act of self-revelation, and that always seems fraught with danger. We fear the very visibility without which we also cannot truly live, and that visibility which makes us most vulnerable is that which is also the source of our greatest strength. Thought leaders do not wait in silence, nor do they wait for others' minds to be opened or for safe places to speak into. Thought leaders are the openers of minds, the modern-day prophets who dare say we, knowing their words spring from a place of unity. Muhammad Yunus, founder of the Grameen Bank and microcredit pioneer, is one such leader. Yunus states that poverty is a creation of a complex system of conceptions, rules, and attitudes we have thought up ourselves. Therefore, if you want to eradicate poverty, you have to go back to the drawing board, discover where we have planted the seeds of poverty, and make changes there. After a famine in 1974, Yunus met with banks to try and get loans for the poor who needed just a pittance to make a new start for themselves. Universally, the response was negative. The poor are too big a risk, they're illiterate, not creditworthy, have no collateral, and will never repay the money. Every banker was so trapped in the old myth, it was impossible to imagine anything new. So Yunus dipped into his own pockets and came up with $35 for 42 people. Loans for such things as a cow, a pair of scissors and comb to start a hair-cutting business, a sewing machine. Very little was required for these people to get back on their feet, and they all lived up to the terms of their contract. Grameen Bank now serves 3.7 million families in 46,000 villages in Bangladesh and is owned by the rural poor whom it serves. Borrowers of the bank own 90% of its shares, and with a few exceptions, the bank has turned a profit every year. As of May 2005, Grameen Bank dispersed $4.8 billion in loans to 4.6 million borrowers, 96% of them women, with a repayment rate of 99%. It currently lends out about $2 million a day in tiny loans averaging around $200. To encourage the children of the borrowers to stay in school and perform well in academics, Grameen Bank offers over 6,000 scholarships each year to these children and gives student loans to students in professional schools to become doctors, engineers, lawyers, and scientists. Yunus's stories and the stories of others who have seen the poor lift themselves to unimagined heights are the very threads of the new myth we are weaving together. They are allowing us to release ourselves from the grip of outmoded thoughts and free our imaginations to create the new. The images on which we feed govern our lives, writes Jungian therapist Marion Woodman. There is a great power in imagery, as any advertising agency will attest to, and images have helped shape the constructs of the culture we're immersed in. What we believe is possible for ourselves comes from the images and stories that have entered into our consciousness. We are a synthesis of what we absorb, as our bodies are a synthesis of sunlight, water, and nutrients. When a whole generation of people grow up watching Father Knows Best, Leave It to Beaver, Ozzie and Harriet, their values and their thinking cannot help but be informed by the images and scripts of those television programs. So we end up with a culture created by and composed of people who were literally programmed to believe men know better, women should be concerned with looking good and taking care of everyone, the poor and people of color don't exist, or at least are not a significant part of our world. While very few families resembled the Andersons, the Cleavers, or the Nelsons, theirs were the ideals being projected to an entire nation of youth who have since grown up and perpetuated these values in their families, companies, classrooms, and churches. And now we are entrenched in a deep cultural pathology, because these notions are wrong, exclusionary, provincial, sexist, and harmful. Our parents, our teachers, our ministers, priests, and rabbis were shaping us in their image so that we would fit in, conform to the contours of the established culture. They wanted us to be safe. They were not promoting original thinking, not engaging us in questions of why and how. They were attempting to contain our imaginations so that we wouldn't venture out too far beyond the fold. And step by step, many of us have had to teach ourselves how to think independently, how to let go of harmful beliefs. With the onslaught of images and information coming our way on a daily basis, original thinking has become an aerobic exercise. It requires a constant opening of the heart, which tends to close down in the face of inhumanity. Wanting to protect ourselves from images of starving children, terrorized nations, crime-ridden cities, we resist looking. Our emotions recede into a safer place. Denial jams our channels of expression, choking our imagination, and our thoughts become hostage to fear. The only access we have to our authenticity is the pathway through the heart, and we must keep this channel open. We must look deeply into our world, into its heartbreak, into the eyes of our sisters and brothers, and let those images awaken our senses, expand our awareness, and jolt our memories back to the truth of our oneness. It is not altruism, not charity, not selflessness that will open the gates to our own magnitude, transform our propensities for greed into principled generosity. It is awareness, and when awareness is fleshed out in the experience of our lives, it culminates in the event of relationship, of community, and of cooperation. We learn from science, from religion, from the arts, that we are intricately connected. But how is this reflected in our myths? Where are the stories of this? Where are the pictures we need to see of ourselves? Where are our mirrors? We are blasting images of American culture around the world that few of us subscribe to or align with. We are saying to the hungry, to the hordes of unemployed, to those we have never helped to educate, look here, see how rich we are, see how liberated we are, see all the stuff we have, all the power we have, with no regard, no insight as to what impact this might have on the spirits of those people. Our world was turned upside down on September 11, 2001, and we cannot right it with old thinking and old behavior. We cannot look behind us for answers. They do not live there. We must imagine ourselves forward, envision the world we want to create, and feel the new reality in every cell of our beings in order to bring it about. For it is our feelings, our emotions, that will inspire the new choices and open our minds to the new solutions. The question is not what is wrong and how can we fix it. The question is, what does the world we want to live in look like? Joseph Campbell, in Myths to Live By, offers an image for our new myth. he writes, "We are the children of this beautiful planet. We were not delivered into it by some god, but have come forth from it. We are its eyes and mind, its seeing and its thinking. And the earth, together with its sun, came forth from a nebula, and that nebula in turn from space. No wonder then, if its laws and our laws are the same. Likewise, our depths are the depths of space. We can no longer hold our loves at home and project our aggressions elsewhere. For on this spaceship Earth, there is no elsewhere anymore, and no mythology that continues to speak or to teach of elsewheres and outsiders meets the requirement of this hour. The requirement of this hour is an awareness of our oneness. It is openness to a new story that will surface in our lives, our families, our companies, when we circle together and speak from our hearts. It is a willingness to see ourselves as co-creators of the very world we are immersed in, and to shape with our minds, our hands, our words, and our passions, a world that we want our children to live in. It is only in our merging that we will find our safety, only through communion that we will survive and thrive. Chapter 3, The Nature of Change. A while ago, I was asked to give a short talk at the opening reception at a hospital where 4 doctors were exhibiting their photographs. The woman who invited me to speak did so because I have a book entitled God is at Eye Level, Photography as a Healing Art, and she thought it was a good link. A few days before the opening, she called to give me a heads up. A couple of the doctors are upset because they don't want anyone bringing religion into the picture, and they say their photography has nothing to do with healing. You might want to be careful what you say, she warned. I arrived at the reception early enough to view all the photographs and was stunned at how moved I was by each body of work. Every photograph in the exhibition spoke to my heart, aroused my emotions, awakened my joy, and reconnected me to the whole. When I started to talk, I looked out at the doctors, their arms crossed, their faces stern and inanimate. I was mindful of speaking only about my own process of photographing, not wanting to make any of them uncomfortable. I spoke about photography as my way of grounding myself in the present, about how it's the most healing thing I do, because it roots me in the now, and when I'm there, truly present to just what's before me, I feel a oneness with life. I'm untouched and unfettered by anything past or future, no regrets, no fears, no anxieties, just a kinship with what's at hand. And when I'm there, I'm safe and I know it. I shared my reactions to each of the doctor's photographs, commenting on how they awakened my senses, conjured up memories, ignited my imagination and joy. Their images made me feel connected to my world, in awe of its mystery, in love with its flowering. And this, to me, was a holy thing, because it made me feel whole. And when we feel whole, we speak with our whole heart. And what emanates from our being then is a love and authenticity that breaks through any obstacle on its way to the heart of another. As I spoke, I watched the doctors move forward in their seats. I saw their faces soften, their eyes widen. They never knew the power of their work, the healing potential of their images. They never knew that something they created had the power to bring another into wholeness. But when I spoke of it, when they could see that my energy had been affected by their work, something shifted in their thinking. After the talk, one doctor came up to me, took me aside, and said, "I could never talk about spirituality in my practice before, but your talk opened up something for me. I saw you came alive when you spoke about the spiritual, about how our photographs actually moved you. It was like a light going off. Your honesty was so compelling, and it made me wonder, why do I need to keep that part of me locked up? I don't think I need to anymore." In turn, the other doctors approached me one at a time and said very similar things. They were afraid to talk of the sacred, afraid of how they might be misunderstood, so they kept silent in the matter. For all those years, they followed the rules without questioning. But that evening opened a chink in the wall, and another possibility came into being. Transformation involves a major shift in consciousness that results in a new way of being and acting in the world. It leads to embodied and enacted insight. It is deeper than a revelatory idea, which may remain cerebral and particular to the thinker. Transformational thinking is cellular, non-local. It belongs to the whole. It is in service to the whole. Transformation is a human family affair. It does not happen because we will it or work for it. It comes gratuitously when we clear the passageways between our minds and our hearts, when we trust and act upon our body's messages, and when we master the art of transcending duality, which simply means that instead of resisting what appears to be other, we embrace it, bring it into ourselves, and see what transpires when the poles unite. Jungian psychologist and scholar Marie-Louise von Franz wrote, "If we can stay with a tension of opposites long enough, sustain it, be true to it, we can sometimes become vessels within which the divine opposites come together and give birth to a new reality." This is the essence of transformation. All our lives, we have been trained to look for differences, to rebel against ideas that are the opposite of our own, to seek out people who are like ourselves. Who is the enemy but someone whose ideas are contrary to ours? This is ordinary thinking, and it has gotten us just where we are today. Original thinking is the only thing that will transport us beyond our current state, and it calls for discipline and diligent practice. Original thinking is a thought process that seeks out the opposite in order to incorporate it, to understand it, to embody it, knowing that it is a fusion of the two that creates the new. The poet Baudelaire said that true genius is the ability to hold two contradictory thoughts simultaneously without losing your mind. This is step one in the process of transcending duality. You won't lose your mind, but you do have to use your mind. Just as we have to exercise and retrain our muscles after periods of non-use, So do we need to exercise and retrain our minds when they have atrophied into a state of habitual duality. The practice of uniting the opposites involves opening the heart as much as the mind. It means feeling our way forward even as we're thinking our way forward. For it is our feelings that rise up like caution lights, alerting us to the crossroads of old habits and new choices. There is a momentary discomfort as we try to find the rightness in another's thinking or perceive the enemy as ourself. It goes against everything we've ever learned, and it involves the same kind of emotional withdrawal symptoms that come with every attempt to give up an addiction. We are addicted to dualism because every institution of our lives has promoted this kind of thinking. But none of us can call ourselves free until we have rid ourselves of this dangerous habit. The ability to hold two contradictory thoughts simultaneously is not just a matter of true genius. It is a matter of true freedom. If we cannot hear an opposing idea without a negative emotional reaction, we are not free. We are bound to an ideology that we have most likely inherited and never thoroughly examined. Authentic thought leadership follows on the heels of this kind of radical rethinking. It is a leadership that is sourced from and rooted in the merging of opposites. Just as a battery is charged by the union of positive and negative forces, just as a child is conceived by the union of a male sperm and female ovum, just as a thought issues forth from the union of right and left brain, so does original thinking emerge from the practice of joining us and them into a we. Our imaginations are the most potent engines of change in the universe, and there is no doubt that we can convert our patterns of destruction once we replace our dualistic habits with thought processes that aim at convergence and are informed by compassion. In this matter, emotions are essential. They are our guide, our body's means of instant messaging to the brain. Yes, this decision is wise. No, that choice is unwise. Our bodies are hardwired for survival of the species, and if we listen to them, if we are wise enough to trust the feelings they emanate on our behalf, then we will find the clarity necessary to make inspired choices that are as good for the whole as they are for the one, which is an absolute prerequisite for thought leadership today. And because the work of transforming our own thought processes is so evolutionary an act, it requires the total engagement of body, mind, and spirit. This is not business as usual. This is reorienting to a new star. Parts of us will balk at the letting go of the old, but it is the only way forward. And when we feel our emotions ruffling at this new attempt toward unity, we should rejoice, actually, for it is a sign that we are fully alive and fully engaged in the great work of transformation, personal at first, but ultimately global. Transformation is like the opening of a prison door, allowing us to see what we could not see before because we were locked into certain beliefs and habits. Millions of women experienced this during the days of consciousness raising when they suddenly realized that the personal is political, that who they were and how they felt about themselves was shaped by cultural, political, and religious institutions that benefited from keeping women in certain roles. It wasn't until women started meeting in small groups and sharing their stories that they discovered the problem was more external than internal, and as systemic as it was local. The enemy has outposts in our heads was an oft-repeated phrase. Women's very thought processes had been infected, and the remedy was twofold. First came the telling of the stories, the careful listening, the incremental shifts from self-censorship to self-expression, to self-awareness, to self-determination. Next came the action, the mobilization, the campaigns to equalize the power and bring some yin to the yang of the corporate and cultural table. This, of course, met with resistance, and the media made a mockery of these women whose resolve to create a better world for everyone was belittled and undermined by such phrases as bra burners and angry feminists. 40-some years later, many women hesitate to call themselves feminists because that very term is a label that pushes buttons and puts up walls. But it cannot be denied that what came to life out of those living room gatherings, out of all those stories and sobs and anger and disenchantment, was a full-blown social movement that led to an overhaul of American consciousness. And it is this kind of transformation, of social evolution, that we are in the midst of now, though it is more oblique, more implicit and unquantified, because it is happening in the inner milieu of ideas, values, perceptions, emotions. As a culture, we have not developed many tools for measuring the inner realms, though it is there that every movement for change is conceived and gestates, until it is delivered into the world as an embodied idea, an independent force with its own shape and substance. In the late 1990s, a number of various social organizations came together in protest against global trade agreements that they feared would exploit the poor and harm the earth. What drove them together was a shared value, a commitment to keep the body politic and our home planet from harm. They were not against profit, not against progress or the international exchange of technology and talent. They were taking a stand against thoughtlessness, against greed, against the implementation of regulations that might pave the way for corporate abuse or irresponsibility. To cite an example from nature, Their actions were akin to the oysters when a foreign substance, such as a grain of sand, enters its body. To protect its soft inner body against intrusion, the oyster takes defensive action, and its cells secrete a smooth and hard substance called nacre around the irritant. This nacre is composed of microscopic crystals, and because each crystal is aligned perfectly with every other one, the light passing along the axis of one is reflected and refracted by the others to produce a rainbow of light and color. For years, the oyster continues to secrete this crystalline substance around the irritant until it is totally encased and ultimately transformed into a lustrous gem called a pearl. The protesters were like the nacre, bringing their consciousness to bear on deliberations that could affect the lives of billions of people. As they circled the building where the trade agreements were being discussed, they were encasing the irritant, which was to them an imbalance of representation and a governing body with no checks or balances. What they were calling for is inclusion in the conversation, the ability to add people and the planet to an agenda they feared was solely about profit. If we carry the analogy further, imagining these protesters as those microscopic crystals, aligning perfectly, passing their light along from one to another, reflecting and refracting ideas in such a way that they become a rainbow of luminous thought, then we can envision the possibility of this light force transforming what was once an irritant into a pearl of great price. It is this kind of imagining that surfaces in the act of original thinking. There is no longer the old, we're right, they're wrong conclusion, but a stretching into wholeness that surpasses duality. Original thinking employs the opposites. It starts with duality, but doesn't stop until it has brought the two forces together, culminating in a creative combustion that dissolves dissonance and creates a higher order. Transformation ushers forth from the reconciliation of opposites. What caused the shift in thinking for those doctor photographers? When they came into the room, they were stone-faced and resolute, resistant to the notion that their work had anything to do with healing or spirituality. When I talked about the impact of their work on me, I said how healing it was because it moved me spiritually and emotionally. And because I talked about my feelings, they trusted and believed me. Their work was healing, and it did have a spiritual quality. The unfolding of this awareness is what caused their bodies to relax, their faces to loosen up. This collision of oppositional ideas sparked a transformation, not just in their minds, but in their bodies as well, and in their actions, for each of them mentioned it and thanked me for it. And it was a similar collision of ideas that led to the transformation of all those women who unified and became a social force that turned American culture upside down. Initially, the inner voices were cruel and self-defeating. I'm not good enough. I don't deserve happiness. I'm not powerful or smart. I don't deserve equal rights, equal pay. We heard these lines over and over until some women started saying just the opposite in books, in speeches, in public, and at great risk. And when the force of these bold statements met with the force of their own self-deprecating statements, there was a combustion powerful enough to spark a revolution. This is transformation. This is thinking originally, saying no to conditioned responses that keep us ensnared in the trap of duality, and saying yes to what appears to be other. It is the synthesis of the two that will fire up our neurons and carve new pathways in our global brain. As the great mystic Meister Eckhart wrote, the whole scattered world of lower things is gathered up to oneness when the soul climbs up to that life in which there are no opposites. It is a Himalayan climb, to be sure, but there are millions on the path, and what a view. Chapter 4. Questioning Our Assumptions. An American businessman was visiting a Mexican coastal village and encountered a fisherman on the dock. He had just unloaded his stash of tuna for the day, and the businessman asked him how long it took him to catch them. The fisherman said, "Just a little while." The businessman then asked why he didn't stay out longer and catch more, to which the fisherman responded that he didn't need more. He had caught enough for his family's needs. "But what do you do now with all the rest of your time?" asked the businessman. "I take a nap, I play with my children, take siesta with my wife Maria, and I walk to the village in the evening, sip a little wine, and play music with my friends," said the fisherman. The American scoffed. "I am a Harvard MBA and could help you. You should spend more time fishing and with the proceeds buy a bigger boat. With the proceeds from the bigger boat, you could buy a fleet of boats and open your own cannery. You would control the product, processing, and distribution. You would need to leave this small village and move to Mexico City, then Los Angeles, and eventually New York, where you would run your expanding enterprise." When the fisherman asked how long all that would take, the businessman said 15 to 20 years. And then you could sell your company stock to the public and become a millionaire. "But then what?" asked the fisherman. "Then you could retire, move to a coastal fishing village, fish a little, nap a lot, play with your kids, enjoy time with your wife, and go to the village at night to play music with your friends." This is an example of how our assumptions tumble out of us, beckoned or not. We enter into a situation, assess it from our own personal worldview, and generously offer suggestions for improvement that were never invited in the first place. Most of us don't even know what our assumptions are until we see what actions emerge from their engagement. If anyone had asked the businessman on the dock what were his assumptions, he probably wouldn't have had an answer. But from his actions, we can see that he assumed he knew more than the fisherman, He assumed the fisherman wanted to make more money. He assumed that the life the fisherman had created for himself and his family was somehow lacking or broken, and he knew how to fix it. Underpinning every action we take is an assumption that we've incorporated from somewhere, consciously or not. The common phrase, "you can't fight City Hall," comes from an assumption of personal powerlessness and bureaucratic impenetrability. It is neither true nor empowering, but it is such a part of our social vernacular that many people have come to believe it. And once we buy into a belief that supports our own powerlessness, something dies in us. Our vitality diminishes, our imaginations dull, the excitement of experiencing ourselves as creators of our circumstances turns to a dread and fear of being victims of our circumstances. We become the most powerful communicators when every word and action is consistent with our root assumptions. So for us to be clear on what they are, and to help others clarify what theirs are, is a critical part of thought leadership and original thinking. When Socrates said, "The unexamined life is not worth living," this is the kind of unraveling and examining he was talking about. It's coming to terms with what you think is true about human nature, about your own possibilities, about your power in the matters of cause and creativity. Here are a few questions that will help you see some of your underlying assumptions. Do you believe that what you do really matters? Do you believe you're doing your fair share to make this a better world for everyone? Do you believe if something goes wrong, there's someone to blame? Do you believe that it's profitable for businesses to be socially responsible? Do you believe that people have faith in you? Do you believe that someone else is responsible for your successes or failures? Do you believe that people can see your values by watching what you do? Do you believe that your words and actions can empower or disempower another? Do you believe that your children are well served by the choices you make? Do you believe that if you died tomorrow, you would go with pride, knowing you had done the best you could have done? These are the kinds of questions that help us unearth our assumptions, so we can rout out those that were imposed upon us or that we once held to but no longer believe. As a civilization, we are shifting out of an industrial assembly line mindset of isolated units into an organic, knowledge-based network of communities. There is a tectonic shift of consciousness occurring and an evolutionary tendency away from the mechanical and back toward the natural. This may be seen as Mother Nature's mid-course correction. As the thinking neurons of the planet, biologically oriented toward survival, we are finding ways of connecting and communicating with unimaginable speed and precision. Someone has calculated that we can globally transmit the contents of the Library of Congress across a single fiber optic line in 1.6 seconds. Science and nature have announced their engagement. Every original thinker today is urging a rethinking of the entire system, a retooling of the corporate imagination, and the organizational mind, so that the products and processes we develop and export around the world support growth, not just financially, but personally, socially, and spiritually. A self-renewing organization is created and sustained only by self-renewing individuals, self-renewing relationships, and self-renewing cultures. The question upon us is not whether our problems are personal, organizational, or systemic. They are all of the above, and the real challenge is to stay mindful of their connectedness. Part of the evolutionary thrust toward wholeness is a dissolution of borders. The borders between our body, mind, and spirit, the borders between our colleagues and ourselves, the borders between organizations, businesses, nations. Newtonian science and the Industrial Revolution turned the whole into a jigsaw puzzle of parts, and the quantum science of today is reassembling the pieces. In tandem with the rising globalization of industry is a burgeoning globalization of intelligence that is committed to serving the whole. When any part of the corporate body acts out of alignment, this network of intelligence sends out an alert and millions of cells mobilize, just as it is in our individual bodies. If you cut your finger, every system and cell activates to initiate pain, relief, and healing. With globalization, we're witnessing a living example of a whole system approach to the well-being of the body politic. While there once was an assumption that corporations could fly safely under the public radar, we now have a global posse of networked bloggers, citizen advocates, writers, and activists tracking down culprits of corporate misbehavior and posting their crimes in the non-local press of the World Wide Web. Instantaneously, news of transgressions passes across every border like lightning, and action campaigns are mounted at the drop of a hat. While this looks adversarial at first glance, we can also view it as an evolutionary self-healing function. If the survival of the whole organism is at stake, these are self-correcting actions of the parts. Consider the concept of corporate social responsibility. It's an age-old topic, but there's a new momentum growing as the bandwidth of the global brain expands and a regard for the environment and all things human seems only smart and worthy of attention. According to the Christian Science Monitor, almost 1 in 3 of America's top 100 companies reported on their social progress this year, up from the handful of 5 years ago. Perhaps most significant is the recent evidence challenging the assumption that socially responsible investing is linked with underperformance. In fact, the reverse is true. According to an article in a recent business ethics magazine, research is showing that a lack of social responsibility has a negative effect on stock price. In 2004, a meta-study of 52 studies over 30 years proved a significant positive association between corporate social performance and financial performance. An international social research firm found that forest and paper products companies with above-average environmental performance had 43% better share price performance over 4 years than competitors with below-average environmental ratings. And in the oil and gas sector, the top environmentally rated businesses outperformed others in share price by 12% over 3 years. Original thinkers are up against a wall of cynicism these days, and stories of success are a good antidote to knee-jerk negativity. Our response to the unrest in the world has been one of fear and tension. The greatest mystery of our age, our own inhumanity toward each other, cannot be solved by science and is sadly often perpetuated by religious zealots. The tragedy of this is so profound and inexplicable that multitudes of people are simply closing down to the possibility of turning it around. Forgetting their own power as agents of change, they are hardening their hearts against the pain and unconsciously perpetuating it with phrases like, "That's just the way it is, there's nothing you can do about it." What are we to make of these turbulent times? Some of us lash out, some of us recede, some of us cry, others of us shout. But the greatest resource any of us have is the resource of our own awareness and the stories we can hold to that remind us of the light. To look upon our country, our communities, our neighborhoods with an awareness of everyone's vulnerability is a great gift and service. To speak to this, to speak of this, is an even greater service. We need to hear the story of how we've been here before at a precipice like this and always managed to make it home safely. This is our nature. We survive on our stories. So let us remember the history of our making. Let's remember the photographer, Dorothea Lange, who passed right by that sign, Migrant Camp, on her way home from work, exhausted as she was and lame in one leg. Let's remember how she drove on another 12 miles until she turned around and headed back, thinking something might be there that could make a difference. And how that photograph of the mother, harried and worn, with her kids clinging to her, made it to the wall in some museum and was spotted by a writer named John Steinbeck. And how moved he was by the Dust Bowl story that Dorothea told frame by frame, so moved that he wanted to pass it along and wrote the famous Grapes of Wrath. And how, when this book was in the hands of movie director John Ford, it led him to think it ought to be a film. So he found a screenwriter and made it happen. And once the film was seen by America, its heart was broken to see its own face, so creased and saddened. So the theater goers rallied, they appealed to Congress, they said something must be done, and they made it happen. Legislation was enacted that turned the tides for the Dust Bowl farmers and the families who were starving through the Great Depression. And there's the story of Peter Gabriel watching the video footage of Rodney King. When the British musician saw King being beaten by Los Angeles police officers on the evening news, he thought of other abuses around the world and how video could be used to spread the word that something must be done. Together with Human Rights First and the Reebok Human Rights Foundation, Peter Gabriel launched Witness, an organization that provided cameras and assistance to people willing to record human rights violations in their own communities. Witness started with a budget of $150,000 and a staff of 2. In 1996, they helped Global Survival Network produce Bought and Sold, a documentary on the Russian mafia's involvement in the trafficking of women from the former Soviet Union. Footage of this was picked up by ABC, BBC, and CNN and became a front-page story in the New York Times. In response, President Clinton allocated $10 million to fight violence against women, with special emphasis on trafficking. Secretary of State Madeleine Albright put it on the agenda in her meetings with heads of state, and in 2000 the United Nations passed a transnational protocol to prevent trafficking. The U.S. Congress also passed the Trafficking Victims Protections Act that year. Dorothea Lange, one person. Peter Gabriel, one person. And what was the source of their inspiration? Tragedy. They were witnesses to the inhumane, face to face with the brokenness of individuals that revealed a deeper cavern of decay in the culture at large. But they did not deny it. They did not run from it. They did not fold their arms and pontificate about how it's always going to be like this. They took the tragedy into themselves and transformed it into another form. A piece of art, a collaborative vision, a work that would go on working. And what they created has changed our world. This is the very work of a thought leader, to look out at our beautiful world and see the paradox that resides there, and to be in the face of that, a builder of bridges. It is to hear the skepticism all around us, to listen to the critics and not be silenced, because underlying everything is the most basic of assumptions, that who we are and what we do matters. If a story can move you from thought to action, then you know the power of a well-told tale. If another's action has ever inspired you, then you know that your action can inspire another. This is a knowing that carries a force, for it comes from the crucible of our own experience and cannot be undone by another's doubt. To live from this place, to exude this confidence, to see the light on the near horizon and harvest great stories from the daily news, this is the challenge of original thinker. And these are the talents of a true thought leader. Chapter 5, What the World Needs Now. In 1982, a group of 5 activists in Syracuse, New York, sat around a card table in the living room of Dick Cool and asked themselves, what can we do? What's needed now? What do we want for ourselves? The nation was awash in anxiety as the superpowers amassed massive arsenals of nuclear weapons, outdoing each other's capacity to destroy the world many times over. The group of 30-somethings had experience in corporate America, religious communities, publishing, the peace and women's movements, the art world, and the local university. They considered themselves agents of change. There was no doubt that they could make a difference, but where did they want to make it, and how did they want to work together? After a few sessions, the group organized itself as a publisher and distributor of artwork that would offer an alternative vision to a world besieged with images of destruction. They named themselves the Syracuse Culture Workers, and on good faith credit from a local print shop, they published 3,000 peace calendars with images of demonstrations for disarmament that were occurring around the world. With those proceeds, they paid the printer and went on to publish artistic posters, date books, and note cards that drew attention to global issues of social justice. They compiled a catalog of these items to announce themselves as publishers in the business of peace and justice, and put the word out to artists across the country that they were looking for and paying for art with a social conscience. Syracuse culture workers asked artists to incorporate into their creative processes an awareness and sensibility about our global relatedness. A list of issues went out in a call to artists to stimulate their thinking and prime their creative pumps, and soon artwork addressing every global issue started filling the mailbox. Work poured in that put a face to apartheid, racism, child slavery, the Sandinista movement, the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, environmentalism, endangered species, pollution, and water issues. They had created a need for a body of artistic work that said something about our world, responded to its urgencies, and imagined something different in the place of war and hunger and violence. What the Syracuse cultural workers wanted for themselves was to create work that was as inspiring to them as it was to the world. They wanted work that engaged their whole beings, that served them as it served others, and that filled a need that was not being met. And 24 years later, they are still at it, only now in their own building and with a full-time staff of 16 cultural workers. At their weekly meetings before every agenda review, they take time for personal sharing so that everyone has a chance to be heard, to acknowledge any difficulties, to show up in their entirety and know they are being seen. As important to them as the production of artwork is the creation of a community that feels like home. Syracuse Culture Workers has a policy where the highest salary cannot be more than 2 times the amount of the lowest salary, and they pay 100% of every employee's health premiums. Contrast this with the current CEO-worker pay gap of 458 to 1. What is it in our collective consciousness that allows an executive to earn so much more than the employees of a company? It would take the pay of 7,075 average American workers to match the pay of Yahoo's CEO, writes Sklar. And the CEO of the nation's leading insurer, United Health Group, made enough to cover the average health premiums of nearly 34,000 people. Adjusting for inflation, American workers earned 11% less than they made in 1973, though their productivity rose 78% in the same time period. Facts like these are grist for the creative mill. They are signs of our national waywardness, invitations for a kind of leadership that addresses the unacceptable inequities that abound in our culture and establishes a pathway to a higher level ground. The art of original thinking calls for equal portions of humility and courage, introspection and outward action, self-awareness and self-transcendence. It is an art whose form is openness and whose function is service. Original thinking takes us back to our common roots and forward to our common needs and rights and responsibility to each other as citizens of a great nation and planet. It is not the task of thought leaders to know the answers, but to articulate the questions we face as a people and to call us together to create our solutions. Thought leaders do not think in terms of me and mine. They think in terms of we and ours. They do not think outside the box. They live outside the box. No matter what their address, they think of themselves as global citizens, responsible to the earth, responsible to the human family, and aware that their well-being is tied to the well-being of others. They are balanced and in tune with their own inner life, and they are awake to the immense possibilities that erupt when the inner lives and imaginations of their colleagues are fully engaged. People today are looking for meaning, for work that matters, for ways to be of use. We want our hearts to be engaged as much as our minds and hands, and this happens through relationships, in creative communities where the questions about what to produce and how to produce it are influenced by the deeper questions of what is needed and who needs it. It doesn't matter if you're the CEO of a multinational corporation, an inner-city teacher, a religious leader, or a traveling salesperson. You take in the world every day through your 5 senses, and it is telling you something. You are hearing the needs of your community, your family, and your world on a daily basis. And the meaning you are searching for in your life is directly related to your response to these needs. We are not being naive when we ask ourselves, what is life asking of us today? What do we have to contribute? How can we make this offering in a way that sustains us as it enlivens others? We are not being liberal or conservative. We are opening ourselves to the greatest imaginative challenge, increasing our chances of success exponentially by matching our gifts with the needs of the world. This is the work that inspires greatness, engages the soul, and transforms the workplace from a labor camp to a laboratory of human possibility. Someone once said that we are not hungry for what we are not getting. We are hungry for what we are not giving. Reframing our questions around what is needed offers us a smorgasbord of ideas to feast on. When it comes to uplifting the poor, it turns out that businesses, with their drive for efficiency and cost effectiveness, often do a better job of bringing the underprivileged into the world economy than the slow-moving bureaucracies of government and international aid programs. Many corporations are finding win-win solutions as they retool their imaginations in an effort to market their goods and services to the 4 billion poorest people on earth. In an article in Ode magazine, senior economist C.K. Prahalad and World Resources Institute Vice President Alan Hammond suggest that turning the poor into customers and consumers is a far more effective way of reducing poverty. Helping the poor to participate in the global market is a way of offering them choices they never had. Teaching people how to fish is much more effective than handing out halibut. And while perpetuating a culture of consumerism is not the goal, there are thousands of ways to build relationships with the poor that are rewarding, politically, psychologically, and economically, for everyone involved. Another innovation that came about as a result of inquiring into a community's needs happened at Hindustan Lever, an Indian subsidiary at Unilever. The managers there were used to serving wealthy urban citizens and never thought of marketing to the poor. A competitor came up with the idea of selling laundry detergent in single-use packages that the poor could afford, and they were a huge success. In response, Hindustan Lever came up with a new brand of detergent that was modified to work well in rivers and public water sources, where the poor most often do their laundry. They also devised a new distribution system to sell this product and created a host of new jobs in poorer rural areas. Both manufacturers currently have nearly 40% of the market. In Thailand, when Information and Communications Technology Minister wanted to extend the benefits of technology to the poor, he challenged the Thai computer industry to come up with a $260 personal computer and laptop. In exchange, he guaranteed a market of 500,000 computers. The Thai company could meet the price, but they would have to forego the expensive Microsoft operating system and go with the open-source Linux system instead. When Microsoft heard this, they agreed to cut their price to $38 in Thailand, so the computers were produced, some with Windows and most with Linux. Projected first sales are for 1 million machines. These are the kinds of alliances that can emerge when we change our questions from what can we gain to what can we give. Businesses have always been on the cutting edge of creative innovation, and finding ways of bridging their bottom-line concerns with the basic needs of the poor opens up whole new avenues for win-win solutions. Research shows that poor households spend most of their income on housing, food, health care, education, finance charges, communications, and consumer goods. The market for goods and services among families with an annual income of $6,000 or less is enormous, as is the opportunity to create empowering partnerships that lead to dignified and well-paid work, improved health care, and educational opportunities for the whole community. Prahalad and Hammond submit these statistics in their article. The 18 largest emerging and transitional countries include 680 million poor households with a total income of $1.7 trillion. Brazil's poorest citizens alone comprise nearly 25 million households with a total annual income of $73 billion. India has 171 million poor households with a combined $378 billion in income. China's poor account for 286 million households with a combined annual income of $691 billion. There is a tremendous opportunity here for commercial enterprises that balance commerce with compassion, that reframe the poor from a category of charity to a category of collaborator, and that imagine new ways of working with and in these communities so that everyone benefits. This is another countercultural idea, but it is being proven again and again, and people are catching on because we are evolving. We are becoming conscious enough to see that our own well-being is tied to the well-being of others. We are learning not from religion or education or culture, but from the intimacy of our own experience, that giving is receiving. The phrase, "what goes around comes around," is as clear as it gets. Or, as the poet Rumi says, the rule that covers everything is, how you are with others, expect that back. The very same generosity that we extend to the world is the generosity that returns to us, materially, emotionally, physically, and spiritually. And we are each learning this at our own pace. In New Traditions in Business, Ken Blanchard wrote about a study done by the Ethics Resource Center in Washington that examined 21 companies with a written code of principles stating that serving the public was central to their being. As it turns out, if you had invested $30,000 in a composite of the Dow Jones 30 years ago, it would be worth $134,000 today. Whereas, if you had invested the same amount in those 21 companies, it would be worth $1,021,861, almost 9 times as much. Serving the public is serving ourselves. I had a friend who was a founder and president of a steel company in the Northeast. He was quite a philosopher and a man of many opinions. When I asked him how he came to his decisions, how he deliberated in his political choices, he said, "Before I vote for something or make a decision, I always ask myself, is it good for the Jews? Is it good for the blacks? Is it good for the poor? And if it is, then I know it's good. It's got my vote." He was clear on his standards, clear about his connection to others, and clear that his choices had everything to do with the lives of others. This was a conversation of consequence. He revealed something important about his values and his process of discernment. And doing that, he helped me to clarify my own values. He never said his path was right for anyone else, or that those were the questions we should all be asking ourselves. But he dared to say, from his standpoint, that those were the considerations that were important to him. As thought leaders, our job is to have this kind of clarity about our own thinking processes, to be able to say to ourselves at the very least, these are the values that guide me, this is my personal bottom line, this is the impact I am making with my life. It's important for us to come to terms with what we are doing with our time and energy, with who is benefiting, and with the consequence of our existence. For these are the questions life asks of us. These are the questions that help us redirect if we have gone off track, refocus if we have glazed over and happened into someone else's creation instead of our own. There is nothing complex about these questions. They do not call for genius, but rather for the ability to imagine the wake we are leaving in our path. As a result of you being here, who is being served? Who feels more capable, more confident because of your presence in their lives? What difference are you making? Where are you casting your light? What joy is being created out of your service? What deep desire do you have for your life? And what can we do with generosity as original thinkers, as thought leaders, as instigators of compassionate action? We can take a few minutes to reframe our world. We can look at it through eyes conscious of our connectedness and with our hearts open to its pain and the possibility of change. We can sit for a moment and bear witness to the fact that nearly 3 million people are trying to survive each day on what we spend for a cup of cappuccino. We can imagine that one of the 11 million children who die annually from preventable diseases is our child, and that the daily toll of these 30,000 deaths is equivalent to 60 jumbo jets filled to capacity crashing every day. We can imagine that one of the 6,000 people dying today from HIV and AIDS could be our brother, or that one of the 15 million children orphaned by this disease is our grandchild. We can imagine that our mother is among the 40% of the world's population who live without proper sanitation. If we can sit with these facts for a little while, perhaps we can make some sense of the puzzle. It may just need a little time, combined with the right amount of courage and humility, for the answers to begin surfacing through the minds of ordinary people who love deeply and hear a call to justice. The creative process is a process of putting the pieces together. These are the pieces of our world, waiting for you and me to hold them in our hands, press them to our hearts, and fit them together like a work of art, a mosaic, a family at last. Chapter 6. From Truth to Transformation, starting with ourselves. What makes a thought leader a thought leader? It is the ability to speak with enough passion and credibility about something to influence another's feelings, assessments, and actions. Thought leaders inspire change, personal change, social change, cellular and systemic change. They are not redirecting traffic on the old thoroughfares, but building superhighways of communication that transport people to destinations of heightened awareness, broadened perspectives, and a truer, deeper sense of their place and purpose in life. Thought leaders are modern-day prophets who speak with the authority of embodied wisdom. What they know is in their flesh and bones, harvested from the experiences of their daily lives. They have learned to pay attention, to mine conflicts for the jewels they offer, to embrace the darkness with the dawn, the tragedies with the triumphs. Thought leaders walk heart first into every challenge, knowing that it is their energy, as much as their words and thoughts, which touches the other and clears the way for communion and clarity. What makes us real to each other, important and useful to each other, is our ability to share the essence of who we are, what we have felt, what we have learned. The greatest gift we have is the gift of our story, and the greatest stories we can tell are those that contain the seeds of our own learning. These are the stories that engage the listeners, that reward and honor their time and attentiveness with a gift of insight, an illuminating point, an aha that opens them to further trust and continued courage. Every one of us, every moment of our lives, is engaged in the unfolding of a human drama. We have come here to learn things, and we draw toward us people and events that lead us into that learning. This is our creation. It is not a neat, pain-free, mindless phenomenon, given our complexities and idiosyncrasies, but an intriguing and compelling play that we write, direct, star in, and review every day. I once started out in my Honda Civic on a cross-country trip through the small towns of America. I was a young photojournalist intent on interviewing ordinary people about their social and spiritual values. I left from upstate New York and headed south, excited and afraid at the same time. I drove right through Pennsylvania, lacking the courage to talk to anyone. My great idea didn't feel so great anymore. I had a yellow legal pad on the passenger seat and kept adding questions I wanted to ask people. And while my list grew longer, I grew shorter on confidence by the day. Finally, I drove into a Waffle House parking lot in Virginia and pumped myself up. I would walk into the restaurant and look around. If someone made eye contact with me, I'd simply ask if I could interview them. I took along a copy of my book, Making Peace, One Woman's Journey Around the World, for the sake of credibility, and of course my yellow legal pad with all the questions. One man in the back caught my eye when I came through the door. He was wearing a denim jacket and a Playboy baseball cap, and he was the only one in the place making eye contact with me. So I approached him, said what I was doing, showed him my book, and asked if he had a few minutes. Yes, he said, so I sat down. When I pulled out my pad of questions and focused in on the first one, I looked right into his eyes and asked, "Where did you get your values?" He stared right back at me with a deep, vacuous look, and after several long moments, said with a very southern two-syllable drawl, "What?" I panicked for a second and then heard a little voice in my own head whisper, "Go first." Realizing I could be helpful by giving an example, I went first and told the story of how my mother always told me, when I passed a person on the street, to look that person right in the eyes, give them a big smile, and say hi as friendly as I could. I told him it was difficult at first, since I was young and very shy, but then it got easier, and now I do it all the time because it's just part of me. So being friendly is one of my values, I said, and I got it from my mom. He kept nodding his head and chewing on his toothpick until he finally asked, "Is it like this? When I was little and my daddy used to whoop me when he'd get a drinkin', I'd go out on the back porch wanting to cry. My granddaddy would be there. He'd look at me and say, 'Son, looks like you got some big feelings going on there. Why don't you go get yourself a pad of paper and go under that old oak tree down there and write yourself a poem or two? That'll help you with them big feelings.' So I did. I wrote a lot of poems. I still do when I need to work out my feelings. So I'd say I'm a poet. You want to hear one?" He recited a poem by heart and then wrote it down in my journal. And we sat in that plastic booth for another hour and a half while he told stories he had never told to another person. About his own anger, his big dreams, his pickup truck and double wide, his drinking problem, his fear of being in love and messing it up like his dad. And every story he told me illuminated my own darkness, taught me something I never knew, and opened my heart to bigger love and deeper courage. He found parts of himself that had been long lost simply because I was there to hear and receive them. And the same was true for me. When we left that restaurant, we were two different people from the ones who had walked in, alone and afraid. What I learned that day was the importance of going first. I didn't know all those years ago that the word leadership comes from an old English word meaning go first. It came like a whisper from the muse, a nudging that caused me to open and share in such a way that the other knew it was safe for him as well. My story was a gift to him. It was a tale of the passing on of values, wrapped in a few paragraphs, a little history, and some visual images. And yet it was powerful enough to evoke his own history, his own creative wisdom, and the courage to speak of his fear and dark nights. And from that intimacy and vulnerability grew a new story, a universal story, the story of going first. I now know from that one experience that I can be the cause of a profound conversation if I dare to go first, if I share something personal and meaningful, if I ask of another a question that matters, and listen like our lives depend on the answer. Since I value such conversations and rely on them for my joy and sanity, I've been practicing this for many years now, learning more from others' lives than I could from any book. And it's because of that energy exchange that a vitality rises up when two people open the pages of their hearts, share their wonderings, and find their commonness. Just like poetry, music, films, and plays, stories transmit an energy. They cause a movement in the synapses of the brain, the sinews of the body, the molecules of emotion. They can shed light, heal the spirit, provoke thought, evoke action. They are the tools of transformation, available to every one of us. For what is our life but a series of stories waiting to be lived, mined, shaped into form, and shared with others? This is how we repair the world. It is not facts and formulas, but the simple refining and telling of our stories that will spark a rethinking in the minds of others. For the hunger in this information age is not for more information, but for the fire and light of stories that reveal us to ourselves. Chapter 7. Asking the Right Questions. When I was in elementary school, I learned to attach importance to things based on one's willingness to die for them. The whole idea of heroes usually involved a sacrifice of someone's life. Being willing to die for your country was the essence of patriotism. And as a young Catholic child, the chance to be a martyr for my faith was something I could only hope and pray for. I have an 80-year-old uncle who still brings up World War II every time I see him, because it was in the throes of that experience that he found his meaning. Whatever else he has done with his life, owning his own business, fathering 8 children, giving blood to the Red Cross at every opportunity, showing up at the funeral of everyone he knows in his small upstate New York town, these, in his mind, pale in comparison to the great heroism he experienced as a paratrooper in the Philippines. What he was willing to die for has colored his conversations for 60 years. We have learned to associate courage with risk and with the question, what are you willing to die for? But what if we ask, what are you willing to live for? If we determine for ourselves exactly what we choose to give our lives to, where we will direct our energy, what crises we'll work to ameliorate or prevent, then we set ourselves on a trajectory that takes mountainous courage to sustain. We need to refuel constantly to stay the course, to avoid obstacles, to overcome resistance from ourselves and others. When I was working as a freelance photojournalist, I attended a workshop given by a panel of photo editors from several mainstream magazines. There were 400 photographers in the room, and we were all trying to figure out how to get our photographs into their magazines. After the editors talked about their publications and what they were looking for, it was time for questions from the audience. I started to ask my question, which I thought was fairly astute, but I could tell from their body language that we didn't share the same opinion. I continued on, asking what the protocol would be if I was both writing the article and shooting the photographs for illustration. Should I send the query letter to the article's editor or the photo editor, I asked. I could tell by the rolling of their eyes that they were disgusted for some reason, but didn't know why until one editor said to me with a hint of disdain, "Look, honey, you can't be a photographer and a writer. You have to choose one or the other. And if you choose to photograph, you have to decide what you're going to photograph. We have our dog photographers, our cat photographers, our architectural photographers, our car photographers, our fashion photographers. You have to pick one and stick with it, or you'll never be taken seriously." The other panel members nodded their heads in agreement. I felt like the country bumpkin in the palace. It was a humiliating moment, and I slid out the side door as fast as I could. "Let's see," I asked myself, walking down the long corridor of the Jacob Javits Center. "What should I photograph? Dogs, cats, houses, cars?" I didn't get too far down the hallway before realizing my mistake. I was trying to fit into their rules. In order to become a photographer of one thing, I would have to give up what I was living for, which was photographing people and events and places and animals and everything I saw that gave me pause. I was living to see it all and capture as much as I could through my lens. Even though I already had one book of photographs and stories published by a prominent press, because of the photo editor's comments, I questioned myself immediately. They must know better, I thought. They're the decision makers. But by the time I reached the exit door, I had reached my conclusion. Their box was too small for me, and their rules way too confining. What if someone had said to Michelangelo, "Look, buddy, you have to make a choice between painting and sculpting. You can't do both." We'd have the Sistine Chapel or David, but not both. Instead of encouraging me to expand my vision, these experts wanted me to narrow it. The question was, what was I willing to give up? Whereas it should have been, what was I willing to give? I felt throttled and stifled in response to their question. The upshot was that I abandoned the freelance profession and went on to create work that was true to myself and worth living for. As thought leaders, it is our business to be asking questions of ourselves as well as others that help us all redefine what we are living for and why. The generation that is stepping up to leadership is a generation looking for curricula and challenges that have an impact, that engage the whole of their fertile imaginations in bridging the gaps we have failed to bridge thus far in our shaping of a culture. When Mahatma Gandhi was asked what he thought of Western civilization, his response was, "I think it would be a very good idea." In the wake of Hurricane Katrina, what's surfacing from the muddy waters is a clear awareness of our national and cultural shortcomings. Our conversations about morality have detoured into the realm of private and personal choice, while we neglect the most basic moral questions confronting us. How can we use our immense resources to balance the inequities in our own nation? What has to happen to feed the 12.9 million American children going hungry every day, to secure health care for every citizen, and to create affordable housing for the working poor and the 35.9 million people living below the poverty line in America? What we're in need of is thought leadership that leads people in two directions. First, into their own deep recesses where they can access their feelings, their desires, their most basic human instincts, and identify what it is they are truly called to. This is a leadership of creativity and imagination that frees people from their social conditioning, familial expectations, religious and cultural programming long enough to enable their unique originality to surface. It is a process of self-definition, a washing away of all that is not authentic, a clarifying of one's essence. The questions are personal. What activities bring you joy and peace? To what do you aspire? What do you perceive as obstacles to your success? What inspires you? If you could imagine yourself capable of fixing one broken thing or creating one thing that doesn't yet exist, what would it be? When you were a child, what did you want to be when you grew up? What did you imagine that profession would give you? What would have to happen for you to have that now? Any deep inquiry into the self will lead to a heightened sense of our own interconnectedness and interdependence on each other. Who we are, in essence, is revealed to us through our interactions. What we value is revealed to us through our relationships with others. What gifts we have, what talents and abilities we possess, only become real when they are enacted in community. The very meaning of our lives only becomes apparent to us in our service to others. Given this, our next questions are directed outwardly. They pertain to the ways we manifest the gifts we discovered in our self-inquiry. They are questions that help us determine what to make of our talents. As an individual, how can I do what I love while being of use to others? As an organizational leader, how can I create a forum that calls forth the ingenuity of individuals and assists them in applying that toward communal solutions? As a business leader, how can I deliver profits to the shareholders while rewarding fairly all those who made those profits possible? As an educator, how can I make learning relevant and engage the students in real-life problem solving? 10 years ago, in a Subaru factory in Indiana, a few individuals decided to work together to reduce the impact their plant was making on the environment. Within 10 years, they became the first auto manufacturer to reach zero landfill status. They recycle everything that comes into their plant, and as a result, use less electricity while increasing productivity. This did not happen because a CEO had a bright idea and decided to enforce it. It happened because a few conscientious employees decided to take responsibility for doing the right thing. One organization that is inspiring its members to become active co-creators is the World Future Society, a nonpartisan, nonprofit, educational and scientific association with 30,000 members in over 80 countries and chapters in a number of cities. One partnership they've developed is with Global SchoolNet, a network of more than 90,000 online educators in 194 countries dedicated to helping young people become literate and responsible global citizens. In partnership with the World Future Society, Global SchoolNet sponsors an annual web-based cyber fair, which engages students from 582 schools in 109 countries in preparing for the future by thinking about their own future plans, the conditions that will affect the future of their community, and future issues of global importance. Now, in its 10th year, the contest has involved more than 1 million students from 4,500 schools and is the longest-running international cyber event for schools. Both World Future Society and Global SchoolNet inspire innovation among their members and are architects of programs that extend the reach of their creativity into the community at large. What makes them both so exemplary is their ability to partner with organizations, schools, universities, communities, and businesses to bring about the changes they want to see in the world. In the business arena, one retailer that stands out as a leader in conscious commerce is the natural and organic food supermarket, Whole Foods Market, Incorporated. They first opened in Texas in 1980, when there were less than half a dozen natural food supermarkets in the United States, and have since become a Fortune 500 company, and have appeared on Fortune magazine's 100 Best Companies to Work For list for 8 consecutive years. The company currently has 171 stores in the United States, Canada, and the United Kingdom. A group of 60 employees, known as team members, drafted a declaration of interdependence that sits on their website and helps to explain their phenomenal success. Some of the notable characteristics at Whole Foods include: staff are all stockholders in the company. The stores show their commitment to their local communities by supporting food banks, sponsoring neighborhood events, and compensating their team members for community service work. No one makes more than 14 times the average salary, and they donate 5% of their after-tax profits to not-for-profit organizations. They have created an animal compassion foundation to provide education and research services to ranchers and meat producers around the world who want to remain economically viable while maintaining standards of excellence for animal welfare. To do this, they are partnering with animal welfare advocacy groups and the farmers and ranchers they do business with. They have also established a Whole Planet Foundation, which is partnering with Earth University in Costa Rica, a university in Guatemala, the Grameen Trust of Bangladesh, to conduct a microloan program to help women in these areas develop their own micro-enterprises. Whole Foods is concentrating its efforts in the regions where it purchases pineapples, bananas, and coffee, and their goal is to assist up to 8,500 women in their efforts to become self-supporting entrepreneurs. They are beginning with an initial $2 million investment in 2005, but will continue to support the projects through the Global 5% Day, allocating 5% of all global sales on a designated day to microcredit loans. In a recent interview for What is Enlightenment magazine, co-president Walter Robb attributed Whole Foods' success to their principle-driven culture. They see themselves as co-creators of the future, and their business decisions are made with that in mind. They do not sell sea bass anymore because it is not being fished in a sustainable way. And they discontinued tilapia when they found out hormones were being used in the production of the fish. Says Robb, "We are not retailers who have a mission. We are missionaries who retail. At the very heart and soul of Whole Foods is the mission. We're here to make a real difference in people's health and well-being, in the health and well-being of the planet, and in creating a workplace based on love and respect. So we put our customers and team members before our shareholders, And if you compare our performance to other publicly traded food companies, it's superior. $1,000 invested in Whole Foods at the beginning in 1992 would be worth well over $30,000 now. Since we've been public, we've delivered a 25% compounded annual growth rate. Our return on invested capital is north of 35%. Those are some of the strongest numbers in the history of food retailing. Original thinking in the world of education is leading to some global-wide innovations that are as heart-touching as they are eye-opening. Curtis de Burgh, an accounting professor at California State University at Chico, is founder and director of Students for the Advancement of Global Entrepreneurship, called SAGE, an international network linking university students from several countries to high school students and business leaders in their communities. De Burgh's mission was to create an infrastructure rooted in both problem-based learning and community service learning that matched high school students with international college mentors and local business advisors. With the help of these mentors, the students complete projects related to entrepreneurship, community service, teaching others, civic engagement in a democracy, and environmental awareness. According to de Burgh, poverty is more often the expression of low productivity than lack of resources. Through the SAGE network, high school students are learning how to galvanize their creative energies and design entrepreneurial projects that are profitable and socially relevant. Students involved in the SAGE program come together annually for a World Cup competition, and each team has 15 minutes to make their presentation in English before more than 30 judges from academia, nonprofit organizations, and the business sector. The 2005 competition took place in San Mateo, California, and included student teams from 8 countries: the United States, Poland, Ghana, South Africa, Russian, Tajikistan, China, and Ukraine. With a sophisticated and audiovisual display as background to their presentation, the Ukraine high schoolers were judged the best. Among their award-winning projects were the publication of a 4-color magazine and the creation and management of a popular new music group in their home city of Odessa. There are exemplary programs in K-12 schools across the country, and one organization that is helping to spread the word about its practices that work is the George Lucas Educational Foundation, GLEF. Disenchanted with what school had to offer him as a child, the filmmaker Lucas asked himself what he could do to improve creativity in today's schools, and his foundation was the inspired answer. GLEF has 30 full-time employees, a $4 million annual budget, and headquarters on the founder's Skywalker Ranch in the Marin County Hills. It publishes Edutopia, a new magazine for a new world of learning, a monthly must-read for teachers that celebrates the renaissance of originality that is changing the face of American education. Lucas's goal is to document and disseminate information about effective, creative programs in K-12 schools to help these ideas spread nationwide. GLEF supports projects in both public and private schools, distributes an email newsletter, and maintains an extensive website that contains all of the multimedia content they have published since 1997. They provide free, downloadable teaching modules that were developed by education faculty and professional developers that can be used in the classroom, in workshops, or meetings. Detailed articles, research summaries, and links to hundreds of relevant websites, books, organizations, and publications are also available to help schools and communities build on successes in education. They have a robust collection of short online documentaries on classroom innovations that allow visitors to visualize what these innovations look like, as well as a multimedia compilation of success stories in our nation's schools. The GLEF staff has also developed multimedia programs of interest to educators, community leaders, and policymakers interested in gaining deeper insights into community partnerships with business and nonprofits, curricula integrating technology and real-world projects, and new approaches to assessing student learning. The journey for all conscious citizens is a twofold journey: the inward odyssey, which is private, personal, spiritual, whereby we encounter the nature of our desires, the elements of our morality, the raw materials of our meaning. This is where we burrow into the caverns of our own souls and ask ourselves who we are, what we care deeply about, what gifts we have to share, what light is ours to shine. This is where we honor our individuality, claim our unique talents, and come to terms with our power to create. It is through this process that we develop our ability to author our own lives, unearth our hidden strengths, and honor our true calling. What is the call that is beckoning you? What is the legacy you will be leaving behind? Chapter 8. Between Chaos and Certainty, Dwelling in the Mystery. The commander of the occupation troops said to the mayor of the mountain village, "We know you are hiding a traitor. Turn him over to us, or we will harass you and your people by every means in our power." The village was, in fact, hiding a man who seemed kind and innocent and was loved by all. But what could the mayor do now that the welfare of the village was at stake? The village council spent days discussing and arguing about what to do, but they could not agree on anything. So the mayor went to the village priest. They spent the whole night searching through scriptures, trying to decide what to do. Finally, they came to a text that said, "It is better that one man die to save the nation." So the mayor handed over the innocent man, and all night long the village was haunted by his cries as he was tortured and put to death. Many years later, a prophet came to the village and asked the mayor, "How could you have done this? That man was sent to save this country, and you handed him over to be killed. What possessed you to do such a thing?" "Where did I go wrong?" pleaded the mayor. "The priest and I looked at the scriptures and did what they commanded." "That's where you went wrong," said the prophet. "You looked at the scriptures. You should have looked into his eyes." The mayor and the priest spent the whole night searching through the scriptures, trying to decide what to do. Had they looked as well into their own hearts, or spoken with the man who was being hidden away, or polled the entire community, they may have reached a wiser conclusion. Instead, they relied on texts that in the end led them astray. In the face of a great challenge, they did not know how to, or perhaps even why to, summon forth a deeper wisdom, having learned to rely on their scriptures for the answers they sought. But it was their failure to do this that resulted in the tragedy. The mysteries we face today are equally challenging. The welfare of villages around the world is at stake, and no amount of wealth or weaponry can defend against the terrorism that is loose in the world. A deeper wisdom is called for now, and as a collective body, we contain it. No leader knows the answer. No individual knows the answer. No sacred text holds the answer. We, as a body of global citizens, contain the blueprint for a peaceful future. As Ken Wilber says, we are all right, only partly so. The wisdom of humanity is dispersed among its members, and the real leaders are those who can evoke that wisdom, summon the members to find their voices, and create a forum for them to be heard. In his fascinating book, The Wisdom of Crowds, James Surowiecki, the New Yorker magazine business columnist, makes the case that large groups of people are smarter than an elite few, no matter how bright those few may be. Groups are often smarter than the smartest people in them, and they do not need to be dominated by exceptionally intelligent people in order to be smart. Even if most people within the group are not especially well-informed or rational, it can still reach a collectively wise decision. Surowiecki cites the work of Scott Page, a political scientist at the University of Michigan, whose experiments with computer-simulated problem-solving agents revealed some interesting findings. Page set up groups of 10 to 20 agents, each endowed with a different set of skills, and had them solve a sophisticated problem. Individually, some did well at solving the problem, and some were less effective. What Page found was that a group made up of some smart agents and some not-so-smart agents almost always did better than a group made up just of smart agents. Adding in a few people who know less but have different skills actually improves the group's performance. Surowiecki asserts that bringing new members into the organization, even if they are less experienced or capable, actually makes the group smarter simply because what little the new members do know is not redundant with what everyone else knows. Diversity works. Today's internet is making it possible to get feedback from everywhere at warp speed. Television shows like Dancing with the Stars and American Idol are hearing from voters across the globe and trusting in the wisdom of the crowds to determine their winners. Even NASA engaged in a recent online experiment to see if the collective judgment of ordinary people might be helpful in finding and classifying craters on Mars. They called the experiment Click Workers, and anyone who wanted to could visit the site, go through a brief training session, and then register their ideas with a click of a mouse. As it turns out, the collective judgment of the group was virtually indistinguishable from that of a geologist with years of experience in identifying Mars craters. While the priest and the mayor were stymied in the face of an awful decision, had they polled the villagers for a collective idea, most likely they would have arrived at a more inspiring solution. But they were not original thinkers. Perceiving themselves as the leaders, it did not occur to them to look beyond themselves and the village council for answers, especially to the common villagers. When they had exhausted their own mental resources, they turned only to their scriptures. They never turned to the man who seemed kind and innocent and was loved by all. They resisted the complexities of human emotion, the challenge of engaging the entire community. A literal answer from the sacred text was the easy way out. Look, it says it right here. It must be right. It's our sacred scripture. And this was the fatal flaw. They stopped there. Answering the questions that are besieging us now calls for a plunging of our whole beings into the dilemmas presented in every morning newspaper. Relying solely on sacred text is an invitation for chaos and polarization. There will always be those who want to turn the other cheek, and those who want an eye for an eye, and each will be right according to their choice. Fear is in the air now because each side is building a formidable case for its rightness, and the energy that might be spent on solving the problems is going into proving the other side wrong. The butterfly will never get off the ground if the right wing is at war with the left wing. The answers that we are seeking lie between right and left, and the only way to access them is to move toward the other, to repair the opposites. But one look at our culture, from our religions to our media to our politics, reveals a history of opposition, a divide and conquer disposition. We have exported American culture to nearly every country in the world, and people are getting a look at affluence. They wonder why they have to struggle so hard when Americans have it so easy, or so it seems. And there's the big mystery. Why is the gap so huge? Why do we allow such disparity in the distribution of wealth? What do we say to people who are starving in our own country as well as abroad? The internet and the media are the nervous system of the global body, and our synapses are more connected now than ever before. Years ago, we had to rely on National Geographic for pictures of our brothers and sisters from far away, but now we see them every day on CNN. I have passed by bamboo huts in the middle of a rice field outside Bangkok and seen the flickering blue light of a television screen. We see them, they see us. Our glimpses into each other's lives are giving shape to the greatest questions of our times, and we will not find our answers in books or facts or science or religion or anything that has been constructed by minds from another age. The problems we face can only be solved when we stop looking behind us for answers and begin looking within and around us. Our insights will come from communion and convergence, and this must happen both within ourselves and in our relationships with others. Because of the nature of our political system and the tendency of the media to emphasize our polarities, we as a country have become terribly divided. More walls are being built every day between the left and the right, at a time when we need to be building bridges and making new meanings from the mysteries of these times. Our challenge is to awaken as individuals from whatever trance we're in and do what we need to reclaim our power, our voice, our culture. It is time now to repattern our thought processes and disavow all notions of our powerlessness as individuals. It is the thoughts and actions of individuals that have created the world we experience today, and it will be the thoughts and actions of individuals that create the world we will live in tomorrow. A prerequisite for original thinking is the ability to dwell in mystery. to be comfortable in that space between the dissolution of old ideas and the emergence of the new. We need to be courageous and humble enough to suspend our beliefs long enough to incorporate, to bring into ourselves the beliefs of others that differ from ours, for it is the blending of these two that causes the combustion of original thought. As Leonard Shlain reminds us in Art and Physics, opposites are not always contradictions. Rather, they may be complementary aspects of a higher truth. Dissolving our mental barriers to opposing ideas is a heroic act. All our conditioning is against it. We are programmed to believe certain things and to defend those beliefs, but there is no absolute truth to defend. We have magazines that cater to the left and magazines that cater to the right, and both are busy proving the other side wrong. Facts are manipulated to serve the purposes of different constituencies, from the relevance of global warming to the needs of hungry children. Just as we can find opposing arguments in our sacred texts, so can we find opposing ideas in the scientific, economic, and political arenas, all based on the same facts. There is no right or wrong on the level of the absolute. There is only the continual evolution of ideas. And if we want to participate in this evolution, become an agent in shaping it, then we have to become the vessel in which the opposites fuse and transmute into a higher form. Just as it takes centuries of heat and pressure to transform carbon minerals into precious diamonds, so are we refined in the friction and fray of human discourse. Years ago, when I was making a cross-country trip, interviewing small-town folks about their values, I made my way to the homestead of a friend's mother in Kentucky. Her name was Babe. She was 72 and lived with her brother Arthur, who was 88. When I drove up the long driveway, Babe was sitting on the porch rocking in her rattan rocker. She waved me up, fetched me a glass of lemonade, and regaled me with tales for the next few hours. When we went into the house, Babe showed me around, saying, "This is Arthur's room," at the entrance to the living room. Arthur was out somewhere, so I hadn't met him. But as soon as I saw all the literature on his coffee table, I knew all I needed to know. This man was an ultra-conservative, militaristic, fundamentalist, and I didn't want to have anything to do with him. In fact, I was glad he was gone. Halfway through supper with Babe, in walked Arthur, big as life and gruff as a bear. Babe babbled on about how I was an author, writing this big article on values, and how he ought to talk to me. I nearly choked on my okra. The last thing I wanted to do was talk to Arthur. But he told me to meet him on the porch at 8 o'clock the next morning, and he'd tell me whatever I needed to know. Bright and early the next morning, I ventured out to the porch with my notebook and pen. Arthur was already there, with an old gray golfer's cap on his head and a hand-carved cane in tow. "Come on," he barked, setting off across the lawn. "Get a move on." "I thought I was going to interview you," I said. "Can't you walk and talk? Hurry up. Time's a-wasting." Leaving my notebook in the chair, I took off after Arthur, agitated already. He started talking about the lumber business he used to own, what kind of trees were on the property, how he knew the land like the back of his hand. Then he stopped in his tracks and pointed at a tree with his cane. "Look over there at that walnut tree," he said. "Can you tell me how in the world that tree spits out those walnuts that are so hard I can't crack 'em with my hands? Even them squirrels have to crack 'em on a rock just to get 'em open. What power's loose in the world that can make that happen year after year?" We walked a bit further, then he stopped again, pointing his cane at the nearby garden. "Look over there at those rows of corn. Why, I just planted those seeds a while ago, and now look, row after row of perfect stalks with the silkiest golden tassels you ever did see. And do you know what you're going to find when you pull off those tassels and husk those ears? You're going to find row after row of golden kernels, all lined up just as perfect as can be. You tell me, girl, what power's loose in the world that can make that happen?" I was amazed. This was a man who I'd taken for my opposite. A man I didn't want to talk to. A man I'd boxed into the category other and written off as a person to avoid. And now he was ushering me around his land, opening his heart, unfolding the details of his love affair with nature. We walked for 2 hours, through the woods, down to the creek, across the meadows, and all the while Arthur spoke of the birds, the flowers, the maples, the oaks, as if they were miracles of life going unnoticed. My listening was a vessel for his secrets, a temple for his sacred thoughts. My questions drew the light from his deepest places. My laughter met his gruffness and turned it into joy. We were yin and yang, Arthur and I, and on that 2-hour walk we fell in love. He insisted I stay a few more days, and every morning we'd walk the land as Arthur talked about the trees and nature, his personal beliefs, his troubled life. We had taken up emotional residence in each other's being, and it was no longer possible to think of him as other. Arthur had become my brother in spirit, my friend, and a mirror to myself. His opinions, different as they were from my own, were easier to understand, knowing their context and how they were formed. I had to think more broadly with Arthur in my life, and for this I'm grateful. Before I left, Arthur confessed to his lifelong dream of seeing the great sequoia trees out west. "I waited too long. It'll never happen now. But that's something I dreamed of since I was a boy," he said. "Arthur, it's not too late," I said. "You can still get there." "No, it's too late," he insisted. "My own damn fault. I just waited too long." After that, when I was on the road, I'd always look for postcards with pictures of trees. "Dear Arthur," I'd write, "it's not too late. There's still time. Get to the redwoods. Love, Jan." I must have sent him dozens of cards. Months went by, and I finally made it back to my home in Syracuse. When I collected my mail, what a surprise to find a postcard from Arthur, from the Sequoia National Forest. "Dear Jan, if it hadn't been for you, I'd never have made it. These trees make me cry like a baby. What power's loose in this world? I love you, Arthur." My relationship with Arthur lasted a few years until he died, and it taught me one of my biggest lessons, that there is a great advantage to exploring the minds of people whose opinions are different from mine. While there is a kind of friction as opposing thoughts rub against each other, there is also the potential for creative fire that comes with that friction. And as original thinkers, that's what we're after. Chapter 9, The Creative Enterprise. A few years ago, I was visiting my friend Ruby Lee in southern Kentucky. When Sunday morning rolled around, we climbed into her 1972 yellow Oldsmobile and headed off to the Baptist church. While we were waiting for the service to start, Ruby Lee leaned over and told me in a hushed voice to check out the women at the organ. "She's the minister's wife," she whispered, "but he's having an affair with that blonde woman in the second row of the choir. The wife's so mad she's spitting nails and she won't even look at him during the service anymore." Next thing I knew, the organist was hammering out the processional hymn, her face starched into a sour scowl. The blonde in the choir was radiant, singing her heart out and smiling adoringly at the minister as he took his place on the altar. The organist nibbled constantly at her bottom lip and avoided eye contact with anyone in the church. The balding, overweight minister swaggered to the pulpit like he owned the world. "Brothers and sisters," he bellowed as he raised his arms in a welcoming gesture to the crowd, "today we're here to speak of our enemies and to follow the Lord's call to love those enemies." I wasn't sure yet who or what he meant by the enemy, but he said the word with such vehemence it gave me a fright. I looked over at Ruby Lee to see what she made of this, and she was nodding her head in zealous approval. Ruby Lee was 72 years old. She had spent nearly every Sunday of her life in this church, and for her, it was business as usual. As the minister launched into his sermon, his deep voice rose to a fevered pitch, and his robe billowed like a mainsail when he flailed his arms. The organist by this time was clipping her fingernails, and the blonde was sitting on the edge of her choir chair, wrapped in devotion to the minister of her dreams. I tried to follow what he was saying, but every time he roared out the word enemy, I just cringed in the pew. After a while, it was all I heard. Enemy this, enemy that. It was hard for me to stay focused on the subject of enemies, since I'd spent my whole life trying not to have any. What I really wanted to do was go up to that pulpit and tell people to get past the whole idea of enemies, because it doesn't serve us anymore. But I stayed where I was, wondering if anyone considered me an enemy, just because of what I think. When we got into the car after the service, I told Ruby Lee what I was feeling. "Don't you think it's time to move beyond this enemy thing? Don't you think we have to get past what keeps us separate from each other and figure out what we have in common?" She threw her old into reverse and backed up right into the chain-link fence. "Girl, you sure got some crazy ideas up there. Let's go get lunch." We headed off to the local hospital for their Sunday brunch, but I couldn't get the minister off my mind. There he was with a captive audience and a chance to make a difference in people's lives. He had all the benefits of theater, with the music, the rituals, the stage of the holy altar. He took a reference from the Bible and created a performance piece on the theme of enemy. And each of us perceived it through our own filters. Had there been critics in the congregation, some would have panned him, others applauded. On some level, we are all creators whether we intend to be or not. As we perform our lives, there are always people watching us, listening for clues, looking for differences, assessing our actions, our words. We constantly create environments which others enter into and feel either nourished or negated. We create waves of energy that wash over people in our presence, waves that can lull and comfort or lash and damage. We create what our days and nights look like, what work we do, what beauty surrounds us. And on a daily basis, we create the attitude we bring to life and choose whether the door to our heart is open or closed. Like the preacher at the pulpit or the artist at her palette, we each create something for others to respond to, whether it is a sermon to ponder, a painting to look at, or something as intangible as a safe space to be in. And just like those churchgoers, we are taking in everyone else's performance, listening for clues about what to think. The minister's agenda was to inspire the congregation to think about enemies as he thought about enemies. My agenda, had I a chance at the pulpit, would have been to inspire people to think as I thought about enemies. Years later, another approach comes to mind. That would be to address the subject in such a way that people could see both sides. Then they would have to tap into their intuition, draw from their personal experience, and synthesize this with the two perspectives to come up with a new and original thought on the subject. They would not abdicate their power to the minister or to me. They would use our thoughts to stimulate their own, and leave church that day with new insights gained from the merging of our words and their experience. This is the alchemy of creativity, the process of original thinking. It takes place in the realm of the imaginal, the inner frontier, which is the last and most fertile frontier to explore. It is not our role to encourage people what to think, to convert people to our side, whether it is the right or the left. It is our role to become bridges between the two, to create a new thoroughfare for thinking that supersedes the binary and finds its strength in the whole. To come to our challenges like an artist calls for a great letting go. It demands of us the willingness to replace a vernacular of blame and criticism with a language of openness and kindness. It demands a spiritual depth and an emotional breadth that enables us to honor another as ourself. It demands that we embody compassion and speak like our words are the seeds of tomorrow. It takes more than a vision to make a visionary. It takes a rigorous discipline of thought management and a meticulous undoing of old habits. It requires the capacity to not simply withstand the tension of opposites, but to become the mechanism for their transformation, to contain and direct the power that is generated as they fuse and ignite. Just as a battery cable needs to be connected to the positive and negative poles to give it the power to recharge a dead battery, so it is with us. If we learn to bring the opposites together in our own lives, then we learn as well the alchemy of creation. We become practitioners in the art of generating power, authentic, unitive power, which is the medium of leadership itself. We're exposed to so many contradictions these days, it's hard to know where to turn for facts that are unadulterated by someone's spin. In researching for this book, I found that just when I had accumulated a substantial file of information in support of an idea, on another day I'd find a treasure chest of facts that supported its opposite. For 3 years, Enron was named one of the 100 best companies to work for in America. It received 6 environmental awards in 2000, 1 praise from environmentalists for environmental lobbying, and was a favorite on many social responsibility investment indices. Their corporate values emphasize communication, integrity, and respect. After Enron's fall, one of the hotter items on eBay was a 64-page paperback the elegantly written Enron Corporate Code of Ethics. Never been opened, according to the former employee who was selling it. On my desk now are 3 articles about Walmart. One announces that on one day in 2002, Walmart sales total exceeded the GNPs of 36 countries. It reports that a typical employee hourly wage is $8 and that half of Walmart's U.S. employees qualify for food stamps. Walmart employees compose the largest single group in the state of Washington's low-income health program. While more than 2/3 of the employees are women, less than 10% hold management positions. A Fortune magazine article reports on how Walmart flexed its massive distribution muscle to deliver supplies to victims of Hurricane Katrina. If the federal government would have responded as quickly as Walmart, we could have saved more lives, claimed Jefferson Parish Sheriff Harry Lee. Walmart trucks arrived with supplies and water days before the Red Cross and FEMA. The company set up a phone bank in Bentonville to take calls from displaced employees and eventually non-employees who needed assistance. They appealed to their army of truck drivers to haul food to the shelters in the flood zone. They gave bullets and holsters to local police and National Guardsmen. They gave $20 million in cash and supplies. Walmart was there when no one else was. Paul Krugman, op-ed columnist for the New York Times and winner of the John Bates Clark Medal for the best American economist under the age of 40, writes about George W. Bush and Harken Energy. He informs us that Mr. Bush acquired his position on the board of directors and audit committee when Harken paid $2 million for Spectrum 7, a tiny, money-losing energy company with large debts. Mr. Bush was CEO of Spectrum 7. Krugman writes, explaining what it was buying, Harken's founder said, his name is George Bush. Harken was also losing money, but in 1989 hid most of its losses with the profits it reported from selling a subsidiary, Aloha Petroleum, at a high price. As it turns out, Aloha was bought by a group of Harken insiders who got most of the money for the purchase by borrowing from Harken itself. Eventually, the Securities and Exchange Commission ruled that this was a phony transaction and forced the company to restate its 1989 earnings. Only a few weeks before bad news that could not be concealed caused Harken's shares to tumble, Mr. Bush sold off 2/3 of his stake for $848,000, writes Krugman. Oddly, though the law requires prompt disclosure of insider sales, he neglected to inform the SEC about this transaction until 34 weeks had passed. An internal SEC memorandum concluded that he had broken the law, but no charges were filed. This, everyone insists, had nothing to do with the fact that his father was president. When Ann Coulter, UPS syndicated columnist, refers to these events in her book, How to Talk to a Liberal If You Must, she writes, the facts are Bush sold his stock in Harken Energy to purchase the Rangers. The price of stock later went down. The imputation of criminality to Bush is so ludicrous that even in the girly girl eye-poking attacks on the New York Times op-ed page, it has been roundly admitted that there is no question of any criminality and that Mr. Bush broke no laws. So there we have it. Half of us will believe Krugman. The other half will go with Coulter, and our adolescent war between the worlds will continue. until enough of us realize that Rome is burning and put down our fiddles. We don't need to conjure up evidence about who is wrong and who is right. We need to take a look at what needs fixing and get out our toolkits. Whether or not we consider ourselves artists, we are all in the business of creating our lives and co-creating the culture we live in. Each of us is here to bring to life that something that's unique to us. None of us is aiming for triteness, in pursuit of the shallow. It's greatness we're after, and not some hollow applause coming from somewhere beyond us, but the deep down thrill of knowing we went all out, put our soul into something, created a life that sparked something new, had an impact, made a difference. This is why our creative work is so essential. It is not pointless or foolhardy. It is an act of faith, an act of kindness, crucial to our own healing and the healing of the planet. To create is to make something whole from the pieces of our lives, and in the process, to become more whole ourselves. It is a healing act, a leave-taking from the chaos, as we move from the choppy surface toward the stillness of the center. The creative journey is a heroic enterprise. It is a brave pilgrimage to the center of our lives, where we mine our depths for what seeks to be released, transmuting one thing into another, turning tragedies and triumphs into new forms conjured in our private hours and offered to others like food for the soul, a wrap against the chill. It demands our stillness and rapt attention, calls for courage as we pass through the dark on the way to the light. And this is the journey that defines the new mythmaker. This is the journey home to ourselves, where we discover what we know and what to make of it. This is the journey where we humbly accept our role as a co-creator and commit to bringing our light into the world. In a world as divided as ours, there is a great opening for voices that can unify, words that can weave our tattered pieces back into their original oneness. It is a creative endeavor that involves as much spirit as thought and calls for a most illuminated imagination, which exists right now in the center of each of us. It may be sluggish from disuse or enshrouded in fear or doubt, but it is there, waiting to be rediscovered, dusted off, and deployed into service. And what is it that brings our imaginations back to life? What is it that lures our creativity out of its hibernating state? It is exposure to the imaginative work of others. It is the arts that wake us up, that shake us out of our numbness and reel us back into the circle of life. And I'm not referring to the high arts of opera, classical music, ballet, though these surely do the trick, but to the common arts of storytelling, music making, singing, poetry. The arts reflect us to ourselves. They are a mirror of our magnitude, evidence of our power as alchemists to transform the lead of our daily lives into stories and images that heal and nudge. Art returns us to a sense of relatedness, because true art, while it may be channeled through one artist, comes from the common soul. Its reference is universal. It points to the whole and is sourced from the whole. in a room of one's own, Virginia Woolf writes, "Masterpieces are not single and solitary births. They are the outcome of many years of thinking in common, of thinking by the body of the people, so that the experience of the mass is behind the single voice." This experience of the mass is what gives art its healing power, its prophetic strength and durability. Artists are the ones who make the invisible visible, who give words and colors and sounds and shapes to the human adventure. They portray it in such a way that we understand more clearly who we are, how we are connected. Italian poet and Nobel Prize winner Salvatore Quasimodo said that poetry is the revelation of a feeling that the poet believes to be interior and personal, but which the reader recognizes as his own. Poetry, like all the arts, helps us find ourselves. It is neither feminine nor masculine, but the perfect blending of the two. It is where the wild woolliness of our physical being joins with the deep holiness of our spiritual being, giving birth to a new entity that expands the magic and meaning of both. Poetry awakens the imagination, stimulates the intellect, stirs the deep waters of our intuition, opening new doors to originality and thought and action. There is a host of gifted poets who maintained full-time careers in the business world and fulfilled themselves by writing poetry at night. T.S. Eliot worked in the International Department of Lloyd's Bank in London. Wallace Stevens was vice president of Hartford Accident and Indemnity, a corporate lawyer, and an expert on surety bonds. Archibald MacLeish was a lawyer who spent a decade as editor of Fortune magazine. A.R. Ammons was a salesman for a scientific glass manufacturer in New Jersey. Richard Hugo spent 13 years working for the Boeing Company in Seattle. William Carlos Williams was an obstetrician when he wrote the words, "It is difficult to get the news from poems, yet men die miserably every day for lack of what is found there." Another executive poet, James Autry, used the workplace as grist for nearly all his poems. Before he retired in 1991, Autry was senior vice president at Meredith Corporation and president of its magazine group, a $500 million operation with over 900 employees. In his book, Love and Profit, The Art of Caring Leadership, he writes, "Wherever did we get the notion that in management there is a reasonable and acceptable separation of the intellect and spirit, that in our work world terms, the intellect controls the rational work life and the spirit is relegated to the soft stuff of romance, family, and religion? Where did it come from, all this hiding of emotion, of the spirit, of passion, behind some cool mask of macho detachment? I wonder if it is that business is considered too important to be diluted by all those feelings. Or is it that business is not considered important enough to deserve them? Either way is wrong." Autry did not draw a line between his creative persona and his business persona, but found a way to fuse the two. When he walked through his office doors, he did not leave his heart behind or his spirit. He was aware that every moment, every meeting, every encounter was a moment of creation, and he brought the fullness of his entire being to the business at hand. This is what the creative enterprise is all about. It's about connecting the threads from our minds to our hearts, from ourselves to others, from our souls to the world, It's a moment-by-moment transmutation of energy into matter, where we take the raw materials of our emotions, our ideas, our sensibilities and experiences, and convert them into stories and relationships, actions and creations that have an energy of their own. Creativity is the energy that flows through us naturally when our emotional, spiritual, and mental channels are fully opened. We are creative by default. It's our nature, our natural destiny. The only thing we have to learn is how to keep our channels open, and this calls for practice on every level. We have to practice feeling our emotions. We have to practice our spirituality, however we experience it. And we have to practice thinking and speaking our own thoughts, arriving at our own conclusions in the face of polarizing contradictions. And when we have practiced enough that we wake up each day knowing it is ours to create as we choose, feeling confident enough to call ourselves creative, then we will be ready to help others clear their channels and offer the world the gift of their originality. It is this simple process that will restore us to wholeness as individuals, as sisters and brothers, as co-creators and custodians of this beautiful planet. Chapter 10. Prophets and Prophets, Capitalizing on Wisdom. For centuries, our wise elders, the prophets, have been trying to talk sense into us. Every spiritual tradition encourages compassion and good works, inner awareness and outer generosity. The Talmud tells us that whoever saves one life saves the world entire. Mohammed said, "There is a key for everything, and the key to paradise is love for the poor." Buddha said that if we knew the results of giving and sharing, we would not eat without having given. A Hopi elder explains, almost everything we do is a religious act from the time we get up to the time we go to sleep. How can the white man ever understand that? The Quran states, "Wheresoever you turn, there is the face of God." James says in the New Testament that faith, if it doesn't lead to action, is dead. And an Ethiopian wise woman reminds us that when spiders unite, they can tie up a lion. Here we are on planet Earth with one precious life to live, and what are most of us caught up in? The quest for money. Living takes money. Business takes money. Growth takes money. So the question is, how can we tend to the business at hand without living divided lives? How can we bring our spiritual values into workplaces driven by the bottom line? How can we live with a Hopi awareness that every act is a spiritual act and align our actions with our inner wisdom and social values? Original thinking is ignited by the fusion of opposites, and the challenge of merging spiritual values with material realities is sparking creativity in every arena. Spirituality is like breath. It is our vital force, and it is communicated more in how we speak than what we say. It shows up in how we listen, in how attentive we are, how present to others. Where religion is the word, spirituality is the meaning. It's in the choices we make, the values we embody, the stands we take. Little is gained from conversations about religion, but action rooted in love and compassion can move mountains. The United States was founded on the principles of keeping church and state separate, and we have all been trained to separate our spiritual lives and our work lives. But in essence, spirituality is not about the church. It's about our relationships with each other. Religion is about our beliefs and what we think. Spirituality is about our values and how we act. Traditionally, in the matter of business and economics, values have not figured into the equations for success. Business decisions have been made with one thing in mind, profit, and social costs, no matter how devastating, are externalized in a value-free context. An example of this is when General Motors came out with their Chevrolet Malibu in 1979. Prototype tests indicated that the fuel tank was too close to the rear bumper, significantly increasing the risk of fire in the event of a collision. But GM did nothing about it. As it turned out, 2 women and 4 children were severely burned after an accident in their Malibu. And during the trial, 2 internal memos surfaced that explained GM's rationale. One stated that gas tanks should be placed no closer than 15 inches to the rear bumper, and that the Malibu's gas tank was 11 inches from the bumper. It would cost the company $8.59 per car to fix this. But in a value analysis memo, a GM engineer calculated that deaths from such accidents would cost the company only $2.40 per automobile, so GM made a decision not to fix it. Business as usual. These are the kinds of decisions that are made when we draw a dividing line between our business and spiritual selves. When we fail to integrate our values into our everyday choices, we end up living divided lives, and the whole is shattered into fragments. An executive would never think of pouring chemicals into his child's sandbox or filling her family's pool with polluted water. But somehow there is permission to poison the environment of others if it makes good business sense. This is a dangerous disconnect that is becoming apparent to many business leaders, and several have been organizing to change things. In 1999, the Dalai Lama said during a conference in Amsterdam that business is the only thing that will have an influence on the future of this planet. A few years later, Sander Tiedemann co-authored a book with the Dalai Lama, which contains a rare exchange between the Dalai Lama and business and economics leaders from around the world. Tiedemann, after a career in law and banking, co-founded and currently chairs Spirit in Business, a fast-growing network organization promoting ethics and values in the business world. More than 500 executives, consultants, entrepreneurs, and spiritual leaders attended a 3-day conference to launch the Spirit in Business World Institute in 2002, and over 4,000 individuals from 30 countries have been involved with SIB. Companies are learning to develop mechanisms that measure the human and business impact of spirituality-based programs, apply learning modules on compassion and trust throughout their organization, and improve decision-making by focusing stakeholders in a common vision through a broad concept of spirituality. We're also learning that mindfulness, with its offspring, forgiveness, and compassion, leads to improved health and increased wealth. Dr. Frederick Luskin, a researcher at Stanford University who specializes in the connection between spirituality and health, initiated the Stanford Forgiveness Project to look at the effectiveness of forgiveness intervention. In one study, 13 American Express financial advisors and 3 vice presidents were given a 1-day training in emotional competence focusing on forgiveness. Each advisor was offered follow-up through 4 conference calls over the subsequent year. At the end of the study, a reduction of 25% was seen in stress. Participants showed a gain of 20% in positive emotion and an increase of 18.3% in gross sales. The rest of their market group showed a corresponding gain of 10.4% in gross sales over the year. With statistics like these, it's no wonder that companies and organizations with visionary leadership are introducing values-based programs into their corporate cultures. Other discussions and projects at the Stanford Research Institute led to the founding of the World Business Academy, a not-for-profit established to explore and clarify the fundamental paradigm shifts underway globally in business, government, academia, and the public. The Academy sponsors and disseminates leading-edge research by scholars, business leaders, and visionaries. Its goal is to enable its members to integrate this knowledge into their lives and business practices, and to disseminate it into the world to rekindle the human spirit in business. The WBA maintains that since business has become the most powerful institution on the planet, it needs to adopt a new tradition of responsibility for the whole, which means that it needs to redefine its own interest in a wider perspective of society. Philosopher, social scientist, and futurist Willis Harman sensed the beginning of this evolution. In an article called Why a World Business Academy, Harman wrote, "A re-spiritualization of society is taking place, but one more experiential and non-institutionalized, less fundamental and sacerdotal than most of the historically familiar forms of religion. Science, in turn, is reassessing its foundation assumptions to better accommodate the human spirit and the conscious awareness that comprise our most direct link with reality. Such a change in basic assumptions must inevitably be accomplished by a long-term shift in value emphases and priorities." According to Harman, the socio-political transformation we are now undergoing is actuated by the push of the global dilemmas and the pull of a vision of what could be. It is that very tension between what is and what could be that is causing an eruption of evolved thinking like we've never seen before. Old systems and institutions are self-destructing before our eyes, and new ways of being and doing are rising like a phoenix from their ashes. Just as technology has exponentially changed our ways of doing business, so has it altered our ways of perceiving reality. People are beginning to think and feel in nonlinear ways. The World Wide Web is not just a place to visit for research and communication. It is a metaphor of our connectedness, the architecture of our engagement. We are in touch as we've never been in touch before, and our enhanced accessibility to each other is causing a dramatic escalation not only in communication, but in human consciousness. Out of sight, out of mind is no longer plausible in a world where we have instant access to images and the imaginations of our sisters and brothers all over the planet. As the Persian poet Rumi writes, "We began as mineral, we emerged into plant life, and into the animal state, and then into being human, and always we have forgotten our former states, except in early spring, when we slightly recall being green again." We may have forgotten our former states, but from the moment our consciousness evolved, we have been active co-creators in the planetary enterprise. Evolution is not happening to us, but through us. And the fact that we have created a technology that connects us like cells in a neural network is a telling thing. Universal intelligence is coursing through us as it courses through every atom in every cell. It is the source of our inspiration. As the writer Doris Lessing once said, "I didn't have a thought, there was a thought around." All of our inventions and creations come from this intelligence, which is the same force that causes the seed to burst through its husk and journey upward in search of the light. Constant change, constant progress, constant adaptation. It is the nature of being. And what we are undergoing in our own evolutionary cycle is the same natural process that amoebas undergo when their survival is threatened. They unite. Einstein once wrote that something deeply hidden had to be behind things. This deeply hidden thing, what some think of as God or Brahman or Yahweh or nature or electricity with a capital E, as my brother refers to it, this is the force that unites us, that compels us toward compassion and pulls on our consciousness like the moon on the waves. It causes us to think differently, to perceive more multidimensionally, to sense what is needed in times of crises, and to move decisively in the direction of life. Though we have not officially placed humankind on the endangered species list, the decisions we are making in the name of progress may put us there soon. We've given carte blanche to economic development and are just beginning to calculate the staggering toll it has taken on the very resources we need to live. But the organism that is hosting us, our Mother Earth, is well aware, and the survival mechanisms are kicking in. Evolution is making a quantum leap, and it is doing it through our consciousness. And just like in the fall, when the leaves start to change, each leaf changes in its own time, according to its nature and cellular composition. And we, like those leaves, are changing in our own time. Some of us have a complete and visceral sense of the human community. Some comprehend what is happening and are actively and consciously reaching out, creating networks, building community. And for some, the change is more subtle, a heightened interest in spirituality, a hungering for more meaning, a disenchantment with materialism, and a longing for connectedness. As the intelligence surges through us, we become motivated to express our higher natures, to care for each other, and to put systems in place that are healthy, holistic, and good for the whole. As agents of evolution, we are converting this intelligence into informed action, just as those leaves convert water and carbon dioxide into sugar and oxygen. Photosynthesis is the work of plants. Infosynthesis is the work of humans. There is more information in the daily news than our ancestors were exposed to in their entire lives, and our job as a human race is to absorb it and use it for the benefit of the whole, as our bodies metabolize food for the benefit of every cell. Part of this process, at this point in our survival, is a reevaluation of the systems now in place. At no other time in history have we taken such a critical look at our own constructions, our businesses, our institutions, our politics, and public policies. In every milieu, evolving minds are dissecting the structures on which we've built our culture, repairing parts we have torn asunder, and calling attention to tears in the fabric we have wrapped ourselves in as American citizens. Everything is on trial in this evolutionary advance, and our concerns for the future are leading us inward. Like butterflies wrapped in the dark cocoon, we are saying goodbye to our caterpillar selves and doing what we can to prepare our beings for the great transformation. This is what's known as spiritual work, this inner looking, this letting go, and it is calling us by name, one by one. In every field, there are leaders emerging, challenging the old and creating the new. No institution is spared examination, and no assumptions remain unchallenged. As the visionary physicist David Bohm writes in his groundbreaking book on dialogue, intelligence requires that you don't defend an assumption. The greatest leaders in any field are those who are challenging themselves and others to release their grip on how it is and explore the question of how it might be better. Douglas North, winner of the 1993 Nobel Prize in Economics, writes, "We live in an uncertain and ever-changing world that is continually evolving in new and novel ways. Standard theories are of little help in this context. Attempting to understand economic, political, and social change requires a fundamental recasting of the way we think." A few assumptions that are being re-examined from a more holistic point of view are the notions that it is acceptable to have the economy be the dominant institution with more power than anything else, that the singular function of business is to provide rewards to investors, and that there is little relationship between material development and spiritual concerns. Research in all the sciences is proving that the cultivation of values such as insight, compassion, and generosity is what leads to true happiness and wholeness, not just for individuals, but for organizations and society as well. For ages we have discounted such intangibles as spiritual values, seduced by tenets of economics that said it makes no sense to devote time, effort, or expense to maintaining values if money can be made by ignoring them. And now, economics itself is under attack, beginning with a student rebellion against dogmatism in economics that began in France in June 2000. After spreading to Cambridge, England, and reverberating around the world, the movement is erupting in universities across the U.S. Over 700 Harvard students and alumni have signed a petition addressed to the Harvard Economics Department, asking it to approve a new introductory economics course that would cover a broad spectrum of views, examine the assumptions of economics, and challenge students to think critically. What they are rallying for is a plurality of approaches and an economics with conscience. A memo signed by Lawrence Summers, president of Harvard University, when he served as chief economist for the World Bank, gives an idea of the kind of economics they are calling into question. The memo addressed the subject of dumping the toxic wastes of the industrial world on the less developed world. It was written in December 1999 by World Bank economist Lant Pritchett and signed by Summers. Phrases from the memo include, "Just between you and me, shouldn't the World Bank be encouraging more migration of dirty industries to the less developed countries? I think the economic logic behind dumping a load of toxic waste in the lowest wage country is impeccable, and we should face up to it." Decisions of this nature may make economic sense on some level, but they are neither inspired nor inspiring. Economics from this perspective is cold, calculating, and brutal, and it is not surprising that students and academics are calling for a rethinking of the entire system. People are tuning into the reality that we are ultimately interdependent, and when they realize this, a tectonic shift occurs in their being. As we grow to embrace and understand our interrelatedness, the quality of our relationships begin to matter. People begin to respond to the energy in an organization, to distinguish between colleagues who drain them and colleagues who sustain them. The corporate culture becomes more important as people seek out meaning and authenticity in their workplace. More is expected, more is demanded, and when people feel enlivened on a spiritual level, more is given. It's no surprise, then, that according to research, a company's performance is at least 30% attributable to the corporate culture where these values play out. When we feel inspired, from the same root word as spiritus, then we are more creative, more imaginative, more productive. And we feel inspired when we are seen by other people, when they recognize our gifts and acknowledge our uniqueness. Spirituality in the workplace pertains to our relationships and our commitments to support our colleagues. If the culture itself fuels the employees with feedback, opportunities for sharing and network, and a visible commitment to fostering community, then those employers will be propelled toward excellence by the very nature of the culture itself. Treating people honorably leads to honorable behavior. As Daniel Goleman points out in his book Emotional Intelligence, leadership success or failure is usually due to qualities of the heart. In a recent article, Warren Bennis, founding chairman of the Leadership Institute at the USC Marshall School of Business, cites a survey that found nearly 2/3 of companies believe they use less than half their employees' brain power. Employees themselves were less optimistic. Only 16% said they use more than half their talents at work. If less than half of a body's organs were working, the body would not be considered well. Nor should an organization consider itself well if it is using less than half the brain power of its people. So the question is, how can we as leaders inspire people to show up in their totality? How can we create a meaningful environment that excites people and stimulates them to fully engage their whole beings so they're not sailing through their workdays at half-mast? In their book, A Spiritual Audit of Corporate America, business professor Ian Mitroff and organizational consultant Elizabeth Denton provide a compelling case that companies that foster a spiritual environment tend to have employees who are more creative, loyal, productive, and adaptive to change than companies that stifle spirituality. Mitroff and Denton conducted in-depth interviews with over 90 high-level managers and executives, collecting both qualitative and quantitative data. What they found is that spirituality is one of the most important determinants of organizational performance. People who are more spiritually involved achieve better results. In fact, they suggest that spirituality may well be the ultimate competitive advantage. Participants of the study differentiated strongly between religion and spirituality, viewing religion as a highly inappropriate form of expression, and spirituality as a highly appropriate subject for the workplace. Most believe strongly that organizations must harness the immense spiritual energy within each person in order to produce world-class products and services. And their perception of spirituality was that it pertained to the process of becoming. that it involved the continuing unfolding of the human spirit. If the company is not invested in the whole person, then the person will not bring their whole being to the corporate enterprise. Meaning and purpose are the top items on a lot of people's agendas. When survey participants were asked how these were imparted in the workplace, they offered the following, ranking from highest to lowest in importance. 1, the ability to realize my full potential as a person. 2, being associated with a good organization or an ethical organization. 3, interesting work. 4, making money. 5, having good colleagues and serving humankind. 6, service to future generations. And 7, service to my immediate community. Beyond a certain threshold, pay ceases to be the most important factor in work life, and higher needs prevail. The desire for self-actualization becomes paramount. Patricia Aberdeen, author of Megatrends 2010, sees the rise of spirituality in the workplace as a trend that is about to become a megatrend. To Aberdeen, the future will be one in which the spiritual transformation of capitalism will shift the American way of doing business from greed to enlightened self-interest, from elitism to economic democracy, from the fundamentalist doctrine of profit at any cost to the conscious ideology that espouses both money and morals. The coming megatrend, Aberdeen asserts, will not be driven by external, social, or technological forces so much as the internal dimension of change that will reinvent free enterprise. The precipitating conditions for this megatrend include the enormous stress people are under due to the economic and security crisis of the past few years, the impact of the 50 to 60 million cultural creatives for whom values upstage money and other trappings of success, a convergence of the movements of social responsibility and spirituality, and the ripple effect of the transformative personal and spiritual work that thought leaders are engaging in and bringing into their institutions. Spiritual intelligence is transformative because it removes our limitations, dissolves our blinders, and opens our eyes to the connecting threads that unite us all. The spiritually intelligent person understands that another's loss is his loss, another's gain is hers. The spiritually intelligent person makes decisions based on what's good for the whole, aware that we are intricately bound together like cells in an organ, each of us part of this living, breathing earth. And more people every day are coming into this new awareness, not necessarily able to articulate it, but able to feel it and delight in it. Spiritual intelligence is evolving through us as our DNA adapts to the stresses and complexities of the times. And there are choices we can make, actions we can take that actually cause our DNA strands to relax and unwind, allowing us to access deeper levels of creativity. It is creativity and originality that we need to be evoking these days as we search for solutions in every enterprise. And that process is a spiritual process, a journey inward. It is an exploration not of the known, but of the unknown and yet to be created. Our creativity expands as we deepen our awareness and tap into our inner dimensions, for this is the place where we discover that we are not our bodies, but that which is aware of our bodies. This is where we access the universal consciousness and draw it into our beings. And as we open ourselves to the greater wisdom, it speaks to us, through us, its brilliance and light, the perfect match to our deepest ponderings. There is nothing anyone has to learn in order to go within. It is simply a matter of quieting down, setting aside time, committing to a practice of solitude and silence. There are no rules to follow, no creeds to learn, nothing to memorize. All that is needed is just the willingness to take some time out of every day and look inward to the greatest gold mine of all. Mindfulness practices are their own reward, and people who are engaging in them are experiencing unique and positive results. An article in the Asia Times reports that Thomas Friis, engineer and vice president of Friis and Nichols Incorporated, changed his approach to business management after a 10-day Vipassana retreat near Dallas in one of the 6 Vipassana centers in the United States. Vipassana, meaning to see things as they are, is an ancient Indian self-observation technique that, according to Friis, leads to clearer thinking, and clear thinking is good for business. Following his retreat, Friis took on the task of blending compassion and ethics with bottom lines and profits in his daily work. 18 months later, the Fort Worth-based company won the Best Engineering Firm to Work For in Texas, an award sponsored by CE News, a trade publication for civil engineers. The contest was based on employee satisfaction surveys, and CE News received 12,587 surveys. For Friis and many others, the value of Vipassana has gone far beyond the spiritual. As part of Xerox Corporation's commitment to revolutionize product development, over 300 Xerox employees have participated in vision quests to stimulate their creative juices. From New Mexico's deserts to New York's Catskill Mountains, workers have quested after visions, communed with nature, and sought inspiration for 24 hours with nothing more than sleeping bags and water jugs. On one quest, after envisioning a rotting computer polluting a stream, a group of engineers committed to creating a recyclable Xerox machine. Back from the desert and at their desks, they got to work and came up with the 265 DC, a 97% recyclable machine, which has become one of Xerox's best sellers. George Zimmer, CEO of Men's Wearhouse, said in an online article that he constantly looks at his corporation as a place for the development of the human spirit. 13 years ago, when he decided to create a new corporate culture, he took one giant step in a new direction. He made employee fulfillment his company's first priority, followed by that of other stakeholders. After putting those values into operation, the $64 million business grew into a $1.4 billion international company with projections of $10 billion by 2010. For the past 3 years, it has made Fortune's list of 100 best companies to work for in America. Says Zimmer, I realized that our outer relationships were driven by the quality of our inner work environment. So our collective honesty, sincerity, integrity, responsiveness, authenticity, mutual goodwill, and caring for each other became my focus as CEO. In San Diego, Kyocera Corporation, a multinational company with over 60,000 employees, believes that spirituality belongs not only in the home or places of worship, but also in the workplace. The motto of a modern Buddhist priest, respect the divine and love people, is taught at some 160 Kyocera subsidiaries circling the globe. The priest's name is Daiwa, but he is better known by his secular name, Dr. Kazuo Inamori, founder and chairman emeritus of the company. In 1959, Inamori founded Kyocera and brought it into a position of worldwide prominence, stressing that the practice of environmental is necessary to show proper respect. In 2004, Kyocera reported net sales of $10.96 billion, with profits up 65.4% from the previous year. What I learned was that we must first think we can make it happen. If we keep telling ourselves, I know this would be ideal, but in reality is it impossible, then nothing will happen. Progress is occurring through us and in us as we enfold ourselves in the human community and unfold our gifts where they are needed. It is our very connectedness that ignites and unleashes our creative powers, and programs that foster awareness and relationships are the key to unlocking the wealth inside the corporate body. When the inner and outer, the spiritual and material are brought together, a synthesis of a higher order is born from the union of opposites. This is the art and alchemy of transformation, and it is dependent on the fusion of what once was separate. Jonathan Shell, a modern-day prophet, propels us forward with his compelling words. Because everything we do and everything we are is in jeopardy, and because the peril is immediate and unremitting, every person is the right person to act, and every moment is the right moment to begin. Wherever we are, whatever we're doing, there is always the chance to reveal the inner, to shed that light, to share our warmth with a shivering soul. Chapter 11. Local Brain, Global Mind. I was eating dinner with friends at a small Italian restaurant when 3 men with guns walked through the door. "Get up," they shouted as they approached our table. We were stunned and sat frozen in our seats, none of us moving. 2 of them walked through the swinging doors into the kitchen, and the other came closer with his gun pointing. "Keep your eyes down and get into the kitchen now, and take your bags." By now it had sunk in that this was really happening, and we all stood up and headed into the kitchen, the gunman behind us. "Don't anybody look," he warned. "Just lie down on the floor and keep your eyes shut." We did as he said and took our places on the floor, along with the kitchen staff, who were already lying face down. He told the men to put their wallets on the floor, then instructed all of us to remove our jewelry and watches and put them on the floor next to us. "Keep your eyes shut," he kept shouting, while his cohorts collected the wallets and jewelry. They went into the office next, while one kept guard over us. I heard someone go through the swinging door, and then there was a long silence. I thought they had left, so I lifted up my head and looked toward the door, just as one pushed it open. He saw me looking and came at me with his gun pointed at my head, shouting, "I told you to keep your eyes shut." "I can't see anything without my glasses," I said, burrowing my head under my arms, and at that point the strangest thing happened. I saw the whole scene from above, as if I were suspended from the ceiling. As I viewed our bodies sprawled out on the greasy kitchen floor, powerless and terrified, I heard a voice in my head say, "This is what we've come to." And out of my right eye, as I lie there on the floor, fell one large, mournful tear. In this moment, my local brain and global mind became one. The local me was the victim, paralyzed with fear, worried for my life, grieving over an image seen by the global me, an image of my own tribe run amok. From that upper view, I was a witness, not a victim. I was the many, not the one, the we, not the I. Years later, as I think back on this event, I find that it gave me a metaphor for understanding the distinction between global and local, and seeing that they are 2 sides of one coin. My reality is simultaneously local and global. I am at once the witness and the witnessed, the creator of experience and the one who experiences it. I am like the cell in the organism, offering my vitality to the whole and taking my vitality from it. A singular and unique entity. I bring to the whole what no one else can bring, and doing that, I find my place in the family of things. It is at the intersection of local brain and global mind that our creative fire is ignited and fanned. It is here, when these poles are brought together, that original thoughts are conceived and born, that the future enters into us before it happens. It is the recognition of our oneness that causes the quantum leap to a higher level of thinking. Einstein wrote, "The world that we have made as a result of the level of thinking we have done thus far creates problems which cannot be solved by the same level of thinking in which they were created. Until we shift into global mind thinking, we cannot solve the problems that we have created with local brain thoughts. We have built a world based on our separation from each other, and it is unsustainable. To create a world that is just and sustainable, we must design and build with our oneness in mind, asking ourselves at every point, what is best for the whole? And that is why visionaries are needed so desperately now, because they operate from this place. They dwell in the awareness of oneness, and this consciousness radiates from their very beings, affecting everyone in their midst. When I think of thought leaders, I think of those who draw us after them, whose energy field, like that of a magnet, extends beyond the body itself, attracting others to the brightness of their light. It is true for all of us that our heart energy precedes us as we navigate through life, extending beyond us as an aura potent enough to affect those in our path. But there is something particularly uplifting about the energy of people who are aware of the threads that connect us all and whose work in the world reflects this knowing. We are strongly affected by each person's energy, as studies in this area are now confirming. Research from the Institute of Heart Math, IHM, in Boulder Creek, California, shows that our heart's field changes distinctly as we experience different emotions, and it is registered by the brains of people around us. On their website is an informal experiment with a boy, Josh, and his dog, Mabel, demonstrating how one heart field can calm another heart down. On their website is an informal experiment with a boy, Josh, and his dog, Mabel, demonstrating how one heart field can calm another heart down. Researchers monitored the heart rhythms of both the dog and the boy, then had Mabel enter a room by herself. Her heart rhythms were jagged and erratic. Then Josh entered the room and greeted Mabel, petting her and emotionally bonding with her. At this point, Mabel's heart rhythms made a significant shift, synchronizing with Josh's heart rhythms and staying close to his rhythms throughout the visit. When Josh got up and left the room, Mabel's heart rhythms clearly shifted again, becoming very spiked and jagged. Although the experiment was not a formal study, it appears that Josh's calm heart field connected with Mabel's heart, helping her to feel secure and relaxed. That we have an effect on others is a matter of fact. The kind of effect we have on others is a matter of consciousness. We can radiate blessings and light, or negativity and darkness. It is in our best interest to be mindful of our energy as we scatter it about, because thoughts can produce effects only of the same nature. Kindness to others favors a nervous system that is kind to itself, says the Bhagavad Gita. And Joseph Chilton Pearce says it even more clearly in The Biology of Transcendence. Every negative thought I entertain in my head, which I think is my own secret place, actually strengthens the negative field that sweeps our world. Every time I bemoan the negative world out there that I must suffer, I have supported and contributed to it through my moaning. My secret place in my head is not so secret after all. This is global mind thinking. It is countercultural, for we have been trained to think otherwise, but it is the very essence of original thinking and a prerequisite for visionary leadership. Before we can manage anything or anyone else in the outside world, we must first learn to manage our energy and thoughts, to synchronize our mind and our emotions for optimal performance. Then we will be ready to enter deeper levels of consciousness, increase our intuitive capacities, and tap into a creativity greater than we have ever known. Geneticists are discovering unused sections of DNA which are thought to contain the blueprint of the future. And research shows that we can influence our DNA. With the power of our mind, we can cause our own DNA to relax and unwind, allowing us to access more of its codes. In another study at the Institute of Heart Math, human placental DNA was placed in a container to measure changes. 28 vials of it were given to 28 researchers who were trained in generating and feeling feelings. Studies found that the DNA changed shape according to the feelings of the researchers. In another IHM study, leukocytes were harvested for DNA and placed in chambers to be measured for electrical charges. The donor, who sat in another room, was subjected to emotional stimulation, such as war images, sexual erotica, and humor. When the donor exhibited emotional peaks and valleys, measured by electrical responses, so did the DNA at the same time. This was also true when researchers separated the donor by 50 miles. Another study showed that when people touch or are in close proximity, one person's heartbeat signal is registered in the other person's brainwaves. More refined techniques have since been developed by IHM that indicate there is an energy exchange that occurs up to 5 feet away from the body, even without touching. The heart is a sophisticated information processing center with its own nervous system. It has the ability to sense, learn, remember, and make functional decisions independent of the brain. It sends messages to the brain and the rest of the body in 4 different languages: neurological, biophysical, hormonal, and electrical. And these messages cause our awareness to expand. Studies on the heart present compelling evidence that the body's perceptual apparatus is continuously scanning the future, leading to the heart's intuitive intelligence. Conclusions that the heart receives and responds to intuitive information were based on studies where a subject was exposed to both emotional stimuli and calm stimuli. The results also show that pre-stimulus information from the heart is communicated to the brain. When I asked Howard Martin, co-author of The Heart Math Solution and the executive vice president of Heart Math, what research has most excited him, he said, "The first would be the discovery that the heart influences how the brain functions, and that its language is found in the heart's rhythms. It's exciting to know that by simply shifting our heart's rhythmic beating patterns from chaotic to coherent, we can produce profound and beneficial changes in the brain. These changes open the brain up so we can see the big picture and build new neural pathways that allow us to more easily experience positive emotions. With the power of our own consciousness, we can cause a change in the rate of our heartbeat and create new pathways in the brain that lead to expanded imagination, more creative solutions, and peak performance. The implications for heightened creativity and human performance have not been lost on the corporate world, and companies such as Hewlett-Packard, Shell, Sony, Boeing, and GlaxoSmithKline are using HeartMath training for stress management and enhanced productivity. Martin reported that in a group of 1,500 people from 5 different companies that went through a one-day HeartMath training program, there was a drop in fatigue from 49 to 31% in just 6 weeks. Anxiousness dropped from 35 to 14%, sleeplessness from 29 to 14%, and there were several more changes across 23 different constructs measured over a 6-week period. Steve Stevenson, a senior manager at Boeing, reports that their work with HeartMath gave our team the coherence we needed to come in under budget, on time, with productivity gains of up to 12%. At the individual level, coherence is the synchronization of mind and heart, intellect and emotion, allowing us to find clarity in the midst of chaos. At the global level, coherence is the synthesis of all the parts into one harmonious whole. It is what enables us to choose wisely, to think strategically, to manage our feelings, to communicate effectively, to lead people, and to be more attuned to the needs of others. When our hearts and minds are in harmony, we have more power, more insight, more courage. As Joseph Chilton Pearce writes in The Biology of Transcendence, an unconflicted person has dominion over a conflicted or divided person. We are living in a moment of accelerated collective fear, and according to Pearce, fear of any kind throws us into an ancient survival mentality that shuts down our higher modes of evolutionary awareness. But evolution is always on the prowl, looking for the opportunity to shift us into a higher mode of functioning, he writes. When we come into coherence and employ our heart's intelligence, we defuse the defensive circuit, enlist the creative forebrain, and shift our neural frequency. This breaks the bonds of ancient instinctual behavior and opens us to the possibility of transcendence. That we are shaped by the culture we create makes it difficult to see that our culture is what must be transcended, which means we must rise above our notions and techniques of survival itself if we are to survive, writes Pearce. It means, first of all, that we must rise above our notions of separateness and powerlessness and open our eyes to all the evidence that proves otherwise. It means we need to consider, as Matthew Fox once suggested, outlawing war as we once outlawed slavery. It means we need to achieve coherence within ourselves so we have the insight and intuition necessary to create new structures as the old ones crumble. While we can't scientifically prove there's such a thing as global consciousness, there is an abundance of research that confirms the power of collective consciousness. Many studies have found that just 1% of a population practicing transcendental meditation, known also as TM, is sufficient to bring about a significant reduction in crime, sickness, and accidents, a phenomenon researchers call the Maharishi effect. An interest among sociologists and criminologists generated by those results led to a highly publicized national demonstration project to reduce violent crime and improve governmental effectiveness. An interest among sociologists and criminologists generated by those results led to a highly publicized national demonstration project to reduce violent crime and improve governmental effectiveness in Washington, D.C., from June 7 to July 30, 1993. According to quantum physicist John Hagelin, author of Manual for a Perfect Government, the $6 million scientific demonstration, which involved 4,000 participants over a period of 2 months, was one of the largest and most rigorously designed sociological experiments in history. The prediction of a 20% drop in crime and the research methodology to be used was presented in advance to a 27-member project review board consisting of scientists, government leaders, and the District of Columbia Police Department. The Coherence Creating Group consisted of 1,000 meditators on June 7 and increased incrementally to 4,000 by the end of the project on July 30th. By the end of the demonstration project, violent crime dropped sharply by more than 23%. Later analysis determined that the drop in crime could not be attributed to temperature, precipitation, changes in police surveillance, weekend effects, or trends in the data. Consistent with the theory that coherence creating groups reduce stress in collective consciousness, it was also predicted in the protocol that other indicators of social stress would show improvements during the project. A separate study found that other sociological variables, such as accidental deaths, emergency room trauma cases, emergency psychiatric calls, and complaints against police, all decreased significantly during the course of the project. Hagelin reports on well-documented experiments in the Middle East of groups of TM meditators who were able to produce a 34% reduction in war intensity and a 76% reduction in war deaths during the Lebanon War. In 2003, the highly respected Journal of Offender Rehabilitation devoted all 4 quarterly issues entirely to studies demonstrating that the TM program is effective in treating and preventing criminal behavior, as well as reducing international conflicts and terrorism. Biologist Rupert Sheldrake has also demonstrated in a number of studies that we can assist each other's learning across distances without any external interaction or communication. In one study, for instance, a group of individuals completed a newly created crossword puzzle, and their average completion times were recorded. The same puzzle was then broadcast to millions via television for the viewers at home to complete. Subsequently, a new group, who had not seen the puzzle at all, finished it significantly faster than the original group, suggesting that as a result of so many individuals having done the puzzle, knowledge of the puzzle was somehow etched into the field of collective consciousness, making it increasingly easier for others to solve. Peter Tompkins and Christopher Bird offer fascinating accounts of the consciousness and matter in their book, The Secret Life of Plants. One experiment performed by a medical doctor and chemist involved a male subject who had brought a philodendron he had nursed from a seedling and cared for tenderly. The two scientists attached a polygraph to the plant and asked the owner a series of questions, instructing him to give false answers to some of them. The plant had no trouble indicating through the galvanometer which questions were answered falsely. To see if a plant could display memory, 6 blindfolded polygraph students drew folded strips of paper from a hat. One of them contained instructions to root up, stamp on, and thoroughly destroy one of the 2 plants in a room. The criminal was to commit the crime in secret. No one knew his identity, and only the second plant would be a witness. When the surviving plant was attached to a polygraph, the students paraded before it one by one. The plant gave no reaction to 5 of them, but when the actual culprit approached, the meter went wild. Even robots have been documented responding to the power of thought. 80 different groups were tested in one experiment involving a robot and baby chicks. A robot was sent into a room full of baby chicks in broad daylight, and its movements were all observed to be random in nature. Knowing that the chicks prefer well-lit rooms, the researchers then devised an experiment where they turned off all the lights, leaving the chicks in the dark. They then sent in a robot carrying a lighted candle. In 71% of the cases, the robot spent excessive time in the vicinity of the chicks. Its former random movement were now affected by the desire of the chicks for its light. There is mind in all matter. Physicist Max Planck wrote, "All matter originates and exists only by virtue of a force, which brings the particles of an atom to vibration and holds this most minute solar system of the atom together. We must assume behind this force the existence of a conscious mind. This mind is the matrix of all matter. The who that we are is one with this very matrix. We are the vessels through which it operates, as the light bulb is a vessel for electricity. The force comes through us, taking whatever shape we give it. Whether one is a terrorist or a piano tuner, a murderer or a mystic, the very same force is behind each individual, holding the atoms and cells together, unifying us in the web of existence. As the poet Dylan Thomas put it, the force that through the green fuse drives the flower, drives my green age." When Einstein reached the conclusion that something deeply hidden had to be behind things, it is this force he was talking about. When the Indian mystic Sri Aurobindo wrote, "That within us which seeks to know and to progress is not in the mind, but something behind it, which makes use of it," he too was referring to the great consciousness of which we are a part and to whom we belong. In his book, The Great Work, cultural historian and visionary ecologist Thomas Berry writes, "We must consciously will the further stages of evolutionary process. Our responsibility is to be present to the earth in its next sequence of transformations. While we were unknowingly carried through the evolutionary process in former centuries, the time has come when we must, in some sense, guide and energize the process ourselves. We are evolving into beings who understand the necessity of wholeness and the urgency of balance. In order to reach our spiritual maturity as individuals and as a human family, we must root ourselves as deeply in the heart as the mind, becoming as fluent in feelings as we are in facts. Our lives stem from our beliefs, and if our beliefs are not informed by affection, if they lack the heft of emotion, the grace of passion, they are nothing but a barren field of brain waves. Emotions are what unite the mind and the body, and all honest emotions are positive emotions, according to neuroscientist Candace Pert. Every second, a massive information exchange is occurring in your body. Imagine each of these messenger systems possessing a specific tone, humming a signature tune. If we could hear this body music with our ears, the sum of the sounds would be the music we call the emotions. They are cellular signals that are involved in the process of translating information into physical reality, literally transforming mind into matter, she writes. When the biochemicals of our emotions are flowing freely through our bodies, what we feel is happiness. Bliss is our default mode. To sustain it, what we have to do is allow the flow, all the while knowing we're conditioned not to do so. Until we get in the habit, it feels as if we're going against the grain, and we are. We're taking back authority over our own lives. We're forging an identity that's integrated, dynamic, energetically charged. We're unfolding and liberating our creative imagination, firing more neurons, sparking more ideas. Robert Grudin, in his book The Grace of Great Things, reminds us, creativity is dangerous. We cannot open ourselves to new insight without endangering the security of our prior assumptions. We cannot propose new ideas without risking disapproval and rejection. Creative achievement is the boldest initiative of mind, an adventure that takes its hero simultaneously to the rim of knowledge and the limits of propriety. Its pleasure is not the comfort of the safe harbor, but the thrill of the reaching sail. Thought leaders become thought leaders by endangering the security of their prior assumptions. It is the only pathway out of our conditioned thought patterns which limit us immensely and lead more often to chaos than coherence. Thought leaders are bridge builders who connect the local and the global, the past and the future, the heart and the mind. They know the power of emotion and they employ it confidently and courageously. They do not separate the metrics from the meanings, the figures from the feelings. They see themselves as a whole that is a part of a larger whole, and it is to this larger whole that they dedicate their lives. And if one wonders where meaning comes from, where joy and passion and purpose come from, it is from this one grand gesture of service to the whole. The other day, I was photographing tide pools at the ocean's edge. The waves crashed onto the shore, ruffled their way across the rocks, and swirled and bubbled into the shallow sandstone pools beneath my feet. I hovered over a patch of moss-covered rock and photographed a piece of the action. When the photos were developed, I was stunned. Every single tiny bubble I caught in my lens reflected back an image of myself. Everything I looked at looked back at me and contained me. This is the marriage of local and global. It is all one as we are. All we have to do is remember and live in that awareness. Chapter 12, Commerce with a Conscience. I drove by a cement truck the other day, and the mixer was churning away as it rattled down the road. The logo on its side read, "Find a hole and fill it." This may become the mantra of the millennium, as companies and cultural creatives continue to find ways to blend profit with purpose. When CBS MarketWatch's lead reporter Bambi Francisco asked venture capitalist Michael Moritz what it would take to become the next Google, Yahoo, or Cisco. Moritz's response had a find a hole and fill it ring to it. And Moritz, referred to as the hottest VC in the world, is no neophyte. Through Sequoia Capital, he has helped finance companies that now make up more than 10% of the market cap of NASDAQ. We try to anticipate a need that customers have, whether they're consumers or enterprise customers. We try to anticipate making an investment in a company that seems to be solving a problem that's brewing. Not a problem that's well recognized, but a problem that's brewing and that's only going to get bigger, said Moritz in the MarketWatch interview. Lucky for us, the United Nations has identified the world's most pressing problems and established the Millennium Development Goals to help us solve them. A perfect match for creative entrepreneurs looking for holes to fill. Some of the most brilliant solutions of the day are coming out of thinkers who have the whole world in their view and are making bedfellows of purpose and profitability, commerce and social conscience. Studies of Gen Xers and Gen Yers published in Workforce Management magazine showed that more than 90% of them believe that helping others is more important than helping oneself. The workforce coming up is altruistic, collaborative, and community-minded. They're looking for balance in their own lives and aspiring to create more balance in the world. In an article in Worthwhile magazine, Kevin Sullivan quotes from a letter written by Andrew Young, an MBA student at Northwestern's Kellogg School. I am a second-year MBA student at Kellogg. I am one of growing numbers of MBAs that have a career focus on doing good in the world. We are learning not how to make millions of dollars, but how to change the lives of millions of people. The tools of business appeal to me because they are the tools of mobilizing and organizing large amounts of resources. In my lifetime, I hope to end poverty for as many people as possible. There are 850 million people in the world, mostly children, who are so poor that they are chronically malnourished. The best answer the world has come up with is $10 billion in annual food and medicine donations. Despite decades of pouring aid into Africa, there are still more hungry people than ever. The paradox is that the majority of these hungry people are actually farmers capable of growing food for themselves. They are just using ancient agricultural techniques, which are not very productive. I am very interested in finding ways to intelligently provide fertilizer and commercial seed to these farmers, which has the potential to increase their crop yields by at least 400%. I am interested in a permanent solution to their poverty problem, not just in repeatedly band-aiding their hunger and health problems. I will be starting a demonstration project in Kenya in December with about 20 families to prove that their crop yields can be dramatically increased and that this one-time intervention can result in a permanent path out of poverty. Andrew Young is going to the root of the problem, which is the only sane and useful approach. And so do the Millennium Development Goals, which address the very origins of the crises we face as a global community. These goals, adopted by 189 nations in 2000, are an invitation for original thinking on a global scale. Despite whatever criticisms one might have about the United Nations, this plan has galvanized people to work together, creating partnerships in government, industry, and civic society. Its objectives are simple enough to be understood and reasonable enough to be supported by people from Calcutta to Chicago, Brussels to Bucharest. It's as if the UN were a doctor saying to a person with a life-threatening disease, "Here is an 8-point plan. If you follow these directions, you can heal yourself. The question to the patient is, do you have the will to live? And the question to the global community is the same. The Millennium Development Goals are based on a global partnership calling for developing countries to get their own houses in order with the support of developed nations. These goals are measurable, achievable, and time-bound, projected to be met by 2015. Progress toward these goals has already been significant, and once the business community recognizes the opportunity to profit through service to these goals, once it applies its ingenuity and results-driven expertise to the problems, we may enter into a new phase of commerce that is people-focused and profit-driven, cost-effective and compassionate. We made one giant step from win to win-win and are about to make another to win, win, win. It's good for me, it's good for you, it's good for our children. The Millennium Development Goals and their targets offer us the greatest creative challenge of our times. They are as follows. Number 1, eradicate extreme poverty and hunger, reducing by half the number of people living on less than $1 a day. Global poverty rates are falling thanks to Asia's progress in the matter. The number of people living on less than $1 a day dropped by nearly 250 million from 1990 to 2001, a period of rapid economic growth. In more than 30 countries, hunger was reduced by at least 25% during the last decade. But millions more people have sunk into poverty in sub-Saharan Africa. What's needed is an increase in agricultural output. Innovative approaches to fertilization and irrigation in places like Bangladesh are yielding tremendous results and helping small farmers grow more food and climb out of poverty. Number 2, achieve universal primary education. 5 regions are already close to universal enrollment in primary education, though in sub-Saharan Africa, fewer than 2/3 of children are enrolled in primary school. And 2/3 of the 130 million children currently not in school are girls. Primary and lower secondary education helps reduce poverty by increasing the productivity of the poor, by reducing unplanned pregnancies and improving health, and by equipping people with the skills they need to participate fully in the economy. Oxfam estimates that for Africa to achieve universal primary education, some $3 billion per year would be needed. IKEA is one business that stepped up to the plate and donated €1 for each soft toy sold in its 200 stores from November through December of 2005 to support UNICEF and Save the Children programs, contributing more than $1 million. In July 2003, IKEA launched a similar campaign and generated more than $2.8 million for children in Angola, Uganda, Russia, and China. Number 3, promote gender equality and empower women. In countries where resources and school facilities are lacking, a choice must often be made in families between sending a girl or a boy to school. Girls tend to lose out, but the gender gap is closing in primary school enrollment in the developing world. Targeted interventions can go a long way toward getting girls into school and encouraging them to stay there. These include providing safe transportation to and from school, separate toilets for girls and boys, and removing gender stereotyping from the classroom. Education for girls is a crucial step in ensuring women's partnership in local and global decision-making. And although women's representation in national parliaments has been steadily increasing since 1990, women still occupy only 16% of seats worldwide. Number 4, reduce child mortality by 2/3 for children under 5. 11 million children a year, 30,000 a day, die from preventable or treatable causes. Most of these lives could be saved by expanding low-cost prevention and treatment measures. Among the diseases that can be eradicated by immunization, measles is the leading cause of child deaths. A safe, effective, and relatively inexpensive vaccine has been available for over 40 years. Still, measles strikes 30 million children a year. Global coverage of measles immunization has risen slowly, but about 1/3 of all children are still unprotected in the sub-Sahara and Asia. Number 5, improve maternal health, reducing by 3/4 the maternal mortality ratio. More than 500,000 women die each year during pregnancy or childbirth. Some progress has been made in reducing maternal deaths in developing regions, but not in the countries where giving birth is most risky. Universal access to reproductive health care, including family planning, is the starting point for maternal health. It is particularly important for addressing the needs of the 1.3 billion young people about to begin their reproductive lives. Currently, 200 million women have an unmet need for safe and effective contraceptive services. Number 6, halt and begin to reverse the spread of HIV, AIDS, malaria, and other diseases. AIDS has become the 4th largest killer worldwide, leaving 15 million AIDS orphans in Africa. It's estimated that by the end of the decade, 1 out of every 5 children in Namibia will be an orphan. In India, there are 4 to 8 million people infected with HIV, and that figure is expected to rise to 15 million in the coming decade. Surveys in sub-Saharan Africa have found that only 21% of young women and 30% of young men know the basics about how to avoid infection. Surveys of young women in Southeast Asia show even lower levels of knowledge. By the time you finish hearing this paragraph, 100 people will have died of a preventable infectious disease, and half of them will be children under 5. Malaria and tuberculosis together kill nearly as many people each year as AIDS and represent a severe drain on national economies. 90% of malaria deaths occur in sub-Saharan Africa, where prevention and treatment efforts are being scaled up. Thailand and Uganda have shown that infection rates can be reversed with vision and leadership. All 3 of these diseases can be largely controlled through education, prevention, and treatment. Number 7, ensure environmental sustainability, including reducing by half the people without access to clean drinking water, reversing the loss of environmental resources, and achieving significant improvement in the lives of 100 million slum dwellers. Access to safe drinking water has increased, but half the developing world still lacks toilets or other forms of basic sanitation. Nearly 1 billion people worldwide live in urban slums, because the growth of the urban population is outpacing improvements in housing and the availability of productive jobs. The proportion of population using safe sources of drinking water in the developing world rose from 71% in 1990 to 79% in 2002. Number 8, develop a global partnership for development. In an interdependent world economy, open avenues for trade, an accelerated transfer of technology, and improved employment opportunities for young people in the developing world are needed for poor countries to evolve in sustainable ways. Microcredit loans are proving to be a successful means to promoting self-sufficiency, financial skills, personal responsibility, and financial independence, particularly for women in developing countries. In past decades, according to the World Bank, microfinance has evolved from the provision of small loans to help start businesses to a vision of creating financial systems where none exist. Currently, it is estimated that only about 3% of the 75 million poor households in India who need access to credit receive financial services from the formal financial institutions and the microfinance sector put together. The potential for the microfinance industry throughout the world is vast. Close to 96% of Grameen Bank's microfinance loans have gone to women, and the repayment rate is over 90%. On the home front, according to the latest census figures, 35.9 million Americans now live below the poverty threshold, a 1.3 million increase over last year's numbers. On average, 1 out of every 3 Americans are officially classified as living in poverty at least 2 months out of the year. Since 2000, the number of poor Americans has grown by more than 4 million. 42% of families living in cities and 30% of families residing in rural areas fall short of basic family budget thresholds. The percent of survey respondents who indicated that poverty is a problem in the United States has remained between 87% and 90% since 2000. More than anything, what we have to stretch is our imagination. First, reflect on the fact that helping the poor is actually helping everyone. If you think for a moment about real worldwide security, what do you think would be most likely to contribute to it? Better weapons and a stronger army, or decent jobs and working wages for the millions of young people maturing to working age? If you think about the best ways to build your company's reputation, consider the flurry of media attention Hyperion got when it launched its Drive Clean to Drive Change program and gave employees $5,000 toward the purchase of a hybrid car. That kind of positive press you can't buy. What if companies encouraged their employees to brainstorm on how the company could positively impact just one of the 8 Millennium Development Goals? How would employees feel about being part of an organization that decided to be part of a grand solution? Think of the energy and creativity that could be stimulated out of an inquiry into the question, how can we profit from doing good in this world? All the research shows that people are looking for meaning and value in the workplace, and here's an opportunity to provide it. The field of microcredit finance alone is offering a plethora of ideas for ways businesses and people can get involved on a personal level. When Deborah Lindholm wanted to inspire people in her San Diego community to support the financial independence of impoverished women, She started the Foundation for Women in 1997. Women joined the organization because it offered a sense of community, and as they began to network, several programs were created that offered assistance to youth, to women with life-threatening diseases, and to homeless women. The foundation raised money through a variety of creative programs, and since its inception has facilitated the opening of a microcredit bank every year. To date, we have opened 5 banks to service the poorest of the poor in Tamil Nadu, India, said Lindholm in a recent interview. We reached our first goal by funding 2 banks, a $35,000 commitment, in just 16 months by December 1999, and have gone on each year to expand the work. Each bank is servicing 2,500 women and their families. Realizing the connection between education and the eradication of poverty, the Foundation for Women expanded their reach and built a school for 500 children of the microcredit borrowers. On the day of its dedication, over 10,000 women arrived to celebrate. The Foundation is now collaborating with 2 medical programs in Niger, Africa, to provide microcredit access to women there. And they have also initiated 2 local microcredit projects in San Diego County. Investment groups around the country are also providing people with ways to invest in microcredit and make a profit while making a difference. Axion Investment Funds and the Calvert Foundation have socially responsible investment programs that support community development organizations, affordable housing, microcredit, and social enterprise programs across the country and around the world. When American agricultural researcher Norman Borlaug was asked what wealthy countries should do to reduce hunger, he said the long-range solution would be in revolutionizing agricultural production among subsistence farmers. To increase food supply, create jobs, and generate new income from selling excess grain. One simple device that has helped farmers become more efficient is the human-powered treadle pump, which can irrigate half an acre of vegetables and costs only $25, according to an article by Paul Pollock in the Scientific American. Pollock is the 71-year-old founder of International Development Enterprises and has spoken with thousands of small farmers in the developing world and spent many years designing inexpensive tools that would meet their needs. Pollock's first big success was bringing the treadle pump to Bangladesh. It works like a Stairmaster, allowing farmers to pump shallow groundwater directly onto the crops using the energy of their legs. Over 1.5 million Bangladeshi farmers have purchased these pumps and have netted an additional $100 to $500 more a year from their crops, a huge gain in a country where the per capita income is $300. An MD and former psychiatrist, Pollock put together a $3 million portfolio in 1981, vowed never to take a job only for money, cashed out, and started IDE to develop and market low-cost, low-tech irrigation devices for small farmers. The litmus test for his products was that the farmer could recover the cost of the device within 1 season. According to Pollock, who believes that the problem of rural poverty in the developing world boils down to what happens on quarter-acre plots. So much development work is focused on macroeconomics and increasing GDP per capita, he said in a recent Forbes magazine interview. Until the development community realizes that the solution to poverty lies in increasing the wealth of small plot farmers, it will continue to fail. Pollock's IDE operates on a $10 million annual budget, raised through individual donations and grants from organizations like USAID and the Swiss Agency for Development and Cooperation. He hires people from the countries he's working in who recruit manufacturers to build the irrigation devices. Then he creates an ingenious guerrilla marketing program to get the word out. In one state, the program hired troubadours to travel to rural villages singing the pump's praises. They also produced a Bollywood-style movie featuring a family whose fortunes were turned around by the pump. To Pollock, the key is affordable design. According to him, 90% of the people who design things work on the problems of the world's richest 5%. And there is an enormous need to design things that will create a market for the poorest 4 billion people. Ashoka is one organization that is working on that idea. Founded by Bill Drayton, a former McKinsey & Company consultant and assistant administrator at the Environmental Protection Agency, Ashoka's mission is to shape an entrepreneurial citizen sector by investing in social entrepreneurs who have innovative ideas for change in their community. Learning to serve the poor through market-based approaches involves an acute learning curve for most companies, particularly large multinationals, as well as for many citizen sector organizations. Traditionally, what's made it difficult for businesses and CSOs to serve low-income markets is the limited purchasing power of individual clients. The new niche of high-volume businesses based on small transactions, and a lack of awareness about the unique human and social capital that low-income communities possess. Although the purchasing power of individuals in these communities may be low, their collective purchasing power represents a significant market opportunity, as long as the cost of items is not prohibitive. A few examples of successful social entrepreneurs and Ashoka Fellows include Rebecca Villalobos of Costa Rica, who developed a multi-million-dollar operation that delivers vision care services to hundreds of thousands of consumers, irrespective of their income levels, by using a multi-tiered pricing system that allows consumers to pay according to their ability. Villalobos avoids discriminating against consumers on the basis of price. David Green is another entrepreneur who is making medical technology and healthcare accessible to millions of low-income citizens. In collaboration with Seva Foundation and Aravind Eye Hospital, Green established Aurolab in India, the first nonprofit manufacturing facility in a developing country to produce affordable intraocular lenses to ameliorate cataracts, the main cause of blindness. Aurolab is now one of the largest manufacturers of these lenses in the world, with sales of more than 700,000 units per year to 86 countries. Aurolab's selling price is $4 per lens, compared to over $100 in the U.S. While hearing aids usually sell for $1,500 per unit, theirs are sold for prices ranging from $0 to $200. The manufacturing cost is $50. Aurolab is financially sustainable from sales revenues, and Green is in the process of taking his concept global through a combination of business and social partnerships. Ashoka Fellow Fabio Rosa is working on the issue of electricity for the poor. With no credit option available, millions of families living in rural areas go without electricity in spite of the fact that an appropriate technology exists. When Rosa decided to explore new business models for bringing power to these families, he began with a market research study that showed almost 70% of the families were spending at least $11 a month on non-renewable energy sources such as kerosene, candles, batteries, and liquid petroleum gas to bring light and power into their homes. Rosa's plan was to lease his solar energy service for close to the same cost as people were spending on these inferior, non-renewable energy sources. He developed a basic photovoltaic solar home system that could be rented for $10 a month plus an initial installation fee, a little more than what people were already spending on non-renewable forms of energy. Started in 2004, his company estimates that it will reach a break-even point at the end of year 4 with 6,000 customers. Let's look at the water situation for a minute. As it stands today, half of us do not have access to clean water. 5,000 children die every day from waterborne illnesses. In an article in Technology Review, writer Kevin Bullis interviews Segway inventor Dean Kamen about his latest product, an energy-efficient electrical generator and water purifier that could put power and clean water in the hands of rural villagers in poor countries. A few years ago, when Kamen was working on an electric generator for underdeveloped villages, he noticed that it produced about 1,000 watts of waste heat. Kamen adapted his device to use that extra heat to distill the water by boiling and condensing it. The results were a low-power, low-maintenance device that costs around $1,000 to manufacture and makes 10 gallons of drinkable water an hour. Tests in Bangladesh showed that the generator, fueled by gas produced by local cows' dung, can produce enough power to run the purifier. Imagine the opportunities here for a business to mass produce this at a much lower cost, for a local organization to get involved with the marketing, for village entrepreneurs to profit from gathering the fuel, and for communities to end up with safe water and power. These are the kinds of connections thought leaders are envisioning and creating, and these are the kinds of problems they are committed to solving. The business world itself is undergoing profound and dynamic changes, reshaping its contours to match the mindsets of an evolving public. As more and more people wake up to the fact that we're all in this together, all cells of this one living, breathing planet, more are insisting on across-the-board behaviors that protect and preserve it. Thought leaders Amory B. and L. Hunter Lovins, who co-authored Natural Capitalism with Paul Hawken, are co-founders of the Rocky Mountain Institute, an entrepreneurial nonprofit with a focus on efficiency. As consultants and advisors to many of the world's largest corporations, they have helped shape the futures of the electricity, oil, real estate, automobile, and semiconductor sectors, showing businesses how to profit by doing what they do more efficiently. Their 4,000 square foot house in Snowmass, Colorado, which is also home to their Rocky Mountain Institute, has no conventional heating system, though winter temperatures there dip to 40 degrees below zero. It was designed so efficiently that it consumes barely more electricity than a single 100-watt bulb. Solar cells generate 5 to 6 times that much electricity, which the Lovins sell back to the utility. In an article called Harnessing Corporate Power to Heal the Planet, The Lovins share the principles of natural capitalism and offer several examples of how today's environmental challenges hold many profit-enhancing opportunities for pioneering companies. The first principle of natural capitalism is to radically increase resource efficiency, which not only increases profits, but solves most of the environmental dilemmas facing the world today. The others are to eliminate the concept of waste by closing the loops of materials flows, to shift the focus of the economy from processing materials and making things to creating service and flow, and to reverse the destruction of the planet by instituting programs of restoration that invest in natural capital. The article mentions that Southwire Corporation, an energy-intensive maker of cable, rod, and wire, halved its energy per pound of product in 6 years and accumulated savings that roughly equaled the company's profits during that period. Company officials estimated that the energy efficiency effort probably secured 4,000 jobs at 10 plants in 6 states that were jeopardized by competitive market forces. Dow, Louisiana operations implemented over 900 worker-suggested energy-saving projects during the period 1981 to 1993, with average annual returns on investment of over 200%. Both returns and savings rose in later years, even after the accumulated annual savings from the projects had passed $100 million. Practicing commerce with a conscience has its upside, though it still seems counterintuitive to those who haven't tried it. According to Lovins, it's whole system thinking that lights the bulb. For example, in the world of real estate, typical tract home developments drain stormwater in expensive underground sewers. Village Homes, an early solar housing development in Davis, California, instead installed natural drainage swales, which saved $800 per house and provided more green space. The company then used the saved money to pay for edible landscaping that provided shade, nutrition, beauty, community focus, and crop revenues that paid the homeowners assessments and a community center. The development includes 220 single-family homes, 20 apartments, and a cooperative house, most incorporating solar design features and solar hot water. Business space is included in the community center, and an inn was recently completed. The primary focus of the development plan was on community building. Shared ownership of common areas, shared laundry space for some units, shared and community gardens, community fruit and nut trees and vineyards, and bicycling and walking orientation were all important. In a study comparing village homes to surrounding contemporary developments, the residents of village homes knew 42 people in their neighborhood, compared to 17 in other areas. Village homes, once perceived as an oddity, is now the most desirable real estate in town, with market values $10 to $15 per square foot over average. One of the most evolutionary principles of natural capitalism calls for a quantum leap in our thinking about business. We have to let go of an old idea and make space for a new possibility. This is a conscious, evolutionary act. We've known for a long time that brain cells that fire together wire together. Our thought patterns become habituated. Neurons fire in the same way over and over again, and our ideas eventually lose their plasticity and congeal into ideologies that soon need defending. To think originally is to connect the dots that have not been connected before and blaze new trails through the meadows of the mind. It is opening up to the future that is pulling us forward just as certainly as gravity pulls us downward. Original thinking calls for release of a certain kind, for we must let go of what we thought was true. But it leads us to a wiser way, a clearer path, and to choices that are good for all living things. When the Lovins speak of natural capital, they talk about shifting our focus of the economy from processing materials and making things to creating service and flow. But it's a new concept, and there is no neural pathway for it. We need to see images of it in our mind. We need to hear stories about it. We need to be able to imagine what it would look like and feel like to be creating service and flow. When Cemex, the second largest cement manufacturer in the world, decided to move from selling materials to selling solutions, they sent a team to live in a slum for several months. The point was to gain insight into the community and to explore the decision-making process of low-income families interested in building or upgrading their home. As a result, Cemex created Patrimonio Hoy, meaning property today, one of the most successful housing programs in the world. Would-be home builders pay about $14 a week for 70 weeks. What the roughly $1,000 buys is consultations and inspections by Cemex staff architects and scheduled deliveries of materials divided into building phases that cover the 70 weeks. Cemex is basically putting building materials in customers' hands on terms tailored to the way they work and build. In return, the company saw its low-income partners deconstruct the myth of the irresponsible poor. 99.2% of the $42 million worth of materials that Cemex has distributed is being paid for on time, according to the company. Since its inception, Patrimonio Hoy has sponsored the building of 10,000 homes in Mexico and launched a similar project in Colombia. Cemex involved itself in the community to discern how it could best deliver solutions and services to the people most in need. By making its building materials easier to buy, the company opened up a market segment it once believed was impenetrable and not profitable enough to pursue. Now the company predicts that within 5 years of the program's inception, over 1 million Mexican families will benefit from this new way of doing business. Even with the current pause in growth, it is adding new families at the rate of 2,000 per month, and sales are growing by 15% monthly. This is original thinking at its best. It's an indicator of how we can evolve the very concept of capitalism by pursuing the question, how can we profit with our customers, not just from them? Adam Smith used the term the invisible hand to demonstrate how self-interest guides the most efficient use of resources in a nation's economy, with public welfare coming as a byproduct. But having evolved some 230 years since his Wealth of Nations, we're discovering that the most original and profitable solutions emerge when we take a more holistic approach and ask at once, what is best for us, what is best for the public, and what is best for the planet? Corporations that are asking these questions, that have adopted the notion that waste is food, are gaining immensely and not just profits, but credibility in the eyes of a watchful public. They're building good corporate karma, and it's paying off. The concept of restructuring business relationships so that the provider and customer both profit by finding efficient and mutually beneficial solutions is a quantum leap away from older business models, but it is the wave of the future. In the old model, the company wants to provide more products more often, which leads to higher cost and higher waste and is exactly the opposite of what the customer wants. In the new model, customers get the value and service they desire at a lesser cost and with no waste. For example, Carrier, the world's largest manufacturer of air conditioners, is shifting its focus from selling air conditioners to leasing comfort. They are making more efficient and durable equipment, giving Carrier greater profits while its customers get better comfort at lower cost. Plus, they are also aware that in more efficient buildings, less cooling yields the same comfort. So they are collaborating with other firms that can improve lighting, glazings, and other building systems for higher energy efficiency. This is like watching evolution in action. And Interface Carpet is doing something similar. They are shifting their focus from selling carpet to leasing floor covering services. People want to walk on and look at carpet, not own it. They can obtain these services at much lower cost if Interface owns the carpet and remains responsible for keeping it clean and fresh. For a monthly fee, Interface will visit regularly and replace the 10 to 20% of the carpet tiles that show 80 to 90% of the wear. This reduces the mass flow of carpets to landfills by about 80% and provides better service at lower cost. It also increases net employment, eliminates the disruption since worn tiles are seldom under furniture, and turns a capital expenditure into an operating lease. Interface's new Selenium product provides floor covering that is almost completely remanufacturable into identical carpet, cutting their net flow of needed materials and energy by 97%. It is also non-toxic, virtually stain-proof, easy to clean with water, 4 times as durable, 1/3 less materials intensive, and renewably produced. And what rewards has this higher level thinking reaped? In their 4-year quest to turn waste into profit, Interface has doubled their revenues, tripled their operating profits, and nearly doubled employment. Its latest $250 million revenue came from mining internal waste, with no increase in energy or materials inputs. This is natural capitalism at its best. We are getting there, slow but sure, like those cement trucks determined to find a hole and fill it. We know from these stories that we are not alone, and that evolution is sweeping us forward in its own time, on its own terms. The best we can do, any of us, is to remember the karmic truth that we reap what we sow. Abundance out, abundance in. Compassion out, compassion in. Great urgencies are upon us, and opportunities for service abound. The Millennium Development Goals are the hugest imagining humankind has ever undergone, the most profound and honorable of all our collective thoughts. And we can succeed. We are succeeding. There are thousands more stories just like these that we never hear, but they are happening in accordance with our vision, in accordance with our will. We are the earth repairing itself, and we will not fail. Chapter 13, The Triple Bottom Line. I was trying out a new hairstylist and loving the extra head massage Alan delivered along with my shampoo. "Nice touch," I said as he squirted conditioner into his hand. "Isn't this scent fabulous?" he said, rubbing it into my scalp. "I just love these products." I replied, breathing in the fresh scent of rosemary and mint. Dreamy. By the time he started cutting, his contagious vitality had aroused my curiosity. "You seem pretty chirpy today. I must be your last customer," I said, noticing it was after 5. "Yes, but I'm driving up to L.A. to teach a class this weekend," he said, stretching for a portfolio of photographs he'd been collecting from his classes. "I teach people how to work with the new colors. They're magnificent and 97% natural. Everything Aveda has is plant-derived. I just love this company. They're so triple bottom line." "Triple bottom line," I repeated. "Yeah, they don't just care about profit. They care about the people they do business with and the environment. People, planet, profits. Triple bottom line." As it turns out, he learned the term from his partner, who was studying for an MBA. "Here's the greatest thing," he said. "Aveda is totally committed to environmental sustainability, and many of the ingredients we use are organically grown by tribes in the Brazilian Amazon. We're helping them save their rainforest. As long as we buy what they harvest from their trees, they don't have to sell the land to ranchers. So their communities stay intact, the rainforests are protected, and we end up with the greatest products in the world. Win, win, win," he said triumphantly. The Amazonian rainforest covers over 1 billion acres, and 1/5 of the world's fresh water is in the Amazon basin. If Amazonia were a country, it would be the 9th largest in the world. The Amazon rainforest has been described as the lungs of our planet because it provides the essential environmental world service of continuously recycling carbon dioxide into oxygen. More than 20% of the world's oxygen is produced in the Amazon rainforest. According to the National Cancer Institute, tropical rainforest plants provide 1/4 of today's pharmaceuticals and 70% of the plants useful in the treatment of cancer. There are at least 300 new drugs that still await discovery in the rainforest, with a potential value of $3 to $4 billion to a private pharmaceutical company and as much as $147 billion to society as a whole. Despite the fact that rainforests are an integral part of our own personal ecosystem, they are being treated by some businesses as a third world commodity and, as a result, are disappearing faster than any other natural community on Earth. More than 50 million acres of rainforest, an area the size of England, Scotland, and Wales, are destroyed or seriously degraded each year. In 1950, about 15% of the Earth's land surface was covered by rainforest. Today, more than half has already gone up in smoke. And if deforestation continues at current rates, scientists estimate nearly 80 to 90% of tropical rainforest ecosystems will be destroyed by the year 2020. Every day, about 90 acres of rainforest land is deforested for timber, paper products, and cattle grazing. For every quarter-pound fast food hamburger that comes from the rainforest, 55 square feet of rainforest is destroyed. That's about the size of a small kitchen for one hamburger. Hardly a good return on investment. The latest statistics show that rainforest land converted to cattle operations yields the landowner $60 per acre. If timber is harvested, the land is worth $400 per acre. However, if medicinal plants, fruits, nuts, rubber, chocolate, and other renewable and sustainable resources are harvested, the land will yield the landowner $2,400 per acre. And this is where Aveda comes in. Recognizing that it is the sustainable resources, not the trees, that are the true wealth of the rainforest, they are working with the native people on developing projects that are sustainable and income-producing. Aveda is indeed a triple bottom-line business, and it is a stunning example of how concern for people and the planet pays off in the long run. In partnership with Conservation International, a nonprofit environmental organization, Aveda is helping local communities develop businesses that conserve their natural resources. Local workers gather fallen Brazil nuts from the forest and extract oil from the nuts. The leftover meal is combined with wheat protein to create a pure plant-derived protein, ideal for use in Aveda hair care products. According to Conservation International, Aveda's project funding, training, and market support provide critical, enabling conditions for viable, sustainable enterprises in tropical Peru. In the eastern Amazonian region of Brazil, women gather to collect nuts from lush, new-growth babaçu palms, then sit under shade trees and break the hard shells with a stick over axe blades adjusted to their legs. 20 years ago, when many people were forced from the land, while vast sections of forest were burned and cleared for cattle ranching, these women fiercely resisted, standing up to clear-cutters, tractors, and guns to protect their palm forest. Now they are partnering with Aveda, learning to process babaçu organically into a richly foaming, cleansing ingredient known as babaçu betaine. Aveda has financed the construction of a babaçu processing facility, a soap-making facility, and a paper press for processing babaçu fibers. They have also funded training in processing and management. With Aveda support, Brazilian peasants have begun a living pharmacy project to produce plant-based medicines, and one collective is becoming a certifying agency in organic agriculture. In this way, the native communities are not reliant on Aveda alone for financial wellness as they pursue environmentally sustainable means of economic development. In the United States, companies are notoriously resource-intensive. U.S. companies use twice the energy of Japan and Germany, produce 32 truckloads of waste for every truckload of goods we make, use twice the energy to produce $1 worth of goods as other industrialized nations, and extract, move, waste, and burn 4 million pounds of material to feed the demands of the average middle-class American family. Evolutionary biologist Elizabeth Sahtouris reminds us that global cooperation is occurring every day in the arts and travel, in money exchange, in sciences and communications, but when it comes to economics, there's a problem. She writes, "Suppose our body's northern industrial organs could exploit the bone marrow all over the body for its raw material blood cells. They are then swept up into the heart-lung system where the blood is purified and oxygen is added. Suppose now that the heart distribution center demands a price for blood and some organs cannot afford it. Could our bodies stay healthy in such a system?" Triple Bottom Line reporting was devised in 1994 by Sustainability, a London think tank. The idea behind it is that companies that want to be successful in the long term should be able to meet society's demand for goods and services without destroying natural and social capital. The assumption is that there are three forms of capital that contribute to the success of a business and, in turn, should receive a return on investment. Other than cash capital, there is natural capital and social capital. Many companies have already discovered that waste reduction leads to direct and significant cost savings, but those who treat waste as natural capital that should receive a return on investment are thinking more originally and profiting more significantly. The United States Postal Service earned revenues of $6.6 million in 1 year from the sales of recyclable materials. Bell Atlantic recovered 30,000 tons of material from obsolete equipment and sold it for $25 million. Quad Graphics recycled 146,000 tons of paper in 1 year, saving $12.5 million in disposal fees. The public utility company, Exelon, generated nearly $4 million in operational savings through material recycling in 2004. Not only are they reducing greenhouse gas emissions by converting landfill gas to energy, they are also recycling 100% of the byproducts of coal combustion at their fossil generating stations. IKEA requires all of its stores to reuse, recycle, or produce energy from 75% of their waste. In 1975, 3M began running its Pollution Prevention Pays program, which has generated over $750 million in first-year savings over the last 2 decades. GreenBiz.com reports that Procter & Gamble saved $1 million with a variety of nationwide energy-efficient plans, working with their partner, Synergy Solutions, a company that works with businesses on turning their energy challenges into cost-saving opportunities. Baxter International, the global medical products and services company that produced the first portable kidney dialysis machine and the first commercially manufactured intravenous solutions, has been on the Dow Jones Sustainability World Index and the Dow Jones Sustainability North American Index for 7 consecutive years. The Dow Jones Sustainability Indices are the world's first benchmarks tracking the financial performance of leading companies in terms of sustainability. Baxter International has 67 manufacturing facilities located in 28 countries. Ron Meisen, Baxter's Senior Director for Environment, Health, and Safety Engineering, affirmed that improvements in energy conservation and emissions reductions are possible without huge investment. According to him, a key driver for the proactive initiatives at Baxter has been the realization that sound environmental practices can contribute to, and in some cases, drive competitive advantage. In his opinion, companies that have been forward-looking on this issue are in the best position to build upon the momentum they have created and better compete on a global basis. He reported that by driving greater operating efficiencies, by piloting and adopting new technologies, and by sharing ideas and best practices within the company and through collaborations and voluntary programs sponsored by the EPA and others, Baxter has achieved a 35% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions, a 22% improvement in energy efficiency, and savings and cost avoidance totaling several millions of dollars each year. In 2004 alone, he estimated their energy savings and cost avoidance exceeded $9 million. We learned of the Green Suppliers Network and the impact it was having in other industries, like the automotive industry, and we were immediately attracted to the program, said Meissen. As a result of these changes, the facility estimates it has saved in excess of $100,000 per year in utility costs. While $100,000 a year might not seem like a big number, when you consider that we have 67 manufacturing facilities alone, these kinds of projects and incremental savings quickly add up to much larger numbers and do make a difference. As businesses are discovering that it pays to be concerned about society, a growing number of companies are investing in ideas that have clear development benefits, especially in terms of creating opportunities for people. Jeffrey Colvin, in an article for Fortune magazine, writes that companies today are doing more of what the activists want than they ever have done before. But it's not because they're being socially responsible. It's because they're listening to the markets. He claims that as the world has become more virulently capitalist, it has also become more concerned about the environment, child labor, and human rights, with more consumers basing their buying decisions on who made their Nike shoes or where ExxonMobil got its gasoline or what McDonald's does with its paper waste. Another thing he mentions is that more and more employees want to know what they do at work is good and right in some larger sense. Consumers care and employees care. That means equity markets care. And that means CEOs care. Thus, for example, we see Ford and British Petroleum, formerly monsters in the view of social responsibility types, working hard to greenify themselves. Some of what they've done is real and some is window dressing, but the fact is that Ford Chairman William Clay Ford got a standing ovation from the Coalition for Environmentally Responsible Economies. And BP CEO John Brown gets plenty of media calls seeking his comment on all kinds of environmental matters. That would have been unimaginable a few years ago. Even DuPont, once considered one of America's worst polluters, has seen the light. While it set out a decade ago to curb pollution and reduce waste, it now has a new mission: to own a collection of businesses that can go on forever without depleting natural resources. When it comes to triple bottom line reporting, DuPont supports the Global Reporting Initiative, GRI, as the best format for reporting data on economic, environmental, and social performance. Once we committed to sustainability, we started hearing from socially responsible investment communities who were interested in our progress, said Dawn Rittenhouse, DuPont's Director of Sustainable Development. In the mid-90s, as part of the conversation on sustainable growth, we were asked if DuPont was willing to support a standardization in reporting. Joining GRI was part of that process. Started in 1997, GRI was established in response to the growing need for common standards to report against and international agreement in this area. It is fast becoming the de facto standard defining the triple bottom line, according to Alan Fels, Dean of the Australia and New Zealand School of Government. Within 18 months of its founding, GRI had 380 members. A look at its website today shows a membership of 728 members, including some of the world's top countries and a number of national governments. These are telling figures, given that as recently as 7 years ago, the concept of sustainability reporting did not even exist. The accountability rating, which rates sustainability reports from the Fortune Global 100, finds significant growth in sustainability reporting. Almost 3/4, 72%, of G100 companies issued sustainability reports by 2004, whereas less than half had done so by 2003. The escalation trend is most conspicuous in the USA, where the percentage of companies involved in GRI reporting rose from 18% to a remarkable 49% in 1 year. Also conspicuous was the dearth of U.S. companies in the top sustainability report ratings. Hewlett-Packard was the sole U.S.-based company in the top 10, which included BP, Shell, Toyota, and Unilever, among others. The GRI points out that the socially responsible investment, SRI, community has grown remarkably over the last 24 months. For the SRI community, the GRI reporting framework is increasingly seen as a key tool to progress in many of the areas and sectors of interest to this group. It seems that we're reaching a tipping point in the matter of sustainability reporting as more and more CEOs step out as thought leaders, writers, and speakers on the subject. DuPont CEO Edgar Willard helped to instigate things when he wrote in 1990, "The green economies and lifestyles of the 21st century may be conceptualized by environmental thinkers, but they can only be actualized by industrial corporations. Industry has a next century vision of integrated environmental performance. Not every company is there yet, but most are trying. Those that aren't trying won't be a problem long term, simply because they won't be around long term. That is the new competitive reality." Willard was quoted in the book Eco-Efficiency, written by two other CEOs who are committed to conscious commerce: Livio De Simone, CEO and chair of 3M, and Frank Popoff, chair of Dow Chemical. And DuPont's current CEO, Charles Holliday Jr., has recently co-authored the EcoWise Walking the Talk, the business case for sustainable development. These authors all speak to the role of business in initiating practices that are environmentally sound, stressing the benefit of partnerships with government, associations, and nonprofits in designing more sustainable systems and applications. One organization that's doing just this is Redefining Progress, an Oakland, California-based think tank that works with a broad variety of partners to shift the economy and public policy toward sustainability. In October 2004, they released a groundbreaking state-by-state analysis of the job creation potential of a smart energy policy, which is viewable on their website, redefiningprogress.org. The report provides a comprehensive new policy package that would stimulate the creation of new jobs, approximately 1.4 million new jobs by 2025, while lowering energy bills that will save U.S. consumers an astounding $170 billion per year. Another development that has emerged to support sustainable farming practices around the world is fair trade labeling. It was created in the Netherlands in the late 1980s when Max Havelaar launched the first Fair Trade Consumer Guarantee label in 1986 on coffee sourced from Mexico. The United States consumes 1/5 of all the world's coffee, making it the largest consumer in the world. But few Americans have an idea of the hardships coffee growers regularly endure. Many small coffee farmers receive prices for their coffee that are less than the cost of production. Coffee prices have plummeted and are currently around 60 to 70 cents per pound, making it nearly impossible for farmers to maintain their land and their families while coffee companies are free to decide whether to lower consumer prices or pocket the difference. Fair trade is a viable solution to this crisis, assuring consumers that the coffee we drink was purchased under fair conditions. To become fair trade certified, an importer must meet stringent international criteria, paying a minimum price per pound of $1.26, providing much-needed credit to farmers, and providing technical assistance, such as help transitioning to organic farming. Fair trade for coffee farmers means community development, health, education, and environmental stewardship. Since 1999, the market for fair trade certified coffee has grown by an average of over 70% each year, a sign that consumers are making their voices heard. No matter how many people complain about the ubiquitous Starbucks, you have to give them credit for being a stand-up corporation. This year, Starbucks will purchase 10 million pounds of fair trade certified coffee, making it North America's largest purchaser of fair trade certified coffee. Next year, the company plans to purchase 12 million pounds. In 2004, Starbucks paid an average price of $1.20 for all of its green, unroasted coffee, a price 74% higher than the average New York C commodity market price. In addressing the social capital aspect of the triple bottom line, Starbucks is setting a sterling example in the health benefits department. They spend $200 million a year on insurance for their 80,000 U.S. employees, more than they do on all the raw materials needed to brew their coffee, according to Chairman Howard Schultz. Schultz was part of a group that included CEOs from Verizon, Costco, Honeywell, and Pitney Bowes who went to Congress in October to spark some interest in controlling healthcare costs. Each of the companies offers health insurance to virtually all its employees despite the skyrocketing costs. We want to tell the story in a way that other companies can see that you can make money and do the right thing by taking care of your people, Schultz said during a meeting with Senator Patty Murray from Washington. Schultz's main argument is that companies can be profitable while being morally responsible. He credited their benefits policy as a key reason for high productivity and low employee turnover, which has led to extraordinary profitability. According to Schultz, Starbucks stock is up almost 4,000% in 13 years and surged 80% in 2004. Companies around the country are learning that they can get a higher return on their social capital if they value and respond to the needs of the people they employ. At Triage Consulting, a healthcare consulting firm in San Francisco, their consultants typically work Monday through Thursday out of town for 4 months at a stretch. As a reward, the company picks up the tab for one of 3 options on the weekend. The employees can fly home, fly to another city, or have a family member or friend flown into their location for the weekend. And for every month consultants spend out of town, they bank 1 day toward a sabbatical to take at the end of their 4th year. At Green Mountain Coffee Roasters in Waterbury, Vermont, employees can take lunchtime yoga classes in the company meditation center. And in Berkeley, California, at Cliff Bar, they can improve their rock climbing skills on the indoor climbing wall hovering over their cubicles. Discovery Communications in Silver Spring, Maryland, opened an on-site health and wellness center complete with a nurse practitioner and physician. On opening day, 100 employees signed up for physicals. The center also provides routine prescriptions during flu season and sponsors a skin screening day and special wellness programs for men and pregnant women. Last year, 1,000 employees took part in their annual Healthy Living competition and lost a total of 5,000 pounds. According to the article, the center has shown a good return on investment, a savings of $600,000 in direct and indirect costs. Hyperion, a software company in Santa Clara, California, initiated a Drive Clean to Drive Change program and gives employees $5,000 toward the purchase of a hybrid or other fuel-efficient car. Triple bottom line reporting is an idea that can and probably will be debated for years. Some skeptics say these social responsibility measures are little more than public relations tactics to divert attention from corporate corruption. Detractors say it's an unworkable concept, that nobody has actually proposed a way to use the data on social performance to calculate some kind of net social bottom line. Their issue is with metrics and measurability, and with the difficulty of achieving global agreement. There is also the view that organizations contribute most to the welfare of society when they focus on what they do best. Let business do business, they say, and do not divert attention away from its core competency. On the other hand, proponents of triple bottom line reporting argue that Earth's carrying capacity is at risk, and they see a need for comprehensive reform in global financial institutions in order to avoid planetary catastrophes. The primary benefit of measuring social and environmental deficits would be first to see what needs to be addressed, then to decide ways and means to address them. With the emergence of green economies and agreement on definition of terms such as full cost accounting, natural capital, and social capital, the prospect of coming up with formal metrics for ecological and social loss or risk is growing closer every day. As usual, both sides are right, but only partly so. And there is no point in arguing. The invitation here is to take this idea into your heart and see how it feels. How would it feel to run a business or work for a business that cared as much about people and the earth as it did about profit? How would that change your life, your commitments at work, your relationship to your family? How would it feel to be part of an organization or group that took a stand for the environment or for a particular social issue and actually created a partnership with a business to make something happen that was good for the world? Nothing will ever come of arguments over triple bottom line accounting, but whole new vistas can open up when we ponder it in our imagination. The threshold we're at right now is a precious one. The whole world is in our hands, and every one of us has the power to act on that or not. If we do, what will change is us. What will save is ourselves. We will not change the minds of anyone with our thoughts and statistics. Think of the last time you changed your mind about something, or were moved to action or brought to tears. What was the cause of that? If you have gained authority in any matter, personal, undeniable, undaunted authority, think about how that happened, what you had to release, what you had to claim, what you had to suffer to come into your own power in that matter. Transformation happens when our hearts break open, when we surrender and reach out. And it is this final act, this reaching out, that opens the door to healing and change. As a people, we are being broken open by the tragedies and travesties of these times. We are individually and collectively confronting the brokenness of every American institution, from education to politics, healthcare to home buying. If we take a look at how our country is treating its own human capital, the news is heartbreaking. If Americans without health insurance were a nation, the population would be bigger than Canada, plus Michigan, Montana, New Hampshire, and Vermont. We number 29 in the World Health Organization's Healthy Life Expectancy ranking and do worse than 36 countries in child mortality under age 5. The National Coalition on Healthcare has offered 4 different scenarios for universal health coverage. The first 3 scenarios would net $320 to $370 billion in savings over the first 10 years. And the fourth would save $1.1 trillion. But these scenarios have gone nowhere. Although worker productivity rose 78% between 1973 and 2004, full-time worker pay averaged 11% less than 1973's average worker pay. The multinational monitor reports that if the minimum wage had increased as quickly as CEO pay since 1990, it would be at $15.76 an hour. Business Week reported that more than 28 million people, about a quarter of the workforce between the ages of 18 and 64, earn less than $9.04 an hour, which translates into a full-time salary of $18,800 a year, which is below the federal poverty line for a family of 4. Overall, 63% of U.S. families below the federal poverty line have 1 or more workers, according to the Census Bureau, and the majority possess high school diplomas and even attended some college. According to the U.S. Conference on Mayors' Hunger and Homelessness Survey, 17% of the homeless were employed, as were 34% of adults requesting emergency food service. Though 1 out of 8 Americans lives below the meager poverty level, Congress has had 7 pay raises since 1997, increasing their yearly salary from $133,000 to $162,000. The richest 1% of households owns more wealth than the bottom 90% combined, and tax cuts for them will cost more than $120 billion, about the same amount budgeted for the Environmental Protection Agency, education, housing and urban development, and Veterans Affairs combined for the year 2006. If the United States were a company using triple bottom line reporting, things would have to change drastically to ensure its total profitability. The signs point to serious unsustainability and erosion at the very foundations. But did anything happen to you when you heard all these statistics? Did you feel inspired to do anything? Did you feel like talking about it with anyone? Were you mad, sad? Was it exhausting or energizing? What about when you hear this conversation that happens in the year 2050 between a boy and his grandfather? "Grandpa, did you know it was happening?" "Well, sort of. There was news about it, but it didn't seem too real." "How did it feel when you couldn't eat the fish anymore?" "Well, that was hard. We never thought that would happen." "Didn't they warn you?" "Not really. I guess some tried to, but not in a big way. Not like on television or even much in the newspapers.
You had to really want to know, I guess. People just didn't care that much. We were pretty busy then, pretty caught up in our own lives. What about the forest? Didn't you know how much we needed them just to breathe? People never thought about that connection, son. We needed that timber. Companies needed it for their business. That's what was important back then, business. But why would you let them take away everything we needed? Why did you let them make all those stupid things out of plastic? Why didn't you save some of the oil for us? I swear we never thought we'd use it up. We weren't trained to think about the future. No one taught us how to think. We did the best we could do day by day. I thought you were smart. You had your own business, didn't you? Yes. If you were so smart, why didn't you stop them from ruining all the water? Didn't you ever think I might want to swim like you used to? It's not like that. Oh, yes, it is. If you were so smart, you would have known what was happening, but you didn't care. It's your fault. It's not my fault, son. There were millions of us here. Everyone was to blame. Then why didn't they stop it? Why did they ruin things for us? Why didn't you care enough to do something? Why? 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 That question, why, is coming at us from the future even now, from every one of our descendants, who will wonder what their ancestors did to keep the world safe for them. And just as we are preparing for our own personal futures, so should we prepare for theirs. Triple bottom line reporting was one person's suggestion, the culmination of one person's reflection on how we might standardize a level of corporate accountability. It is a beginning, not an ending, but it is doing the job of stirring up interest in different ways of doing business. Google hits for the term triple bottom line numbered 15,600 in August 2002. Today, they are up to 5,040,000. In the long run, it will most likely morph into another form that is more evolved and acceptable to the whole. But for now, it's a good place to start, for it guides our thinking beyond the present and beyond the confines of our own selfish ambitions. It is a community-minded approach, and nothing less than that will move us collectively as one country and one world from these dire conditions we have created. Our solutions live in the body politic, and they are waiting to be unfolded in our honest and heartfelt conversations with each other. It is not more research that we need, but more relating, like seeds in the deep soil. When we break open and acknowledge our need for each other, when we look around and see that our life depends on the earth, the water, and the purest of air, then we will naturally evolve to the next step. But we cannot fulfill our destiny in private. We are part and parcel of this planetary organism, each of us a cell in the great Mother Earth, and like the cells in our own bodies, we must be in constant, conscious communication to remain viable. The poet and philosopher Wendell Berry reminds us, "It may be that when we no longer know what to do, we have come to our real work, and that when we no longer know which way to go, we have begun our real journey. The mind that is not baffled is not employed. The impeded stream is the one that sings." These are indeed baffling times, and we have come at last to the real work, to collectively create new systems, new businesses, and new partnerships that will result in a world that is healthy and whole. Chapter 14, Insight to Action. In 1981, I was working as a picture framer in a mall in Syracuse, New York. I had been involved in the peace movement, which was quite active then due to an escalating global buildup of nuclear weapons. As a photographer and concerned citizen, I attended and photographed demonstrations for peace throughout the U.S. and Canada. Then I assembled my images into a slideshow, put them to music, and showed them in every venue that welcomed me. In many ways, it was a healing thing to do. For one, I was actively taking a stand for something I believed in. So I felt like an agent of change rather than a victim of circumstances. And then there was a sense of being part of a community, a diverse and daring group of people who operated with a belief that their voices mattered. It was democracy in action, and I felt proud to be a part of every demonstration, rallying for a world with fewer arms. One day someone inadvertently left a copy of The 100th Monkey on my workbench, and I read it on my lunch hour. It was about a series of experiments done with monkeys off the coast of Japan in the 1950s. But this paragraph is what caught my attention. When a certain critical number achieves an awareness, this new awareness may be communicated from mind to mind. When only a limited number of people know of a new way, it may remain the consciousness property of these people. But there is a point at which if only one more person tunes into a new awareness, a field is strengthened so that this awareness reaches almost everyone. Individuals can communicate private information to each other even though located in different places. The strength of this extrasensory communication can be amplified to a powerfully effective level when the consciousness of the 100th person is added. Something lit up like a light bulb in my mind. Maybe I could be the 100th person. Maybe I could take my slides and my music and show them to people around the world. I didn't know any other languages, but a picture is worth 1,000 words, and music opens people's hearts. So maybe my just being there, creating an occasion for people to come together, would strengthen the field for world peace. I went right across the street to the nearest bank and opened a savings account. "I'm going around the world," I said to the teller. "I'm making a peace pilgrimage as soon as I get $5,000. It took a year and a half to save it, working 2 jobs, but I left for Japan in 1983 with $5,000 in my pocket and 200 rolls of film in my backpack. I figured out how to do it as I went along because I was inspired. That one little book caused me to think differently, to see how I fit into the whole picture. It opened up the world to me, literally. And as a result, I met with thousands of people in 15 countries, in schools, office buildings, churches, living rooms, and boardrooms. When people saw the images and heard the music, they were inspired because that's what art does. It opens us up to our own greatness. It thaws our frozenness and dissolves the barriers that keep us separate. And my being out there alone on this quest, determined and committed as I was, that too inspired people because it is our nature to be moved by each other's loving acts. When we see someone else turn an insight into action, it stirs a memory within us of our own power to do the same. We think, if she can, I can. If he can, I can. And our own creative gears start grinding away. Each of us is a teacher to someone and a student of someone. Who is teaching you these days, and what are you learning? And who is learning from you, and what are you teaching? The formula for original thinking is wisdom plus intelligence, heart plus brain. We get an impulse from the heart zone, an insight, an intuitive feeling, a desire to be useful, and we have to mesh that with a multidimensional intelligence that takes the insight to its next level. This is the alchemy of creation, this transformation of a thought into a physical reality. Some of the questions we could benefit from asking ourselves are, what is the gift I have to offer? What do I know that can be leveraged so as to add value to someone else? Who might benefit from the experience and knowledge I have? What might I learn from them? What is the best vehicle to share what I know? What do I want to get back in return? How can this be a self-sustaining enterprise? Who could I partner or collaborate with to expand the reach of this idea? What arena do I want to work in? Local, statewide, national, global? What communities have a stake in this issue, and how shall I engage with them? When this idea is fully realized, what will be the impact? Another instigator of citizen action is author Thom Hartmann, who brings his radical middle viewpoint to the public airwaves on his nationally syndicated radio program, ThomHartmann.com. Hartmann believes that cultural change begins with new insights propagating through enough people to reach a critical mass, the 100th monkey theory. When we change our stories, then we change the world, he says. That's what inspires us, the stories we tell each other. A historian at heart, Hartmann hit the mother lode when he decided to research the evolution of corporate personhood, which was supposedly granted to corporations in the 1886 Supreme Court case Santa Clara versus Southern Pacific Railroad. When he looked at the actual case documents, however, Hartmann discovered that this was never stated by the court, and the Chief Justice ruled the matter out in consideration of the case. The claim that corporations are persons was added by the court reporter who wrote the introduction to the decision known as headnotes, which have no legal standing. It appears that corporations may have acquired personhood through some crafty persuasion. As it turns out, both the Supreme Court judge, Justice Stephen J. Field, and the court reporter, J.C. Bancroft Davis, were well connected to the railroads. Davis had served as president of the board for a railroad company, and Justice Field had ruled repeatedly in favor of his patrons, the railroad companies, in previous lower court cases. The language used in the Santa Clara case headnotes even matched the language Field used in earlier cases, said Hartmann, who has in his personal library 12 books by Davis, mostly original editions. The books display Davis's close alliance with the railroad industry, and they support the argument that Davis injected the personhood statement deliberately to achieve rights for the corporations who had failed to achieve them in litigation. So it appears that the 14th Amendment, drafted to protect the rights of African Americans after the Civil War, which was passed by Congress, voted on and ratified by the states, and signed into law by the President, was reinterpreted in 1886 for the benefit of corporations. The notion that corporations are persons has never been voted into law by the people or by Congress, and all the court decisions endorsing it derive from the precedent of the 1886 case from Davis's error, said Hartmann. Simultaneously, A concern is rising up in the public consciousness over the potential damage these corporations can cause if they are solely profit-driven and not accountable to the commons. Groups of people are coming together across the country and organizing data banks, resource materials, curricula for teachers, and networks for citizens who want to become more active in shaping the culture that will be our legacy. A brilliant demonstration of collective genius is underway, providing unlimited portals for participation and platforms for thought leaders who can articulate a vision for America that works for the children, for the poor, for the earth, and for business. According to visionary and social scientist Dwayne Elgin, author of several books, including the best-selling Voluntary Simplicity, the media is having a massive impact on our social brain, and most of us are unaware of its effect. On his website, simpleliving.net, Elgin writes that it is the citizens who literally own the airwaves. And if programming goes through the public airwaves, the public has the right to take an active role in choosing the programming. Unlike cable and public television, television broadcasters, primarily CBS, ABC, NBC, and Fox, in local communities in the U.S. have a unique contract with the people of each community. Based on legislation dating back to 1927, TV broadcasters have an overriding obligation to serve the public interest, convenience, and necessity. This duty to serve the public before their own pocketbooks has been affirmed by more than a half-century of law in the U.S. Supreme Court, Congress, and the FCC. Elgin encourages citizens to develop tools of mass communication, television viewer feedback forms, that would provide a democratic means for the public to express its collective interests with regard to how its social brain is to be programmed. He predicts that an extraordinary cultural shift will occur when we begin using the public airwaves to communicate to broadcasters about their legal responsibility to serve the public interest. If the public does not assert its overriding rights and responsibilities as mature citizen viewers, then the mass media will continue to program the mindset of our society for commercial success and evolutionary failure, he writes. The 25,000 commercials we see each year are contributing to a schizophrenic state that has a deadly potential. On the one hand, we're constantly exposed to ads that say we need more of everything. On the other hand, if we continue down the slippery slope of unbridled consumerism, we will devour the very resources that more rightfully belong to our children. In a radio interview, Joseph Chilton Pearce reported that when Ralph Nader approached Bob Pittman, who invented MTV, and asked him if he realized the profound influence they were having on 14-year-olds, the guy leaned back and said, "Ralph, we don't influence 14-year-olds. We own them." Every advertiser knows that before you can convince anyone of anything, you shatter their existing mental set and then restructure an awareness along lines which are useful to you. You do this with a very few simple techniques like fast-moving images, jumping among attention focuses, and switching moods, says former San Francisco advertising executive Jerry Mander. Why do you think they call it programming? A 1966 U.S. Court of Appeals ruling states, "Nor need the public feel that in taking a hand in broadcasting they are unduly interfering in the private business affairs of others. On the contrary, their interest in television programming is direct and their responsibilities important. Under our system, the interests of the public are dominant. They are the owners of the channels of television, indeed, of all broadcasting. And in a Supreme Court decision in 1969, the court states, "It is the right of the viewers and listeners, not the right of the broadcasters, which is paramount." In Creative Evolution, Henry Bergson wrote, "A new system of philosophy will only be built up by the collective and progressive effort of many thinkers, of many observers also, completing, correcting, and improving one another." It may very well be that the answers to our most burning questions will surface in the context of our simple and honest conversations with each other. Communication and relationship are the building blocks of original thinking. They spark the fire, fan the flames, spread the warmth, transmit the light. It is through dialogue and intimacy with others that we experience the gift of communion consciousness and the subtle dissolution of barriers that once seemed to separate us. It is in the safe company of trusted companions and colleagues that we can unfold our brilliant potential, unshackle our wild imaginations, and release our newfound energy and insights into the world. It is in solitude that we incubate our creativity, but it is in community that we express it. Thought leaders traverse constantly between the private and the public, deepening themselves in silence and study, then reaching outward with awareness gained on the inner journey, merging with others to synthesize and share, collaborate and create. Their energy then is whole and integral. Their intelligence is embodied, and in their words and every action is a power that others identify as a force for good. It is this integration of inner and outer, self and other, insight and action that fuels the mind of original thinkers and fosters the potential for thought leadership. For every person mentioned in this chapter, there are millions of others equally committed, equally creative, spreading their ideas like seeds across the fertile landscape, some never knowing if they've taken root or not. Nor did I know on that journey around the world how it mattered or what difference it made. For it is only the future that can measure our gains. But I took comfort that day in November 1989 when I first heard they were dismantling the Berlin Wall. I remembered being there, showing my slides, talking with people about the possibility of peace, driven by that notion in The 100th Monkey that just one person could strengthen the field and have an impact on global consciousness. As all those bricks came tumbling down, I took personal credit for at least one. Chapter 15. You Are the Help. I pulled my car into the breakdown lane and grabbed my video camera. There was a flock of birds above Highway 194 that I couldn't keep my eyes off. There were hundreds of them performing a sky ballet that took my breath away. When I first looked, they were all white. Then they swooped down in mass, rolled over, and suddenly turned silver. When I looked back again, they flew off in a new direction, and this time they all looked black. Leaning up against my car hood, I turned on the camera and zoomed in on the flock. I had just focused in when I heard the sound of metal crashing into metal. Then everything became silent. I had one brief image of three things: my camera, my car, and myself flying through the air. Then everything went black. When I came to, I was underneath my car, lying prostrate and facing the rear wheel. I lifted my head enough to see my outstretched arms and feared immediately that I was paralyzed. I tried to wiggle my fingers and was amazed when they moved. Then I tried my feet and my toes. They moved too. I can get out of here, I thought. I just have to shimmy out. I tried to drag my body forward, but I couldn't move it. I was under the exhaust system, pinned to the ground, and the muffler was burning away my flesh. Now I realized I had to dig my way out, but it was high desert land, and with all my might, I could hardly make a scratch in the dry, hard dirt. It was then I realized I was about to witness my own death. A great sorrow filled me at first when I thought of my mother, my family, my friends having to hear I was killed in a terrible accident. Next came the assessment of how I had done with my life. Did I have regrets? No. Was anything unfinished, unforgiven? No. Was I proud of the wake I left behind? Had I done everything I could do to contribute my gifts? Had I given all my thanks to everyone I was grateful for? Yes, I thought, I did the best I could do. If there's anyone to report to, I'll be proud to report. It was time then to let go. But how could I do this? I wanted to live. I started to fear not so much the unknown, but the known coming to an end. Then I thought of what I'd heard about the Native American elders who went to the mountaintop when their time had come, and they calmly waited and peacefully released. And I thought about the Eskimos I'd heard of, who went off to lie in a drift of snow when they knew the transition was close at hand. I can do this, I thought. If they could do it, I can do it. And I closed my eyes, took one last deep, conscious breath, and began to slip backward, into the silence, into the source. I was going home. Then I heard the frantic shouts. Is anybody there? Is anybody alive? Suddenly, I was back under the car again. The voices continued to call. Is there anybody there? Is anyone alive? I'm here, I called back, barely audible. I'm alive. I heard the sound of running feet. Where are you? Under the car, by the back tire. I looked up and saw their legs. 2 men. Oh my God, they cried out. Wait there. We'll go get help. Don't go, I pleaded. You are the help. Just lift up the car. There was a terrible silence, broken by their fearful announcement. We can't. We need help. Yes, you can, I cried. You can. Just lift it up. Now. And in one miraculous moment, they became the gods we are capable of being. They put their hands under the fender and on the count of 3 lifted the car as if it were an eagle's feather. Then 2 hands reached down to pull me out. They belonged to the man who had hit my car going 70 miles an hour. The great gift that this event gave me was twofold. First, it allowed me the chance to look at my life from a different perspective, to assess it as a whole and determine if I needed any mid-course corrections. Secondly, and most importantly, it taught me a great lesson, that we are the help. When those men approached the wreckage, the first thing they experienced was their helplessness. They did not believe in their own powers and wanted to run off in search of help. They were caught in the story we've been told all our lives, that help is somewhere else. Power and strength are somewhere else. The solutions are somewhere else, beyond us, outside of us. But when they heard that voice, you are the help, some shift happened. Illusions dropped. Doubt was suspended, and in its place rushed a huge and mighty force, a new belief that rippled through every cell in their bodies and infused their beings with whatever strength was called for. Whatever is needed at this time in history to right this world, to right our own personal and precious lives, we have these things within us. We do not need science and technology to save us. We do not need government and religion to save us. We do not need more information and faster computers to save us. What we need is to abandon our notions that solutions exist anywhere but in ourselves. If I look at my life and find it lacking in adventure or challenge or joy, the solution to that is right inside me, dwelling as a potential, awaiting a decision, a decisive action. If I look at my business, my affiliations, my family, and feel uninspired, unseen, or disconnected, the way to wholeness is inscribed on my heart, written on every cell in my body, waiting for me to look within and turn my ear to the great below. No one becomes a visionary who does not first look within. And none of us can inspire another till we first learn how to inspire ourselves. Coming to grips with the power we have is a necessary step to original thinking. It takes courage. It calls for reflection. It means letting go of the mediocre to create the magnificent. All those voices in your head, let them go like a bunch of balloons. Then remember those men coming upon the wreckage, thinking themselves powerless until they heard the voice coming up from below, and then lifted that car without a thought.
Jan Phillips is the author of several award-winning books and has produced a number of videos and CDs to inspire original thinking and insightful action. She does keynotes and workshops around the world, and you can visit her website, janphillips.com, for a listing of her events and products and to subscribe to her free monthly newsletter.